Good afternoon, good evening. For some reason, I cannot hear my music playing in my intro music playing in my microphone. Room shaker, hey, how you doing? Nappy child, it is good to see you. As always, Lena, pretty brown eyes. Uh, are you guys able to hear me okay? Please hit the like button as you come in. I would greatly appreciate that. Now, let me set up my goals. My goals are to tell you some things that you may not know. Those are my goals. To give you some information. It is a lot of bullshit, lies, crazy shit that is going on. But you know, we were duly warned about what was to come. Let me Okay, my goals are set up. Let me get into what is going on. Hey, Madison, how are you doing? Thank you guys for being here. Can you guys hear me? Let me see if I can hear myself. Since no one's answering. Answer. Okay. Yes, you guys can hear me. All right. So let's get into it. Okay. Thank you, Lena. Okay. So let's. Okay. Yes, you guys can hear me. Let me turn my volume down. Okay. So let's get into it. Now, I want to talk about this first because there's a lot going on in Chicago. For Hey Tanya, it is so good to see you. Um, there's a lot going on in Chicago. For those of you who don't know, I grew up in a suburb of Chicago. And what is going on in Chicago really irks my nerves. The lying this administration is doing, the flat out lying that we have coming from these agencies who have no guide rails, guidelines, rules that they are following in any way, shape, or form. Now, I moved away before I became a teenager. So, I don't know about all of the things that have gone on governmentally, but I do know that I have a lot of family there. I do know that I visit there a lot. I have heard some of the things, but some of the things that have come across the news have bothered me. When they decided that they were going to, I did a story about when they decided that they were going to, uh, when there was an influx of undocumented immigrants that went to Chicago. I had a problem with them uh, paying them $9,000 per family to get them places to live when Chicago previously had a large homeless population before them. I had a problem with them fast tracking them work visas when you have so many people in Chicago who couldn't get jobs. Yes, and I did a story on that. But let me tell you, uh, all that being said, with me doing stories on it, with me doing the story how they went into Harvey, Illinois, and uh, actually boarded up people in their homes. They put boards on the doors and the windows of their homes. Boarded them up. An old lady had cancer. An old man, 70 something years old, was boarded up in their home. And the them saying that it was we told the owner of the building that the building was condemned, and he was supposed to alert the residents, and they were supposed to get out. Understand that some stairwells to get up and down, they were outside stairwells. They were totally collapsed, and people were still living there on Section 8. So, the first problem is, how was Section 8 approving black people to live there in the first place? Don't Section 8 have to come out and do checks? No. Okay, so now this owner is allowed to continue to accept Section 8 payments when he was told that the people had to be out by October. They came in December and put these people, locked boarded these people up in their apartments. See, I did this story. I did all of this story. All of this didn't make sense. And who was boarding up? Who was boarding up this complex? Hispanic people. Hispanic people were boarding up this complex. Now, what uncomfortability, what penalties did this owner of this building face? See, we keep looking at the bullshit that they try to deflect from. What 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 peril do these people make from giving us subpar housing and thinking like, oh yeah, that's enough for them, and we're just going to get this money? And where do these people live? What about all we hear about all of these the influx of immigrants, and they act as if every immigrant who came over here uh, were gang members and murderers. But what about our economy that is propped up on these low wage immigrant workers? Our whole economy is propped up on these immigrant workers. You had Elon Musk out there uh, in that, I think it was Wisconsin election, trying to put his thumb on the scale, offering money to get a state Supreme Court Republican uh, elected. They came out here and they told you that, ooh, they giving these immigrants social security cards. They're giving them fake social security cards. No, they were giving them work social security cards, which they took social security payments out of their checks. Why? Because that is allowed in the United States. But they act like now this thing with the government being shut down, they're trying to give health care to undocumented immigrants. Well, who are these undocumented immigrants? These undocumented immigrants, y'all getting them out of the country left and right. Y'all sending them all to Africa, all of these different nations in Africa, Djibouti, all over the place. Places they haven't come from, never been to. These people are being shipped out. Now, this is your government. See, this is what they don't want you to pay attention to. But the people who hired these people, they get nothing. Nothing is happening to them. 45, 47. When they showed these people actually in the fields being chased down by ICE, what did 45, 47 say? He said, well, we need to do something for the farmers. Maybe the people who hire them can be over them and be responsible, so they can be slaves. Is that what he was asking? That they can have slaves and they're over them, because that's what people working in your fields and you are over them equates to. But then he even stepped back on that because he has no fucking policy. Whatever Stephen Miller tells him is the immigration policy, and all of this brutality that is going on, that is the policy. This just wound up crazy Stephen Miller. You should pay attention to Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is also an architect of Project 2025. You should pay attention to Russell Vogt. Russell Vogt, who wanted to Happy Wednesday, Daniel Berry Sports, Detach Myself, Stephen Miller, who the office of the Russell Vole, who's over the office of OMB, Office of Management and Budget, a architect of Project 2025. Now, I know a lot of people have heard about, ooh, Project 25, but how many people do you think even bothered to find out exactly what Project 2025 is? I'm pretty sure people be like, yeah, I heard of Project 2025, but they have no idea what Project 2025 entails. You can be sure of that. Now, let me let me see what I want to talk about today, because I'm just totally pissed. More than 3 in 4 adults, 78%, support extending enhanced premium tax credit for Affordable Care Act. In other words, Obamacare to the marketplace. I want to talk about these are some of the rate increases that are already on the books. This is for a single person. How much of their healthcare insurance will come. Uh, these are these are some of the I think this is these are some of the nations that they are sending these detainees to. Um, these are the people who are taking them back: Mexico, Guatemala, Costa Rica, uh, South Sudan, Rwanda, what is this? Eswatini. These are the places that these people are being sent. So all of these yellow, all of these yellow nations are in Africa. This is where these people are being sent. So South Sudan is in a war. Where else? Where else? It's one more place. Hey, T Danielle. Okay, so I just want you to understand that, and understand that there are black people from Jamaica, in Haiti, who are also being sent there as well. But you don't see many Europeans being caught up, do you? Do you see many Europeans being caught up? No, you don't. Let me see what else I wanted to talk about. Make sure. Now, here he is talking about an educated black woman who no one in the Virginia DOJ found a reason to prosecute. Now, we know that James Comey had to turn himself in today, and a person on the FBI actually was fired because they refused to do a perp walk with James Comey. Walk him in front of the press in handcuffs. They said that it had been done with Trump loyalists. They said that it happened to Steve Bannon. They said it happened to what is that? Roger. What is that? Old crazy white man with the white hair, Roger Stone. They said it had happened with a couple of more people, and they said that they have that there should be no reason why James Comey shouldn't be perp walked in front of the press, when in fact it happened to none of those people. So somebody lost their job for refusing to do that in the FBI. So if you don't know that James Comey trial, now he is still talking, and now they had already told him that there is no reason to try James Comey. So the head of the Virginia DOJ, what happened to him? He lost his job. And who did he replace his job with? Some chick who used to be in his beauty pageants that he used to walk in their dressing room when they were half dressed, by his own words. That's his words on Howard Stern's show. Well, I am the owner and I got to check on things and I have to make things okay. They were half dressed. Some of them didn't have any clothes on. That's who is that's who uh signed the charging dockets for James Comey. And as a matter of fact, she fucked them up and she signed two sets. One said one thing, one said the other thing. The judge had to try to figure out what the fuck are you charging. There are actually no there. It is not written out what lies he is accused of saying to Congress in the charging dockets. Let that make sense. There is no other person in the DOJ of Virginia that would go into court with her. She has people from South Carolina in court with her because none of the people who give a fuck about going to school, studying, getting their law license, getting a career, having a career where they will not lose all of this. None of them would put their name or show up in court with her when they told her already that there was no case. Excuse the ambulance. The ambulance. Excuse the ambulance. Now, also, now Letitia James, the woman who in New York who prosecuted him, now they have also told him that there are no charges to file against her, and this is what he came back. Corrupt Letitia James is costing New York State's hundreds of billions of dollars in lost business. No company or individual wants to be there, knowing that she's the attorney general and she's a complete total disaster. Well, she wasn't so much of a disaster because that's why he's a 34-time felon. That's who prosecuted him. Oh, okay. She's a total failure who tried running against Kathy Hochul for governor and only got 1% of the vote in polls, and quit. Then she went back to her witch hunt against President Donald J. Trump and others until this scum, he's calling this educated black woman who prosecuted him scum. Until this scum is removed from the attorney general's office, no company will move to New York, and few companies will be using the New York Stock Exchange, or the Nasdaq for going public. The new Texas exchange will be taking all of the business away, and we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars. Thank you for your attention, DDJ, DJT. I mean, whoever even heard of the Texas Stock Exchange? Is the Texas Stock Exchange being talked about anywhere else? So, hey, the Bushes, how you doing? Hey, Miss Ray. So, who has heard of the Texas Stock Exchange? I'm just curious. Have any of you heard of that? Maybe not. Okay, I'll go on. Let me see. There's some more things I'm gonna. I just wanted to. Now, the Stephen Miller. He was on CNN, and he stopped talking. He said something, and he just totally stopped talking. And it wasn't like the mic had gone out. It wasn't like there was any technical difficulties. But after he said something, what did he say? He said that the president has uh, plenary authority, and it refers to the full, complete authority granted to a government body, allowing it to. Let me. I gotta I gotta enlarge this. I just want you to know what where he felt that he fucked up. Plenary authority is what he said, and it refers to the full, complete authority granted to a government governing body, allowing it to legislate on any matter within its jurisdiction without limitations. These powers are crucial in the context of state governments as they enable states to exercise broad legislative control and govern efficiency within their own territories, reflecting the principle of federalism that delineates state and federal responsibilities. So Stephen Miller uh, attested that these are the powers that 4547 had as the president. And then he shut up. And then the interviewer was like, Stephen, are you there? Stephen, are you there? And then they went to commercial break. And see, this is the problem with your for profit media. When CNN posted that interview, they left that part out of the interview when Stephen Miller stopped talking after he said that. But does the president actually have those powers? No, the president does not have those powers. No, the president of the United States does not have plenary powers, as those are the powers held in absolute and unlimited terms. The president's powers are explicitly defined by the Constitution and are subject to limitations and checks by other branches of governments. You know those co-equal branches of government? Yes, including congressional authorization, the Senate's advice and consent, and judicial review. So, the legislative and the judicial branch. Uh, Stephen Miller wanted you to believe that the executive branch can do whatever they want. But that's not true. I'm just letting you know that's not true. And when he said that out loud, it lets you know that they are running this government that way, as if they believe that that is true. Was that like the other senator? You mean Mitch McConnell? Yeah. So we're gonna let's watch Stephen Miller glitch up. You know, uh, is let's let me find Stephen Miller glitching up. I'll find that. Oh, okay. Here's something else I want to discuss. Here's something else I'll be discussing today. Um, since this, what do they want you not to pay attention to? You have to realize what they don't want you to pay attention to, as they want you to feel that this lawlessness that they are sending all these troops into our cities, black cities. What they don't want you to understand that serious credit card delinquency climbed to the highest has have climbed to the highest level in 14 years. 1.2 million fewer jobs were created over the last 16 months than the government even reported. 1.2 fewer jobs over the last 16 months have been reported. Okay, so all of these jobs report? No, the ones that were reported, the ones that were corrected, 16 months, that's in the Biden administration as well. Late rental payments are skyrocketing. U.S. foreclosures are rising up 14% in May from the same period of last year. U.S. homelessness hit a record high last year, from 18%, up 18% from 2023. Now that's 2024 that they have gone up uh, 18%. What do you think they are now with all these firings that Doge has done? Now, Russell Vogt, you know, who's running this Project 2025 through this administration, he said that he was going to start laying off people if they close the government. But you know what? They holding off on that. They really haven't started that as of yet. I don't know why. He said he would. They were trying to uh, handcuff the Democrats with saying that they were going to lay off workers. Now, Chuck Schumer. See, Chuck Schumer said that the only reason why he voted to vote on this bill, this budget bill, was because if they shut down the government last time before they signed this bill, that the White House would have the authority to shut down any agencies that it wanted to, and this, that, and the other. And then they they allow the vote to go forward on that fucked up budget bill that passed. And then here we are at another government shutdown where they are telling you they will do the exact same thing. So Chuck Schumer, in my opinion, has to go. Chuck Schumer has to go. There's nothing that Chuck Schumer can say to me that would save his job. He's too old for the motherfucking job because there are no longer people with any dignity in the Republican elected party. In my opinion, there's no more gentlemen. There's no more laws and ethics in these elected Republicans, senators, and congressmen. None. Uh, the Democrats better get their shit together because they're playing a whole different game, in my opinion. Okay, what else? Okay, a surge of Americans living in RV, recent grads unemployment rising faster than all workers. Well, you have spent your money, you have taken out loans to go to college, and your unemployment is rising faster than someone who went to vocational school and got a trade. Priced out of traditional housing, more Americans are living in RVs. Beef prices are up 17%. A U.S. household now needs to earn $114,000 annually to afford a median price house. Billionaire wealth surged three times faster in 2024. The world is now on pace for at least five trillionaires within the next 10 years. AI is replacing entry level jobs, and top AI executive warn of 10 to 20% overall unemployment in the next 5 years. 10 to 20% over unemployment, and unemployment don't hit the same dependent on what state you live in. See, if you already living in a dirt poor state that put this fool in office, unemployment is going to be way higher than the 10 to 20% for you. We're going to discuss how that works. Mortgage applications are down 34% from pre-pandemic levels and is even worse than in 2008. Less than half of Americans with jobs say that they have a sense of financial well-being, and that's crazy. U.S. billionaires reached a record-breaking 7.6 trillion in wealth as of September 2025, an increase of 4.7 trillion in less than 8 years. Most of the wealth hasn't been taxed and won't be taxed under our current system. They're not going to have to pay tax on these trillions of dollars that they're making. But look what's happening to the rest of the people in the United States. Since 2000, the average rent has increased by 139.4% compared to 112.3% for median full-time wages, meaning the growth in rents has outpaced wage growth by roughly 24.1%. See, shit got to change. Shit has got to change. So let me let me see what else I got to share. We're going to talk about that. What else are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about. I talked to you about TikTok. How TikTok is they are ensuring that the billionaires that are in charge of TikTok and its algorithm. What is his name? I forgot his name. Uh, what is this dude's name that he put over the algorithm? I talked about it in my last. They're making sure that you say nothing bad about Israel. That is something that is in Project Esther. So TikTok, uh, Facebook, Instagram, that's also uh, owned by Zuckerberg, X. All of these platforms are making sure that you are in line and don't say anything offensive about Israel. TikTok has started banning and suspending users that criticize Israel uh, or slash Zionist politicians and blocking search results related to Israel genocide, anything negative about the Jewish in the search results, and the FYP. So that's what's going on with your media. So all of this, all of this is I I let you hear Russell Vogt say it out of his own mouth. If you don't believe it, I'm gonna let you hear about what he has to say about protests. Let me find that. Here we are. All right, let me remove this banner. Some of you may have forgotten, even though I have shown this several times, how he was going to quell protests. So let's hear this again.
And we are working doggedly on that, whether it's destroying their agency's notion of independence, they're independent from the president.
Vogt has also been preparing documents based on fringe legal theories, arguing the president has the power to use the military against protesters.
George Floyd obviously was not about race, it was about destabilizing the Trump administration. Right. We put out, for instance, a 50-page paper designed for lawyers to know that the president has the ability both along the border and elsewhere to maintain law and order with the military, and that's something that it's going to be important for him to remember and his lawyers to affirm, but we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vogt believes a radical Christian nationalist agenda can be realized under a second Trump presidency. For example, on abortion.
So I think the president's actually come up with a strategy that works, so long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research. What I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him take it to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically, and with momentum.
And for Vogt, Trump's pick for vice president shows he's serious about pushing this ideology.
Listen, this mayor's going to wait until somebody gets...
Hold on. I made a mistake.
Recover in Project 2025, the secretive second phase, and the radical policy.
I apologize.
Independence, they're independent from the president.
Vogt has also been preparing documents based on fringe legal theories, arguing the president has the power to use the military against protesters.
And his lawyers to affirm, but we've given them the case for that.
With loyalists installed in key government agencies and armed with his playbook, Vogt believes a radical Christian nationalist agenda can be realized under a second Trump presidency. For example, on abortion.
So I think the president's actually come up with a strategy that works, so long as you are giving people like me in the government the ability to block funding for Planned Parenthood, block funding for fetal tissue research. What I've told people is he had the most pro-life record ever. I've never seen him to stand in the way of a pro-life initiative that actually was real, politically and with momentum.
And for Vogt, Trump's pick for vice president shows he's serious about pushing this ideological agenda when in power.
So I am very happy with the JD pick. I think it's transformative for sure. And he's think of him as a member version of what we do. So there's no think tank, no policy organization, no battle plan creator other than us for the worldview that I think Donald Trump has and that JD has.
But as public backlash against these plans builds, the Trump campaign has been scrambling to distance themselves from Project 2020.
Okay, we know that he tried to pretend like he had nothing to do with Project 2025. Let's see what he has to say about the deep state. Let's see, let's get into this deep state bullshit that have been parroted by this administration.
25's authors.
It's complete and utter bull for any reporter to write that this is the way it is. The president's made it clear these people do not speak for him. They do not speak for the campaign.
But Vogt tells us that behind the scenes, things are much friendlier. The Trump campaign recently picked him to write the Republicans' policy platform, making him essentially Project 2025's man on the inside.
I think the best example is like the campaign selected me to be the platform because of their views on my policy ideas, and they're not running from all of the negativity that I get from the press.
I see. So they haven't been spooked on you as a person, you don't think?
No, I mean, I don't think I'm going to be their transition pick because then they have all these kinds of stories. But no, the relationship is great.
The head of the Trump transition team has not yet been appointed, but Vogt says that no matter who is named, he'll be able to hand over his Project 2025 battle plans directly.
If it's someone like a Stephen Miller or Bob Lighthizer, then all this stuff gets plugged right in. If it's not, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But all of it will be designed for a theory of the case that President, if a battle plan is out there that will do what he wants, there are the people like me that have his trust that will be able to get it to him in whatever position we're at, or I could be at Center for New America, but the relationships will be there, the trust level will be there.
Project 2025's Radical Phase 1 policy book turned into a PR disaster.
The director of Project 2025 has stepped down after facing criticism from both Democrats and the Trump campaign.
But Vogt's Phase 2 battle.
And in an interview 2 months ago, he said that he was amazed at how quickly 4547 has enacted all of the things that are in Project 2025. I read you that article and showed you that article and gave you the link to that article where he is impressed. And he had to leave, what is it? He had to leave. Oh my God. He had to leave. I keep on wanting to say Turning Point. I don't know, because he just said he had to leave. Oh God. What is the name of that think tank that did Project 2025? He had to leave them when it came out and when the heat got hot. But there he is thinking about a way to actually go back to this organization. What is the fucking name of the organization of Project 2025? It begins with an F. I'm having a mind fart. Go ahead.
Plans, top secret and handed directly to the transition team, remain unburdened by the brand.
And are you going to like rebrand that second phase at all?
For what I do, the brand's not important.
And you're not worried that if it has Project 2025 on, he's going to go like,
no.
And you're not going to publish those?
No.
They go straight to.
Yeah, they're very, very close hold.
Okay.
Brilliant. It's been an education.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anytime.
Thank you very much. You can show us
That.
Okay. So. Let me see. I think there's a little bit right here. Here we go.
Intend to really see the document.
But behind closed doors, Vogt tells us not to take Trump's disavowal seriously.
I expect you to hear 10 more times from the rally, the president, distancing himself from the left's boogeyman.
The Heritage Foundation. It's don't be the Heritage Foundation.
Project 2025.
And you're not worried about that?
I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
He's running against the brand. He is not running against any people.
Okay.
He is not running against any institutions. It's interesting. He's in fact not even opposing himself to a particular policy.
Yeah.
He's been at our organization. He's raised money for our organization. He's blessed it from the, I remember walking into our last day in office and told him what I was going to do. So he's very supportive of what we do.
Our investigation
Okay,
into Project 2025 began 2 weeks before the meeting with Vogt.
This link is in my description box. Now, I want to get into what's going on in Chicago, and Portland. So, we talked about how in Portland there were absolutely about 5 to 7 people who were sitting out in front of the Portland ICE detention facilities, actually sitting down, had signs out, and one guy in a chicken suit with a flag wrapped around his neck, and all of a sudden, you hear from 4547 that he was going to send the National Guard to Portland because it was burning down. They were burning down Portland, is what he said. Come to find out, and he actually said, if you saw what I saw on TV last night, that was his reason for what he saw on TV the night before. You would be upset about what's going on in Portland. And come to find out, what he saw on TV the previous night was them showing old clips and pretending as this was what was going on in Portland. And the news outlets that he watches. So they were playing old footage and trying to say that these were the things that were going down in Portland. Have you seen a fire in Portland at all the time that they have shown you what is going on in Portland? You ain't seen no fire. You got people sitting at the ICE detention center live, and they are the ones who are being aggressive towards these Antifa people trying to start shit. And here we are today. We have this loon who is sitting up there saying that ICE Antifa gave her a black eye. Some woman hit her in the face, and now she's sitting up with the whole administration. She said that she has she's a reporter. She's a actual influencer. There was another influencer who was arrested, who is also sitting up there. But they are not showing this influencer trying to walk under a tent that people have set up with an American flag over his shoulder, and the American flag starts to pull their little tent over, and then they throw him out of the tent, and then these are agitators. They're out there agitating people, and they're being rewarded for it. They're sitting up with the president today. These are agitators. So the one with the black eye, who has no footage of this being done, and saying that the police department in Portland and the mayor, they're covering it up. Well, bitch, you're the reporter. She says she's been following Antifa for 4 years, and she knows where their safe house is, and they come and go in shifts. And but you're a reporter. You shouldn't be talking about it. You should be exposing it. Why haven't any of this footage from this reporter been revealed? But she's sitting up in the White House with an alleged black eye that came from Antifa. I'm just curious. I just gotta know. The Heritage Foundation, thank you. Okay, now, Room Shaker. Room Shaker, I am glad. Room Shaker, you still here? See, my mother always told me, when I said they said, she always said, who is they? Who is they? In other words, you have to know the facts. Don't come here telling me what they say. I want to know where did the information come from. So I'm going to talk to you about what they say. I heard a whole lot of stuff about this woman who was shot. She was doxing people. Uh, what they say is doxing people in the context of this ICE operation. They're calling people who broadcast where ICE would be next doxing. Not doxing as giving out your name, personal information. This is what they're calling doxing. So now this is a protester from ICE who is broadcasting where they are going to be next. They're saying that that's doxing. I just want you to be clear on what they are saying is doxing. I also want you to be clear on anything that this administration puts out is going to be a lie. Now, I talked about this woman that they shot 5 times in Chicago. Now, they said that they were boxed in by 10 cars, and this woman rammed into them, and they said she jumped out of the van with a assault rifle, and they had to shoot her 5 times. And then after all of this, after the violence of this woman, and after her jumping out of her van with an assault rifle, to she drove herself to the hospital. You mean you had to shoot somebody 5 times, and you couldn't get down on them and arrest them for jumping out at federal agents with an assault rifle? And she was able to drive herself to the hospital. And that was all they said about that. Now, come to find out, none of that shit happened. None of that shit happened. Come to find out, there was no gun. She had no gun at all. Uh, no gun at all. Do you know that the judge has released that woman? Thank God she lived. She was not an immigrant. She was American citizen. Uh, uh, that uh, uh, that is protesting against ICE, which is her right. Do you understand that she did not bang on their car? They banged on her car as per their. Thank God that I know a lot of them aren't even wearing body cam, but thank God that he had a body cam on that said, "Go for it, bitch. What you gonna do?" or something to that effect. As you see him swerve his vehicle into her car. So I just want to all of this repeating bullshit is just ridiculous. Everybody has a fucking computer in their hand on their cell phone. If they have any curiosity, they can look up information. Okay, but I digress. Let me play this for you.
Created melee in Chicago, an immigration agent shot an American. Over the weekend, amid the ICE-created melee in Chicago, an immigration agent shot an American woman multiple times following some sort of a traffic incident. Now, that incident escalated protests in the city that has already been rocked by DHS's heavy-handed tactics, including, as we've discussed here, an apartment raid that involved Black Hawk helicopters. Now, the details of exactly what transpired with this woman, whose name is Miramar Martinez, are kind of murky, but what has become quite clear is that the government initially lied about some really key details.
And the government said that this happened in Broadview. This did not happen in Broadview. This is what your government said, that it was in Broadview where the ICE detention center was. It absolutely was not in Broadview. It was in somewhere Polanski or something like that. This is what your government came out and told you. But let's continue.
And now, her lawyer is claiming that body cam footage undercuts their story entirely. This is raising serious questions about whether armed federal agents just shot an anti-ICE activist and then brazenly lied about it to cover their tracks. So let me
Why does it raise those questions? When they got before a judge, there were no gun charges. They charged her with no gun charges. They didn't mention a gun when they got in front of a judge, but they mentioned it to excuse why this man shot a U.S. citizen 5 times. Let's be clear.
Take you through the timeline of their shifting stories and exactly what the evidence shows. So this incident, it occurred on Saturday morning and involved not only Martinez, but another motorist, Anthony Ruiz, who was not shot, but was arrested. On Saturday evening, DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin put out the following statement with the government's first version of the events that led up to that shooting. Now pay attention to the details here. These are going to matter. McLaughlin wrote, quote, "This morning, during routine patrolling in Broadview, in the same area of Chicago that law enforcement were assaulted yesterday, our brave law enforcement officers were rammed by vehicles and boxed in by 10 cars. Agents were unable to move their vehicles and exited the car. One of the drivers who rammed the law enforcement vehicle was armed with a semi-automatic weapon. Law enforcement was forced to deploy their weapons and fire defensive shots at an armed U.S. citizen who drove herself to the hospital to get care for wounds. The armed woman was named in a CBP intelligence bulletin."
Now, this is your government saying that after all of that happened, she was able to drive herself to the hospital, when in fact she did not drive herself to the hospital. She pulled over to a business and an ambulance was called and took her to the hospital. But y'all repeating this bullshit that, and they showing pictures of a SUV being rammed. And come to find out, the rammer, they're saying that was her ramming ICE, but in fact that was ICE ramming her. These are the reports. But they put it out and saying, look at her, she's ramming ICE. And allegedly that was ICE ramming her. Let's continue. In Broadview, the same area of Chicago that law enforcement were assaulted yesterday. So that's wrong as well. Let's continue.
Bulletin last week for doxing agents and posting online, "Hey to all my gang, let's fuck those motherfuckers up. Don't let them take anyone." Thankfully, no law enforcement officers were seriously injured in this attack. Pritzker's Chicago Police Department is leaving the shooting scene and refuses to assist us in securing the area. There is a growing crowd and we are deploying special operations to control the scene. This is an evolving situation. We will give more.
Now, they said that, the Chicago Police Department left the scene. Now, we have plenty of video of them speeding through as Chicago PD is securing the scene. This is your government. Lies.
Info as soon as it becomes available. So that was their first version of events. Now that story was immediately called into question from a variety of directions. First of all, the other motorist, Anthony Ruiz's mother, denied the government's version of events. According to the New York Times, Mr. Ruiz's mother, Elizabeth Ruiz, said her son told her on the phone in the morning he had been rammed by federal agents and that they were shooting. Upon hearing that, she said she raced to the scene. She said an agent grabbed her son, said he was under arrest. When she asked why, she said she received no answer. So according to Ruiz and his mother, he just happened to be in the area, was rammed by ICE, and then arrested for no reason. Then, Chicago Police Department said the DHS was also lying about their supposed failure to assist in crowd control. Quote, in a statement, Chicago police clarified officers did respond to the shooting scene involving federal agents on Saturday near the intersection of West 39th Street and South Kedzie Avenue around 10:30 a.m. Police said their purpose was to, quote, maintain public safety and traffic control. Then we got the actual charging document from the government, and key details from McLaughlin's original story about Martinez were now missing. So the government themselves undercut key details of their original narrative. First of all, McLaughlin got the location wrong. Second, remember how she claimed that they were boxed in by 10 cars? Suddenly in the criminal complaint, only 4 cars were mentioned, Martinez, Ruiz, and 2 others. Originally, McLaughlin had said that Martinez drove herself to the hospital. Complaint says that she was actually taken by ambulance from a nearby repair shop. But most critically, McLaughlin had originally claimed the government had to fire shots in self-defense in part because Martinez was armed with a semi-automatic weapon. The criminal complaint makes no mention of Martinez carrying a firearm. So even before an initial hearing on the charges facing Martinez, government had already contradicted their own story in multiple significant ways. But a hearing last night raised even more questions about exactly what happened here. So Chicago Tribune reporter Jason Meisner covered these proceedings. According to Martinez's attorney there at those proceedings, the presence of rogue armed agents of the state, that was the real danger to the community, not Martinez. Martinez's team alleged that body cam footage tells a totally different story than what the government has been selling. So her attorney told the court, based on repeated viewings of the body cam footage, you can see the agent who was driving suddenly turned the wheel to the left, indicating he actually ran Martinez, not the other way around. Then the agent jumps out and starts shooting. Martinez's attorney also argued that the pattern of the bullets through Martinez's passenger side door was inconsistent with the government's narrative about a head-on ramming. In addition, the body cam footage captures this agent saying, quote, "Do something, bitch," before he jumps out of the car and starts firing his weapon. The body cam.
However, they said that she jumped out of her car with an assault rifle, and he had no, the only thing that they could do was to shoot her to save their lives. She was shot 5 times through her passenger door. This is a story that they have put out all over the United States. This is what the for-profit media was re-reporting as facts.
And footage was said to directly contradict the government's claim that Martinez was driving towards officers when they fired at her in self-defense. What's more, after the shooting, the agent appears to warn another agent about speaking plainly about what had just occurred, cognizant of the body cam's recording. Quote, after the shooting, Martinez's lawyer says the body camera captured another agent coming up and saying, "Hey, what happened?" The agent points to his body cam and says, "Hey, don't speak, you're good." As for the government, their lawyer did claim that that same body cam footage captured an agent saying, "We're getting boxed in, we gotta get out of here, she's going to make contact," right before the car is struck on both sides. Now, notably, Martinez's attorney offered to show the body cam footage to the court, while the government lawyers made no such offer. Now, ultimately, Martinez was shot 5 times. She's now being charged with forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating, or interfering with a federal law enforcement officer in the performance of their official duties. So far, though, the judge does not seem too impressed with the government's case. Both Martinez and Ruiz were ordered released after the judge found the government did not meet the bar for requiring the two to be detained until their trial. Now, given that body camera footage exists, we are eventually going to get the real story of what exactly transpired here. But already in significant ways, the government's story of self-defense against a rampaging woman with a semi-automatic weapon has completely fallen apart. And while no agents were injured, an American woman suffered 5 gunshot wounds from her own government. And one can only assume there will be more dangerous and potentially deadly encounters between citizens of our country and the government their tax dollars fund as the Trump regime escalates their ICE and National Guard deployments. And so, Sagar, you were talking about... And this is
hey, guys, if you want to see what I had to say to Crystal's monologue...
Okay, so there's that story. Hey, Z Sarah, it is good to see you. Yeah, I just wanted to give you guys information. Actual information. So if they had the body cam, why didn't they come out and show the body cam? Well, that's what usually what police will do. They didn't come out and show the body cam because they knew they fucked up. That's why they didn't show the body cam. So they get these narratives out here and they get people to run the narrative, to run the bullshit. A lie, what they say, a lie fast a lie a lie flies 10 times faster than the truth. Okay, so you have that information. Let me Mm-mm. Let me show you this Portland situation. Uh, how the lie will get around faster than the truth. Here it is. Oh, Benny Johnson. Let's see this lie.
Mr. Benny Johnson is a sad loser. He has been for many years, ever since he was fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarizing articles. No, he's sad and pathetic in a variety of different ways.
Now, understand, this is the same Benny Johnson who was invited to the White House to ask questions. This is the same Benny Johnson that goes on paid trips to Israel and make sure that he wears his, what do you call it, yarmulke, on camera, So let's continue.
Here's the most recent evidence. So he posted this tweet in an attempt to brag about the bravery of Kristi Noem as she cosplays as some sort of officer or something. He tweets, breaking, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem stares down army of Antifa and a guy in a chicken suit from the rooftop of the ICE facility here in Portland. Noem says, and so he puts in a quote. It's gotta be a strong quote, right? I mean, it's in the video, but he wants to write it out himself. So here's the quote. Hey, guy in the chicken suit, you can do better. Too bad they are uneducated and ill-informed. Wait, I think he forgot to put the good part, the strong. What was that? Why did you put that in the tweet? Noem isn't chicken. Okay, so first of all, this demonstrates a couple of things, that tweet. First of all, it demonstrates why people are sick of breaking going before things, because that's just, you just stood on a rooftop with her. You didn't need to put breaking. No, I understand that it just happened because you're posting it. Also, only put quotes that are impressive. That was pathetic. And then, okay, she's staring down an army of Antifa. Now in that photo, you can't see it. And we're gonna play the video. There's a reason they're not front and center showing the army. Take a look.
Staring down an army of Antifa. And this is why your military has been deployed to Portland. And as this stupid bitch stand on the roof and they trying to make it pretend like something is going on in Portland. And the only thing is going on in Portland is the attention and the bullshit that they have bought to Portland.
Secretary, do you have a message to the protesters, especially the man in the chicken outfit?
The man in the chicken outfit? I just see him now. Goodness sakes. He could do better. Our goal is that people would peacefully protest, but that we would still be allowed to enforce the law in this country. So it's too bad they're uneducated and ill-informed.
Were they not being peaceful? They seemed pretty peaceful. Now I know what you're thinking. At any moment, they're gonna pan to the right, because that obviously wasn't impressive. They're gonna pan to the right, and it's gonna be like Saruman and Wormtongue emerge from the balcony, and there's just an army of the Uruguay or something. No, that was it. That was the whole thing. And you saw the guy that was filming it. So he films the first 7 people and a chicken, and then he's like, well, that's nothing. Wait, is there a person over there? Oh, I think I see a person in the distance. Does that count? No, it's not an army. Why did you post that, Benny Johnson? Like, why did Kristi Noem stand on the roof? What was the point of that? And then why, like, I know that you wanted, like, the whole point of this is you're doing regime propaganda, okay? So you go up on the roof and you take the video and, like, why did you post that? That does not help you. Does he not understand that? Is he so used to plagiarizing other people's points that when he has to try to convince someone of something, he just has nothing? And so, yeah, there was like 7 people. There was media. They were all perfectly peaceful. It kind of feels like that proves our point, Sharon. I don't know. What do you think?
I think you can buy an adult unisex chicken suit on Amazon for about $23 right now. It's
probably
really
less
a
with
huge
those apps,
discount.
those coupon apps.
That's right. Right.
Okay. So let me show you one more thing from the actual local newspaper in Portland. What is it? We spent 24 hours at Portland's ICE facility. This is from the Oregonian paper. Let's see what they actually are going to show you.
Reporter with the Oregonian, Oregon Live, and it's about 10:15 a.m. I'm here at the ICE facility in Portland, and it's quiet here. I would say there's maybe 10 people max, and they're actually volunteers helping people who are going in and out for appointments.
There needs to be visibility on what this administration is doing. They have this narrative about Portland that they can sell, that they've been building since 2020, and it clearly doesn't matter to them what is actually happening on the ground.
It's a little bit past noon at the ICE facility in Portland. For most of the time I've been here, there's been 1 or 2 protesters. In the last half hour, it's gotten a little bit more significant. Most of the time, there have been more reporters than protesters here. I'll show you the scene a little bit behind me. There's a few people wearing masks and dressed in sort of more serious gear, but my understanding is they're actually security for a national news team. There's really just one person right now standing over that corner in the blue jacket. She's just protesting. And then there's a bunch of people, including those behind me, who are here sort of more observing the protests and, as they said, getting eyes on it themselves.
I'm a veteran. I served 6 years in the U.S. Army. Seeing more and more of Trump talking about deploying troops to the cities and wanting to use cities as training zones for soldiers was really, really making me angry, because as a soldier, I trained every day to kill people, and I don't think it's appropriate to have a lot of soldiers who are from immigrant families, who are immigrants, first-generation American, and that's what makes the military tick. In the military, we didn't care where you were from, as long as you have our back. You know, that's what matters.
Portland is burning down. Okay, so you see that there's a blue line right up there in the driveway. They are not supposed to step over the blue line. Now, you see ICE come out and attack them. Do you see anyone over the blue line, though? It is the ICE that is coming into the streets to put their hands on people. Let's slow this down. You see the blue? You see the blue line? You do see the blue line, and this guy right here with the freedom shirt on, isn't ICE attacking him? But he said that Antifa was attacking him. He has never said anything about ICE ran into the streets and attacked him. This is one of these lying influencers, I'm saying that with air quotes, who is saying that Antifa is out there causing problems. Let's continue. Who's taking Freedom Man into ICE? This is ICE who attacked him, and you see him out there striking at people. But these media influencers, because he is talking all of that, oh, I support ICE shit, is trying to act like Antifa is doing something to him. Let's be clear.
Hey, this is the line that they created.
Oh shit. Okay. You saw that. You saw that. You saw this. She's in the street. She's talking to them. She's not being violent. And what happens?
Hey, this is the line that they created.
Now they're being pulled back. But hey, before you pull me back, obviously, if you're being pulled back by your own group, you're not where you're supposed to be. But let me just fuck this woman up with a full spray right up in her face.
Hey, this is the line that they created.
Oh shit.
It is almost 4 a.m. See, it's pretty empty. There are two folks across the street from ICE, and there's a group of protesters at the Canopy little mini camp that folks have got set up. We've been here for the last few hours.
We had seen probably a crowd of around 25 to 30, and this was a crowd of really what we seen a regular group of protesters, folks who had been here before Trump's declaration and called.
Are they going past that blue line? No, they're not.
The National Guard last week. Folks that we've seen throughout the weeks here, and around 1:30 in the morning, we saw two protesters who were detained last night. And we spoke with one of the people who were detained, who had said that officers had taken their photo, got their name.
But who's beyond the blue line, punching people in the street? So before you talk about what they said, know what you're talking about.
Asked where they're from, and did not read them their rights, not really tell them what they're being charged with, but held them for close to 3 to 4 hours.
Apparently, they said they were released without any charges or citations.
So yeah, continue following.
So that's kidnapping. What that is kidnapping. You don't tell them why, you stop them, detain them, hold them for hours, and release them with no charges. That's kidnapping. This is what your government is doing. And you know what? I don't really care about what anybody has to say about crime and this and that. This is ICE. They're not there to stop crime. They're there to get to round up illegal migrants. Why if oh my God, why if Obama Jesus Christ. Why, if Obama was named deporter in chief, had deported so many people, he didn't have to go to these tactics to do it? Why? Why does it take this to deport people? And why is this becoming to Chicago should be happy that they're there because they're crime ridden? How come they're not going to those crime-ridden red states that are more violent per capita than Chicago? And y'all just, some of y'all, not y'all here, some people just buy into it and repeat the shit as if they are some people that this administration gives zero fucks about. See, they don't have to make the excuse to do it to you because they do it to you on a daily basis and you ain't got shit to say about it. But when they doing it to somebody else, they saving you. Saving you for what? They do worse to you. And y'all, anyway, not y'all, some people. I just wanted to share that with you. Okay. It's really disturbing. It really is disturbing. I concur. And you have people cheering this on. Why do you think they are testing out all of this shit? Why do you think that they're trying to justify all of this shit? And have you out here running with their lie about the rationale behind what they're doing to other people? The same thing that happened in Germany. The same thing that they're not doing it to me, so I'm gonna keep my head down. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm not gay. I'm gonna keep my head down. I ain't saying nothing. I'm not a machinist. I'm gonna keep my head down. I ain't gonna say nothing. They came for the unionists, but I'm not a unionist, so I didn't say anything. Now they coming for me. Boy, who gonna speak up for me? Y'all gonna help me? Listen, let me tell you something. It does not take all of this to deport people. Now, there's also a report out today that all of the buses that leave the Broadview ICE facility, they are going straight to Chicago O'Hare Airport. Collaborator were often worse than the fascists. I've lost patience. I don't have time to listen to fuck shit. It's a lot of. I'm just. Let me continue. Let me continue. Now, 4547 says he's going to arrest Chicago's governor and mayor. I just want. I'll let Spitzer say it in his own words, because this is where we are. I'll let you hear him in his own words respond to the jail threat.
Sir, thanks for joining us live on MSNBC.
How are you, Jake? We're good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. You know as well as I do, the President of the United States in the last 24 hours called for you to be imprisoned. I want to give you an opportunity. We've seen your reaction on social media, but I want to hear what you have to say back to the President of the United States.
Well, let's start with the idea that this is a convicted felon. I mean, think about that, who's threatening to jail me. I got to say, this guy's unhinged. He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator. And there's one thing I really want to say to Donald Trump. If you come for my people, you come through me. So come and get me.
What does that mean exactly, Governor? Do you believe that he would follow through or that he'll chicken out? He basically said the same thing to Governor Gavin Newsom when I was with him at the height of the raids in the Los Angeles area. Governor Gavin Newsom is walking free on the streets of California. You think that he'll chicken out, or would he ever arrest you?
Well, you know the expression, Trump always chickens out, taco. And I got to say, he can't arrest. We've done nothing wrong here. And very importantly, it's Donald Trump that is breaching the Constitution, breaking the law. We're taking him to court, and I believe we're going to win.
Right now, in the Chicagoland area, the Texas National Guard is staging for a deployment that Governor Greg Abbott has ordered. What's the latest? Do you know where they are, what they're doing at this hour?
Well, to be clear, Donald Trump ordered it and federalized those troops, and Greg Abbott's just going along. This is the same guy, by the way, Greg Abbott, who last year complained when Joe Biden tried to call up his National Guard and actually wrote a letter, signed a letter opposing that. Now he's okay with it because why? He's a lackey of Donald Trump. So we know that the Texas National Guard has been staging in Illinois. They're not yet, as far as I understand, on the streets, but I want you to know, the federal government is not communicating with our state.
They're not talking to you about where these troops are going.
It's unconscionable. This has never happened before. They're calling out troops onto the streets of a state that doesn't want them. And they're not even telling us where they're going to go, what they're going to do. This hasn't happened, I don't think, since the Civil War.
Let me ask you about the lawsuit. You have sued to stop their deployment. You didn't sue to stop National Guard on a nationwide level. You sued to, correct me if I'm wrong, just the Texas National Guard.
Actually, no. We sued to stop him from calling out the Illinois National Guard, the Texas National Guard, and all other National Guards because it is unconstitutional.
on the streets, even before the National Guard has made it to the streets of Illinois, you've got the Border Patrol. I was in Cicero yesterday, a 90% Latino population, and I watched as they not only picked people off the streets, but family members would come up to me and ask me where their family members were. I watched you with Rachel the other night here on MSNBC, and you were talking about how CBP has basically used the justification of the 100-mile border rule to allow the deployment here, and they're saying the border of Lake Michigan, the coast of Lake Michigan is the border. Lake Michigan, many people reached out to me and said, Lake Michigan doesn't even touch Canada. Are you thinking about suing to stop the deployment of the Border Patrol here as well?
Look, I think it's important to recognize that the Trump administration doesn't seem to respect any laws in the United States. They just do what they want to do, and they'll keep doing it unless someone stops them. Here in Illinois, we're stopping it. We're doing everything that we can to push back. And yeah, they've got armed, we're talking about automatic weapons and camouflaged, and they're not soldiers, right? These are ICE and Customs and Border Patrol agents that are roaming the streets of Chicago, in downtown Chicago. Why? It's a show. It's a show of force. And why does Donald Trump want to do that? I've said this before, and I think it's important for people to hear it. He wants to militarize major cities across the United States, especially blue cities in blue states, because he wants us to get used to the idea of military on the streets, military troops, because there are 2026 elections. I believe that he's going to post people outside of ballot boxes and polling places, and if he needs to, in order to control those elections, he'll assume control of the ballot boxes and count the votes himself. He promised to do that. He threatened to do that back in 2020. Didn't get the chance to do it. I believe he would do it in 2026.
Do you believe we'll have free and fair elections in the United States of America during the 2026 midterms?
If we all stand up and speak out, we sure as heck will. And you see there are literally hundreds of people here who are standing up to speak out, and we've seen in the No Kings protests and others, millions of people standing up. We need more.
I asked you when I saw you the other day about if the president invokes the insurrection.
Okay, so I just wanted to show that to you. Now, let's get to your administration this morning, talking about the terrorist Antifa that is in the streets. We understand that there is no such thing as Antifa, but let's get into who 4547 is entertaining at this big cabinet meeting that he had today. Let me share this with you. If you didn't see this today, watch live. Trump hosts talk on Antifa after calling it a domestic terrorist organization. We're gonna skim through. I think I want to get right here. I want to. Yes, this is where I want to go first, and then I'll skim through it since I'm on Portland.
All the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there, because like I said, we're just out there, and but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic, it's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an
Okay. That was one of the influencers in Portland saying, lying. All of this stuff that they say is going on. They're calling themselves reporters. This Katie is calling herself a reporter. Listen to what she says. She's been in Portland and she know where their safe houses is. She see them change shifts. She has absolute offered no facts to anything she's saying. She don't direct you to where you can see all of this reporting that she has been doing on and quote unquote Antifa for 4 years, and bullshit. It's bullshit.
honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence.
So you have 45, 47. You have the cosplaying Christy Nome. You have Cockeye Patel, and you have Todd Blanche, the one who got Ghislaine Maxwell her foreplay prison when he went and interviewed her, the deputy attorney general, and I believe Pam Bimbo is also there on the other side. Who else is there? Marco Rubio runs in. I don't think Keg Breath is there though. I don't think Pete Keg Breath is there. Let's continue.
Violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting...
She sure that's not ICE? Is she sure that's not ICE?
Here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, it's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question.
They told her that personally. But you're a investigative journalist. Where is the any proof of anything she said? Now she said the journalists in Portland are hiding it for the police.
Nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened.
And look at him. Ooh, you see what she's saying? Look at you. You guys are implicit in this. You see how he gives the media the cockeye as this fucking unvetted fucking fool sits up here and is giving a whole platform with his administration. Let's continue.
With the steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to.
Okay. All right. We'll go back to that, but I just really want to show you who the Katie chick was. Let's look at Katie and her been hit in the head with a pole and all of this. Mm, let's check this out. New York Post actually says that she's a journalist. Journalist says Portland Antifa protester hit her with a flagpole and gave her a black eye. Now, who's out here carrying the flagpoles? Who's out here carrying the American flags? It's not the protesters. The protesters are not carrying the flagpoles. Let's be clear. Let me. She's an influencer. She's a YouTube influencer.
A journalist covering the, quote, complete lawlessness in Portland said she was left with a painful black eye when a masked Antifa-affiliated protester whacked her in the face with a flagpole. Post-millennial reporter Katie Daviscourt appeared on Fox News with...
Okay, check this out. She was hit in the face with a flagpole. Watch when she shows up to Fox News. When she shows up to Fox News.
A big bruise under her right eye that she said she got while covering the nightly protests outside an ICE building in the long-troubled Oregon City.
Last night I got assaulted and I immediately ran to a Portland police officer, hunted down the suspect, chased her through the streets and said, "This is my assault suspect. Can you guys finally do something?" And I had eyes on her for about 35 minutes. Portland police refused to come in and make an arrest. And I had 3 officers just standing there watching me try to hunt down this suspect.
This Antifa-affiliated subject just started approaching me and waving a flagpole in my face. And then I kind of turn around, and that's when she swung it like a baseball bat and directly hit my eye. Daviscourt also told Real America's Voice host, Hosebek. The Portland Police Department issued a press release asking for the public's help in identifying the suspect, but police denied that they refused to help the journalist. One of the department's dialogue liaison officers attempted to talk to the suspect to hear her side of the story. She would not stop, so the officer told her she was being detained. She refused the lawful police order to stop and she fled, police said. Police have also said that they met with the victim and that the case is being investigated by its Major Crimes Unit. President Trump has directed the War Department to send all necessary troops to Portland to protect the city and its ICE facilities from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists, following months of daily protests. Oregon has filed a lawsuit to block Trump's plan to deploy National Guard troops to Portland. Trump also confirmed he is authorizing full force if necessary, amid the spate of daily protests that have intensified since June.
Portland is unbelievable what's going on in Portland. The destruction of the city. Well, I'm going to look at it now because I didn't know that was still going on. This has been going on for years. So we'll be able to stop that very easily.
Portland has long been a hotbed of Antifa activities. Rioters there have repeatedly attacked and laid siege to the ICE facility, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Trump has also deployed the National Guard to Washington, D.C. and Memphis as part of an effort to crack down on crime. Earlier this year, he briefly sent the National Guard to Los Angeles to address concerns about rioting.
So, there you have it. That's who was talking to you. That's who was presenting the story to you. All of this, I'm a reporter. I have this. I've seen that. But you don't see. Lead us to your reporting about this. let me find this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. No, we're not gonna. Let me see. Okay, here we go. I want you to pay attention to the person in the gray sweatshirt. He was also at this meeting with 4547. Here we go. A scuffle leads to right-wing influencers arrest in Portland. Uh, I will. Let me see if I can point him out for you.
With the flag.
Hey!
Okay, so this is him right here. He wants to go on Fox News and say he is a victim. This is him right here. Let's go back. Now that I found him. Where is he at? He has fire in his head. Or is that a camera? The camera. Right there. This one right here.
Mark's a veteran. He's got it.
He's a victim. He's a victim. Agitator. Agitator. Okay. Let's go.
And look at Portland PD just hanging out watching people get assaulted.
We've already seen that President Trump successfully made D.C. safe again in only a few weeks. That same crime crackdown will continue to happen in cities across the country and is happening in Portland, Oregon. President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. What's been allowed to happen in Portland, and we saw disturbing video footage of this last night, this is not peaceful protesting, this is left-wing anarchy that has been destroying this great American city for years, leaving police officers battered, citizens terrorized, and business.
You remember how when the Black Lives Matters protests were going on and how they said that they had agitators that were in the crowds who started a lot of bullshit, a lot of the damage to property in the crowds? You remember January 6th, what you saw at your actual capital happen? Let's continue.
Properties damaged. Since early June alone, Antifa terrorists have laid siege to the ICE field office in South Portland. These radical left-wing lunatics have violently breached the ICE facility by using a stop sign as a battering ram, hurled explosives and other projectiles at law enforcement, repeatedly assault and dox officers, berate their law-abiding neighbors, and have...
Where's any of the facts of any of this that she's saying? Explosive? Did that building look like any explosive had been hurled at it? Let's continue.
even rolled out a guillotine in front of the ICE facility.
Even rolled out a guillotine. Surely there are pictures of that, but there is actual pictures of the noose that was hung for Mike Pence on January 6th, bitch.
More people should be reporting on that. President Trump has sent federal.
More people should be reporting on that. I guess nobody's reporting on that. Surely one of your influencers that you had sitting up with you today has a picture of the guillotine, since she says she's been reporting on Antifa, quote unquote Antifa, for the past 4 months. So surely that bitch has reported on that. Where is the footage?
Law enforcement to protect federal assets and arrest those fueling this violence. Just last night, we saw an extremely troubling incident where conservative journalist Nick Sorter was captured on video being taken into custody by the Portland police after he was ambushed by Antifa and was defending himself from these assaults. But instead of arresting these violent mob members night after night after night who are ravaging this community, the police arrested a journalist who was there trying to document the chaos, and everyone in this room should be extremely concerned about that. The Department of Justice spoke with that journalist this morning, and they will be launching a full investigation into his arrest.
Okay.
All right, y'all, we got to talk about the crimes of this regime because they are getting more and more out of control.
I do want to talk about these 80-something-year-olds. I told you about the 80-something-year-olds who were assaulted by ICE in Chicago. I'll let Kyle tell you about that. Let me give you this link. A lot of this stuff is just like all over the place. She would have been down for the count. So full of SHI. Exactly. This Kyle Secular Talk link talking about the 80-something, I think they were 82 or 84-year-olds who were brutalized by ICE in Chicago.
On a daily basis. On a daily basis, it's getting worse. So let me start with this. Trump came out, I believe today, and called for J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Johnson of Chicago to be arrested. Look at this. So Axios says the following. President Trump on Wednesday said Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson should be jailed for, quote, failing to protect ICE officers. By the way, keep that in mind, because what I'm about to show you is beyond disturbing. Trump is whining about ICE officers not being safe. Meanwhile, you're about to see clip after clip, picture after picture, story after story of ICE agents harassing the shit out of and assaulting the shit out of innocent people, including an 84-year-old married couple. And he has the nerve to whine about, unfair treatment of the agents. Fuck off. Jesus Christ. All right, here we go. Trump, who has a long history of saying political opponents should be put behind bars, is escalating his feud with leaders in Chicago, where his administration's immigration crackdown and troop deployment have been met with fervent opposition. Neither man has been accused of committing a crime. Trump's combative rhetoric follows a lawsuit from Illinois and Chicago seeking to block Trump's unlawful deployment of federalized National Guard troops in Chicago. Quote, the Chicago mayor, this is Trump, so I should say, Chicago mayor should be in jail for failing to protect ICE officers. Trump wrote on Truth Social Wednesday morning. Governor Pritzker also. Both leaders have rejected the idea that federal troops are needed in Chicago. Pritzker said he would, quote, not back down in an X post. Trump is now calling for the arrest of elected representatives, checking his power. What else is left on the path to full-blown authoritarianism? Johnson responded, this is not the first time Trump has tried to have a black man unjustly arrested. I'm not going anywhere. An emboldened Trump has used the Justice Department to target his political foes, including former FBI Director James Comey. He also publicly demanded Attorney General Pam Bondi go after Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Now, by the way, I should give you an update on that. They are struggling to find anybody at the DOJ who will take up the James Comey case. In fact, they're going to have to contract outside of the DOJ. Letitia James, they're having a similar thing. Everybody's going, there's no fucking crime here. What do you want me to do? There's no crime here. And Trump is trying to fire people if they don't do these political persecutions. The Texas National Guard members arrived in the Chicago area on Tuesday. Hold on that. I got more stuff for you on that in just a little bit. More personnel are expected to hit the streets as Trump authorized the deployment of some 300 Illinois National Guard members over the weekend. Now,
I dropped this link
with investigating.
I dropped this link. I don't want to play all of his stuff. I just want to get to what is going on, so you can get the visuals. Go over to Secular Talk. I'll drop this link again.
All right. Well, we're just getting started on this one, y'all. Ready? Wall Street Journal reports the following. Thousands of federal agents once tasked with investigating drug smuggling, sexual exploitation, and organized crime have been redirected to immigration enforcement. So this is exactly what we reported when Stephen Miller berated ICE agents and said, what the hell are you doing going after drug smugglers and human traffickers and organized crimes and organized crime? What are you doing going after them? Don't do that. Go to the local Home Depot and start picking up day laborers. I'm not kidding about quality of who you get. I don't care about getting the worst of the worst criminals. No, drop that. I care about quantity. Go get...
Okay. Also, it's important to note that Pam Bimbo went before... what was it? Went before... what? I forget. Pam Bimbo had a hearing on yesterday. And one of the questions that a lot of the senators were asking about is all of the money that had been clawed back by this administration to fight many drug crimes, drug investigations, and all of this stuff. She said that I think she said that over 200 people had requested that they get their money back, and they are reviewing all of them, and 17 states so far. She was unable to say which 17 states, but these blue states senators were specifically saying that you have taken money out of law enforcement in my state. Cory Booker was one, I know for sure. I forget several more were. And she said, well, you can talk to me personally and we'll check on it. Well, why do the states have to check on with you personally, the DOJ? How come the DOJ didn't personally check that this money was not going to fight crime, since that's the whole point of the DOJ? We're going to get into that.
The little abuela down the street who's been here totally peacefully for 3 decades. Why? Because we care about the numbers. That's all we care about. This is insane. Even the Wall Street Journal, this is a right-wing outlet, guys. This is a right-wing outlet. And they're looking at this going, holy shit, are you guys insane? All right, more. ICE knocked down 84-year-old married couple and send wife to the hospital bloodied with a concussion. Quote, with no warning, the feds charged us, knocked us down, and sprayed us. I was hit in the head with a projectile. Probably a pepper ball, by the way. Husband was shocked by agents' behavior, and he served 10 years in Vietnam. Quote, it was not the kind of crowd that shouts the F word. There were families. People have to know that we are not Antifa. I always thought people must be provoking them or something, that they would never do this unprovoked. Obviously, I was wrong. Richard and Lori Ekman live just a few blocks away from the protests outside the ICE facility in South Portland, Oregon. They are radicalizing the normies. A normie 84-year-old married couple is going, turns out they're the ones always starting shit.
So, did your influencers / reporters sitting up there with that 45-47's administration tell you about any of this? The media is keeping quiet what Antifa is doing. That's why I've got to research what you're putting out here. Let's continue.
Oh, you don't say. So the peaceful protesters are peaceful and do the right thing at all times, and then the thugs come in, decked out in military gear and covering their faces, and they start assaulting people? That's exactly right. All right, here we go. Let me watch the video with you. So this is the couple right here, and this is, I guess, shot with a pepper ball. Got hit with some projectile, bleeding. 84 years old. 84 years old. 84. And there's the blood that was dripping down her shirt. 84 years old. Insane. Look at this couple. Look at this couple. I know I've said it 1,000 times. You'll hear me say it 10,000 more times. All of these ICE Gestapo thugs need to be arrested and need to be put in prison. We need new Nuremberg trials. And these guys.
And you notice what I hope my mic is on. And you notice what they say. They say that I forget his name. The man who was there, Keith Scobie or something like that. He said that he don't think the man I just showed you. He said he doesn't know if the people who attacked him were arrested because they're walking around in black hoods and with their face covered. But they tell you that it's okay for ICE to walk around in hoods and their face covered and no identification. And he said, so who's to say if they're going to even be able to identify them? And that is the complaint about ICE, who is being paid by the federal government. They're out there doing this thing with their faces covered and no identification, given no reason for the things that they are doing. And who is going to be able to say this ICE official is the one who did this to me? Make it make sense. Let's continue.
Are first in fucking line committing crime. It's a whole agency built on crimes, built on pretending the Constitution doesn't exist and people don't have any rights. According to CBS News, ICE agents have been making fake 911 calls in Chicago. Totally lawless behavior from an agency that's supposed to enforce the law. This is wild, bro. This is wild.
You are watching as Broadview police respond to a 911 call, claiming someone was tampering with a gate at the ICE detention facility there. Body camera footage obtained by the CBS News Chicago investigators shows several Broadview police officers respond to an alleged Homeland Security threat. The gate in question is where ICE takes detained immigrants for processing.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
How are you?
Good. We got a call of subjects trying to climb over the fence or something.
Not since we've been here.
But when police arrive, all they find is two people and a camera. Our CBS photographer filming the exterior of the building with a CBS security guard by his side.
Okay.
Now understand, to these liar Gestapo thugs, they consider this a threat. They consider this violence. Journalists doing their job is unacceptable to the deputized Proud Boys and white nationalists of the ICE Gestapo Thug Brigade.
You guys didn't tamper with any of those?
No, man. The 911 call claiming someone was tampering with the gate came from an ICE agent. According to this incident report, an ICE agent called police for help.
But he can't go and try to force his way in that door.
Okay, so the guy in the
He just said no, the guy's just recording.
Do you believe that was a false call?
I do.
Again, it was just our CBS photographer filming the exterior of the building.
In your mind, bogus. Yes. It's disturbing. It's ridiculous.
Broadview Police Chief Thomas Mills says this is just one of several questionable 911 calls his police department has received from ICE at this facility recently. This same detention center has become the site of at least 3 other incidents involving federal agents who are accused of hitting people with cars, shooting projectiles, and using chemical agents on journalists, including a CBS reporter last Sunday.
Hitting people with cars. The ICE agents are hitting people with cars and then fleeing the scene. They're shooting tear gas and whatnot at journalists. So now, guys, by the way, this isn't just a one-time thing. It's now happening across the board. The cops in all of these cities are going, oh, these motherfuckers are the problem, bro. The cops are saying that. I'm not even kidding. For the first time, the entire left is going, back the blue. They're being honest. They're saying, hey, the ICE Gestapo thugs are being ICE Gestapo thugs. They're starting the trouble, and then they're whining. They're being cry bullies, acting like they're the victims when they're the perpetrators. How about this? Indian man to be deported by ICE after they mistake perfume for illegal drugs. Officer found a bottle labeled opium in his car, then assumed it must contain the narcotic. Despite all charges being dropped, he spent 30 days in jail, had his visa revoked, and faces deportation. Kapil Raghu is married to a U.S. citizen. He claims his attorney failed to file updated immigration status in a timely manner. The Arkansas State Crime Lab concluded beyond any doubt that the substance in the bottle was perfume, not opium. The incident occurred in the Benton suburb of Little Rock, Arkansas. Let me ask you a question. If you're going to ride around with a bottle and it happens to be heroin or opium or any sort of opiate or opioid, would you write opium on the bottle?
No.
How would you do? Would you let everybody know, here are my drugs? I have my drugs. Of course not. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, let's watch.
I talked with Kapil Raghu and his wife, Ashley Mays. You can see his arrest right here. Officers said he had an illegal substance in his car. However, they later found that wasn't the case. And even though Kapil has now been released, the family says it continues to cause them problems. Problems they say are far from over.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
I'm confused on why he's going to jail. I want to say this, please.
That video shows officers taking Kapil Raghu into custody in the parking lot of a Benton gas station.
You got a vial of opium. That was in your center console. Go and take a seat.
But that bottle of opium wasn't filled with the illegal substance, but instead a perfume with the same name. By the time the Arkansas State Crime Lab figured that out, Raghu was already in the Saline County Jail, where it was discovered that he was on a temporary visa that had expired. He had been trying to become a permanent citizen, but this put a stop to that and sent him to an ICE facility in Louisiana.
She used to call me every night crying, and my stepdaughter putting a Bible on her chest crying. Even at that spot, my stepdaughter was crying a lot, and she was planning to sell her cars and move to some other country where we can live happily.
Raghu was released after 30 days, but now he's in limbo. All his previous work towards becoming a citizen has been wiped out. He's not allowed to hold a job.
Go ahead, take out a loan to pay for our bills and to put money on his books and just hire additional attorneys and things along that lines. So financially, it's been extremely, extremely rough.
That led Raghu to
incompetence. These are the best of the best. These are the people who have their position based on merit. Okay.
Take the step of writing a letter to ICE's legal office, asking that he be allowed to resolve his immigration status through the proper legal channels, as he was doing before his arrest. That letter delivered this week.
It was very intimidating and very we're not bad people. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just a normal family.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Is the Texas National Guard. And you had Greg Abbott go, the fearsome fighting force, the Texas National Guard is going to lay down the law. That's what they're going to Chicago.
All I see is a bunch of fat bellies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 out of 6 big fat bellies. That's what I see. Let's continue.
Chicago to make sure everything's run smoothly and is all right. Meanwhile, people took one look at this photo and they went Insky. They were calling them Meal Team 6. They were calling them Gravy Seals. These dudes were getting roasted. Because if we're being serious, look at them. Look at them. It perfectly encapsulates the Trump era. Because at the same time, we're dealing with straight up evil, demonic fascists, which is exactly what the Trump regime is. At the same time, they're also incompetent, fucking ridiculous, buffoonish type people. So in the midst of ordering a fascist crackdown, here's the fucking Paul Blart mall cop is showing up to be the jackbooted thug. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. All right, more. Let me just scroll down here. Meal Team 6, and then we need more voices like this. We actually covered this the other day. This is a black U.S. veteran who went to town and called ICE traitors. Go watch that video that we did and go subscribe to Jordan Chariton's Status Coup. He's the guy who got this video, and he's been on the ground reporting on all these protests nonstop. For my next act, I will make freedom-loving small government conservatives defend a police state. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So anyway, Meal Team 6 and Gravy Seals is what these people are being referred to as. All right, more. ICE
now, here go ICE shooting this minister in the head.
Coldly shot an unarmed
with a pepper ball.
Armed priest in the head with a pepper ball when he and everyone around him clearly posed no threat. Watch this, y'all. This is crazy. See that? Did you see that? Oh.
Yeah, crazy shit. But they are the victims. Pitzer should be put in jail for not protecting the ICE agents. Really? Okay.
So understand what's happening here. They're literally, this is like shooting fish in a barrel for them. None of these people are armed. None of these people are causing any problem whatsoever. They're using their First Amendment rights. They are using their First Amendment rights. That's all this is. Constitutionally protected.
Okay, so... yeah, let's get into the glitch. I talked about the glitch that Stephen Miller had, where he gave the game away, and somebody must have yelled in his ear, "Shut up! Don't tell that! Shut up!" And he got quiet, and CNN, the actual for-profit news, cut all of that. What he said that had him to be shut down and shut up. When CNN posted this interview, they actually deleted that little part.
While Stephen Miller was on CNN and he said, the black people in Chicago are thrilled that we're getting the illegal aliens out of their communities who steal their housing and their jobs. Just shameless, disgusting liars. Ready for this? Man released from prison after 43 years for crime he didn't commit. Now ICE is immediately deporting him. He was a legal permanent resident before his arrest and wrongful conviction, living in the U.S. since 9 months old. We're going to deport him. We're going to deport him. He's got no other place that he calls home. Subu Vedum is the longest-serving exonerated prisoner in the history of Pennsylvania. His attorney argues that the immigration removal order should also be vacated, as it only exists because of the original overturned murder conviction. So, in other words, it was the incorrect imprisonment that they're now.
Make that make sense. Make any of that make sense. He was convicted of something he didn't do. That's what sparked the deportation. But now he's been vindicated, and they still are going to deport him. So it's a whole lot of bullshit.
That changed this week with the murder case dropped against Vedum, but what impact the change in Vedum's case has on the federal proceedings or possible deportation is unknown at this point. In Center County, Gary Sanderson.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. ICE snipers shooting rubber bullets at a crowd. Again, take note of how none of these people are a threat. Watch. Look at this.
Shooting fucking rubber bullets down at this crowd, and listen, they ain't doing shit.
Their hands are up. Their hands are up. They're not a threat in any way, shape, or form, and they're getting lit the fuck up with rubber bullets, which can send you to the fucking hospital, by the way.
So Antifa is doing horrible things. That's Portland. Antifa is out here doing horrible things. And we have the lying, quote unquote, influencers sitting up in the White House. Now, speaking of which, I want to share with you one more thing, and then we're going to move on and understand why all of this is even happening. Hey, Sandy, what black people? I live here shaking my head, the lies in my candy about the lies in my candy voice. Okay. There are some black people who think that this is a good thing. There are some black people who really think that they are going to be happy when the National Guard comes out. So, all you have to, I can just give them information. I cannot say what is going to make them happy, but trust and believe. They are going to find out that nothing good is going to come of this for black people. Okay, so let's get back to this Republican influencer who is so innocent. He spoke before the blonde lady who said that someone hit her in the head with a flagpole. He had on the gray. I have a little more footage of him. You see this tent. These are people have their tent set up, their little personal tent. They say that Antifa are agitating. What are these people doing prior to this man in the gray sweatshirt coming up?
All right, let's go.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He has on black now. We have some people sitting down. It's this guy right here. He has on black. You have some people sitting down there practicing their First Amendment right. They're even across the street from the ICE detention center. These are agitators that are talking about all of this. Antifa did this, and nobody's doing that about Antifa. Let's see what this agitator is doing, who was sitting with your president this morning.
All right, I want to walk through. I want to give a tour of the camp. So, all right, let's go. Ready? You have to go with me. We're going through the camp. Okay.
I want to give you a tour of the camp. We're going through the camp. What camp? What camp is he talking about? Let's see.
Yep.
No. Now, did he even attempt to of course, you understand if you have a flagpole over your shoulder and you're walking through this little pop-up tent, that the flagpole will knock over this pop-up tent. Would you be aware that I need to put my flag down? We're going through what encampment? You're going through someone's personal setup where they set up to. You see this lady sitting down right here, and an agitator. And then sitting up there talking about all the horrible things that Antifa is doing. Let's continue.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't fucking touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is a sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Don't touch her.
Whoa.
Okay, so this thing's...
You're not making it.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're going to get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted here. And we're live, right?
So he went in and just tried to walk through her. And he says that you can't walk on the sidewalk in Portland or you're going to be assaulted. Now he's the victim. See how that works? You see how all of this is working? And they're sitting in the White House. Let's review this one more little bit. Now he's the victim, and this is why he was arrested. New footage shows Republican influencer Nick Sotor clashing with Portland protesters, and I think it says before he was arrested. Before arrest. Let's understand what we're seeing here.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't fucking touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is a sidewalk.
Fucking touch me.
Get out.
No.
Yep.
So you see her standing there.
No.
You see her standing there. He walks right into her and she's telling him, no. You know, isn't it curious how these people who get protected by the right don't understand that no means no? Isn't that curious how that works? You see her standing there. Do you not see her standing there? Let's continue. I ain't gonna stop this moment.
No.
Unfortunately, I'm going.
Don't fucking touch me.
Get out of the way.
Don't fucking
Get
touch
out
me.
of the way.
No.
This is a sidewalk.
Now he's running through her. She tells him no. Unfortunately, I'm going. Isn't 45, 47 got convicted for not accepting no, meaning no, and unfortunately he kept going as well?
Get out of the way.
Whoa. Touch her. Whoa.
Okay, so this thing's...
You're not making it.
You're no longer allowed to walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're going to get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted here. And we're live, right? We got it. Okay. So now you're going to get assaulted. You're going to be pushed. You're going to be. Don't do that. Where'd it go? I don't know, man. I got you.
With the flag.
You see that little victim in the gray shirt? They fucking him up. Do you think if they really wanted to fuck him up, he would be standing there right now? Let's continue.
Mark's a veteran. He's got it.
Okay. I gotta go back to something. I got to go back to 4547 today. Let me let you hear what this agitator had to say in front of the administration today. Let me see. Let me. I really want you to hear what he had to say today. 4547 hosts roundtable on Antifa. Let's get
Lovely people.
Let me get to his statements. Okay, he is right before her. I do believe. Let me see. No, that's not him. That's him in the blue suit. Let's get to his statements.
Very strongly doing that because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city, the head of the Union Pacific.
Refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address refusing to acknowledge that they even
And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why they're such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it if we have large swaths of these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists.
Federal conspiracy charges.
Hold on.
Because people.
My mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Seems quick to violence as soon as you make.
It's concerning to me that you're moving me for my own safety.
Your goal or your ambition is, it will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job. Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. Would you want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate.
Here is Nick, right here.
You guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today and on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians.
Now I forget this motherfucker's name right here in the black jacket. I wonder how he found even time to even have any comment about this because he is usually on Piers Morgan's show yelling and screaming about there not being a genocide in Gaza and licking up Netanyahu's ass. I wonder what he has to offer to this conversation because he is always talking about what Palestinians have done wrong and deserve to be in this genocide. I'm just asking. Let's continue.
Are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just.
White privilege will do that to you. I never thought I was being removed for committing a crime. Look at what they did to me.
Thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went.
Okay, so this is who your FBI, DHS agents are talking to. A whole provocateur. Let me give you the link to this. I don't know how much more I can take. Listen to
Went there and went to that ICE facility, and the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years, and apparently under the Biden regime that was just allowed to happen. That was fine, no problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now.
Okay. Is he unaware that the only reason that Portland is being awash with the National Guard because they do not want to release the Epstein files while he's talking about pedophilia? I'm surprised his mic didn't get cut. As I week by week, sometimes 2 and 3 times a week, exposed to you all the right wingers who have been arrested, found dabbling in this type of stuff on the right in high positions, just like 45, 40, 47 spiritual advisor just got what did he get? 6 months. He got I think it was his term. I think he got like 5 years for dabbling with one of his underage parishioners years ago. I think they gave him 5 years, and he only have to serve 6 months. So do you think that this administration takes pedophilia seriously as they are trying to hide the Epstein files? As Pam Bundy, that was one of the questions that she refused to answer.
So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah, I actually have a second.
Prosecutions for what? Let's start prosecutions. As he used that flag, I didn't even know this part was on here. I knew he had spoken. I thought he had spoken before the other airhead had spoken. Now, your president who try to pretend as if burning a flag is something that is criminal, when that is included within your First Amendment right. I know exactly who it is. Well, why don't you give it to Pam so we can start prosecuting? Ooh. This is your government, and you should be very afraid.
Flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have two of them from the same guy.
Well, you also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least
That's when it went crazy. That's when it went crazy. I thought it was already burning before then. That's when it went crazy. Bullshit.
that horrible night made you famous. You got
He was
something.
already
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you very much.
Now, the police are on the line for this bullshit. Now, this is your fucking government. This is the Attorney General of the United States. Yeah. What more can I say? What more can I say? I can say a lot more. Let's get into. That was a side note. These were side notes before my show. I did not want to get into all of that right now. Let me, yeah, let me get into my show. That wasn't even any parts of my show, but I'm going to get into my show and shut down, but still lying. Let me share this with you. The government is still shut down. This is day 8 of the government shutdown, and your government was sitting out there feeding you propaganda about why the military is necessary in your states. And hey, I tried to give you the information. Do with it as you will. Rolling Stone fact check Mike Johnson's biggest lies about healthcare and undocumented immigrants. The Republican speaker continues to push the false narrative that Democrats are responsible for shutting down the government because they want to fund healthcare for undocumented people. Oh my God. Something. I'm back. I don't know what happened. Uh, I just got thrown out. So I let me get the Rolling Stone article that I wanted to share with you guys again. The government is on day 8 of it being shut down, and your government seems to be unconcerned as there are showcasing a whole lot of bullshit and excuses to get you comfortable having the military in the streets of blue states and cities. So the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is continuing to say that they will open up. They will open up the mil- the They will open up the government as soon as the Democrats sign a clean, continuing resolution. The Democrat says they are not going to sign and continue to keep the government open because of all of the people who will lose their Obama care credits to be able to afford health care. Uh, this the Obamacare credits. Now, where is it? Oh, hmm, hmm, hmm. Uh, let me find. Oh, here. What am I doing? I don't have to go here to find that. It's right here, Ronnie Q. What is wrong with you? Let's get back to where we were. I'm tripping. It's in my. I'm actually doing my show off of the notes I have. I apologize for that. Wait. Here we are. Um, the government is shut down, but you're still being lied to. So here we go. Let me share this with you again. I apologize for that. Oh, wait. Mike Johnson, biggest lies about healthcare. Uh, Now, this is what I actually wanted to show you. Mike Johnson said today on Face the Nation that Democrats want to spend 1.5 trillion million, and they want to return hardworking taxpayer dollars to fund health care for illegal aliens. It's in their bill. Go to speaker.gov and see it for yourself. Page 57, section 2141. They're using this for political games, and it's shameful, and real people are getting hurt. This is what Speaker Mike Johnson said on Face the Nation on Sunday. And then Margaret Brennan replied, I've I have looked at the text, host Margaret Brennan replied. It doesn't explicitly say what you're saying. So he got called out on his lie. I just want you to know while your government is hyping up propaganda, uh, people are there. There are airports, Nashville, Burbank, I believe Newark, and several more airports that have no 24/7 air traffic controllers, and it's getting worse. I think O'Hare is getting bad right now because of air traffic controllers not showing up for work. And let's see one thing at a time.
Because they want to do this. You know what they counter propose? They want to spend $1.5 trillion and they want to return hard-working taxpayer dollars to fund health care for illegal aliens. It is in their bill. Go to speaker.gov and see it for yourself. Page 57, section 2141. They're using this for political games, and it is shameful, and real people are getting hurt.
Well, I have looked at that text. It doesn't explicitly say what you are indicating, but unauthorized immigrants aren't eligible for ACA
yes,
benefits.
it does. It says very simply they want to repeal the changes that we made in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill. And what those changes were is it removed health care going to illegal aliens. It removed all the fraud, waste, and abuse. And the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, said it achieved the desired result. They project it'll save almost $200 billion. Chuck Schumer's proposal on page 57 wants to return that $200 billion of taxpayer funds to pay for illegal aliens and other non-citizens. That is a fact, and you can check it out on my website, speaker.gov. Don't trust me. Look at Chuck Schumer's own paperwork.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, thank you for your time this morning. We'll be right back with a lot more.
Okay, so she has already said him, and he reiterated the same lie. We went to the speaker site with links to the Democratic proposal. The specific session Mike Johnson mentioned, section 241 on page 57, repeals the changes to Medicaid made by Trump and the Republicans, One Big Beautiful Bill. Brennan pushback got Johnson to admit that he's not just talking about illegal aliens, but also non-citizens, as in the people here legally. It is an important distinction. So at first he said they want to give the money back to the illegal immigrants. He was not talking about the people who do not have citizenship, but have gone through the processes to be here legally. So he lied and got caught in the lie, and then he reached. Let's hear him do that again.
Because they want to do this. You know what they counter-propose? They want to spend $1.5 trillion, and they want to return hard-working taxpayer dollars to fund health care for illegal aliens. It is in their bill. Go to speaker.gov and see it for yourself. Page 57, section 2141. They're using this for political games, and it is shameful, and real people are getting hurt.
Well, I have looked at that text. It doesn't explicitly say what you are indicating, but unauthorized immigrants aren't eligible for ACA benefits.
Yes, it does. It's
unauthorized immigrants are not. What did you say? Are not able to get Medicaid.
It says very simply they want to repeal the changes that we made. Yes, it does. It's very important. Very important.
ACA doesn't explicitly say what you are indicating, but unauthorized immigrants aren't eligible for ACA.
Unauthorized immigrants are not available to get the ACA, the Obamacare insurance. Now, watch them change.
Yes, it does. It says very simply they want to repeal the changes that we made in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill. And what those changes were is it removed health care going to illegal aliens. It removed all the fraud, waste, and abuse. And the Congressional Budget Office, CBO, said it achieved the desired result. They project it'll save almost $200 billion. Chuck Schumer's proposal on page 57 wants to return that $200 billion of taxpayer funds to pay for illegal aliens and other non-citizens. That is a
now, and where did this and other non-citizen come from? It came from being fact-checked. I think we can see what. I think we can actually see the Democrats' proposal. Let's look at the Democrats' proposal. Oh Lord, if I can see that. Let me increase that. Hold on 1 second. So we can all go there. Let's go there. Okay. Here we go. 119th Congress, first session. Making a clean CR. The Senate of the United States. Making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026 for other purposes. Let me see. What are we looking for here? What are we looking for? Let me go back and see. Section 2141 on 57. 2141 on page 57. Let's get 2141. Here it is, right here. Section 2141, repeal of health subsidy changes. Subtitle B of Title 7 of the Act titled provide an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title 2 of what is that? RES 14. Public Law 19 to 21 is repealed, and any law or regulation referred to in such subtitle shall be applied as if such subtitle and the amendments made by such subtitle had not been enacted. I guess that is the repeal uh, of the act. Is not clear in here to me. Repeal of health subsidy changes. So they want to repeal it as if the title had not been enacted. So there it is, right there. That he wants you to go to prove that they want to give health care back to illegal immigrants. I don't see any of that there. Okay, so there it is for you. Um, that did not clear up anything for me because I don't know what these different acts. It is important to note that undocumented immigrants broadly do not qualify for Medicaid, Affordable Care Act subsidies, or any other federally funded health care coverage. Undocumented immigrants are not eligible for federally funded health coverage. Deshishi Pali, Director of Immigration Health Policy at KFF, wrote, the GOP Big Beautiful Bills didn't change that. Overturning the health care provisions in the law won't either. Further, under the OBBBA, many lawfully present immigrants who are eligible for Medicaid, such as asylum seekers, refugees, and survivors of human trafficking, will be rendered ineligible for the program in 2026 thanks to a section of the law titled Alien Medicaid Eligibility. If that provision stays in place, then next year approximately 1.4 million immigrants lawfully in the U.S. will lose health care coverage because Republicans severely restricted access to lawful permanent residents. Cuban and Haitian immigrants and citizens of the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, and Palau, Democrats are pressing to reverse that. So that is what the Democrats are pressing to reverse. Because God knows that we know one Haitian needs some medical care to get their lip readjusted and fixed so it can you know be the same shape on each side of her face. Johnson also claimed that NBC Meet the Press, what the Democrats are demanding is that illegal aliens that care for them in emergency room should be reimbursed at a higher rate. Okay. Are you suggesting that ER doctors check people's immigration status before they render emergency care? Let's see what this clip is about.
Let's just set the table here for folks, and I'll just Leader Jeffries talked about this, but just to reiterate to you the point that he just made, undocumented immigrants, as you know, are actually ineligible for federal health care.
No, let me correct you.
Let me say it,
Yep.
then you can talk, okay? Right now, undocumented immigrants are not eligible for federal health care programs. Democrats, as you heard, say they're not trying to change that. But one of their demands would restore Medicaid funding for hospitals to give emergency care, including to undocumented immigrants. Are you suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that ER doctors check people's immigration status before they render emergency care?
No, again, it's another red herring. What the Democrats are demanding is that illegal aliens that care for them in an emergency room should be reimbursed at a higher rate.
To the hospitals.
To the hospitals than American citizens, young pregnant women. They want to pay more for illegal aliens than U.S. citizens, and we are against that. The reason it's illegal right now for illegal aliens to receive taxpayer-funded benefits is because Republicans wrote it into the law July 4th. Don't take my word for it. Look at page 57, section 2141 of Chuck Schumer's counter-proposal. It's on my website at speaker.gov. Everybody go look. Don't take my word for it. Read their section. They want to reverse those changes.
But first of all, a law was put in place during the Reagan administration, which guarantees that anyone who walks into a hospital gets critical care. So are you saying, because basically the implications of what you're implying is that ER doctors should be checking people's immigration. If someone walks into a hospital and they're bleeding out, should an ER doctor not render care to that person?
No, it's another red herring. I'm not implying that at all. Everyone knows when the hospitals seek reimbursement from the federal government, what they did under the Biden administration is they set in place a program that pays the hospitals more for illegal aliens than U.S. citizens. That is outrageous. If you look at on speaker.gov, you can see step by step, there's 5 different sections of our repeals of the law we did in July 4th that Democrats are demanding to reverse right now. It will spend $200 billion of hardworking taxpayer funds to pay for health care for illegals. We're not doing that.
What you reference refers to lawfully present people who are here, immigrants, DACA recipients. Let me move on, though, because we are running out of time, though. I want to move on to a speech that President Trump gave earlier.
So what you're saying really doesn't make sense anyway, because once again, you're trying to say that he wants to pay for illegals to be on some Medicaid or Obamacare. That's what you're trying to say. Then, when you're pressed on it, you're talking about how much the hospitals are paid back for the care of illegals. So, what have you done to make the care of illegals costs that's being reimbursed to hospitals go down in any of this? He's trying to pretend like, they want them to have a medical coverage under Medicaid. This is bullshit. As you heard, all hospital must render care to stabilize a person. That is the law. And so it doesn't matter any of this shit that he's talking about. That's the law. And half of the hospitals will reject patients. We have seen hospitals reject patients that die in their driveways, that die in the cab that they're sending them away in. We have seen all hospitals do all types of shit. We have seen hospitals dumping people in downtown Los Angeles out of their hospital when their Medicaid payments are over. We have seen a whole lot of scandalous shit from these hospitals. So, with knowing how many Americans are going to lose their health care behind this bill, they're trying to pretend as if the only people who are going to be affected are undocumented immigrants. That's what he's trying to pretend. But we're not talking about all the American citizens who are going to have to use emergency rooms only for their health care after they get dumped off of the Affordable Care Act. Hospitals may be reimbursed for emergency room care given to undocumented immigrants due to a Reagan era they call it the EMTLA Act that requires emergency rooms providing screening, exams, and stabilization care. Stabilization, and if they need other care, they must then have to ship them to a different hospital. Hospitals ain't even doing that much. Okay. Requires emergency rooms to provide screenings, exams, stabilization care to everyone who comes through their doors seeking care, regardless of immigration status under the OBBBA. Those reimbursement will decrease. Hospital will still be obligated to deliver care to everyone, but they will not receive the same amounts they would have before the bloated bill, known as HR1. HR1 reduces the federal matching funds for states for some of this emergency care, explained Leonard Curello, research professor at Georgetown University McCourt School for Public Policy Center for Children's and Families. This provision does not actually change coverage for immigrants, and indeed, the CBO scored it as having no impact on coverage because hospitals must still provide the health care and states must still pay them for their health care. It's just that the federal government will pay a smaller share of the cost. In other words, it's just a cut to federal funding for states to reimburse providers furnishing emergency service, which is still required. So while he's talking about what is a red herring, this is bullshit. All of this is bullshit. Johnson on NBC accused Democrats of wanting to claw back $50 billion that we put in for rural hospitals to prop them up. Well, you wouldn't have to have propped them up if you hadn't taken so much money to give rich people tax cuts and approved that. And then when it turned around and hospitals already started saying, "Hey, well, we're no longer going to be able to function. We're going to have to shut our doors. This bill has passed," and you got an early sign of all of the red state rural hospital that were throwing in the towel after you signed that budget. You wouldn't have had to come back and give $50 billion that you put in for rural hospital to prop them up in the first fucking place. But that funding only offsets approximately 1/3 of the federal Medicaid funding that rural hospitals lost due to the bloated bill. Fully restoring Medicaid funding to rural hospitals will do more for them than the GOP 5-year temporary rural health fund. So they want to say that they're propping up rural hospitals, which they decimated to give tax cuts to the wealthy. And these tax cuts are permanent tax cut to the wealthy. But they want to say, well, Democrats, they're messing up because what they're wanting us to do is to claw back the $50 billion that we gave to rural hospitals. You gave it to them because you wrecked them, and you thought that the effect of this big beautiful bill wasn't going to be exposed on the healthcare problems that it will cause rural hospital, red states hospitals until after the 2026 election. But goddamn it, it came apparent early. That's the only reason you tried to prop up these rural hospitals with $50 billion. However, the money that you're propping up these rural hospitals is only for 5 years because you wanted to give permanent tax cut to billionaires. So that's what I wanted to show you. Okay, so let me move on. I hope you guys understood all of that. Let me see. Where are we? So I said in the beginning, you know, a lot of us have heard of Project 2025. I don't think a lot of people even bothered to understand Project 2025. So let's get into uh, Project 2025. So you can see where we at. I know a lot of people have heard the word Project 2025 and say, oh, I heard about Project 2025, but don't know a goddamn thing that is in Project 2025.
Internet access.
So on my channel, I will give those who pretend like they know anything about Project 2025 an opportunity to find out what Project 25 actually entails
To Donald
in
Trump.
details.
Well, this last week, while I was sick in bed nursing a cold, I decided to read the entire thing because I either vehemently hate myself or I love torture. Probably the latter. Now, I often hear people blow things out of proportion, and I'm usually the one in my friend group telling people that no, the sky is not falling, and things aren't as bad as they think that they are. But after reading Project 2025, I've gotta say, it is way worse than you think it is. This 900-page document is a joint effort by 54 influential conservative organizations, 36 authors/editors, 25 of them are officials from Trump's own administration, and 276 contributors to plan a complete MAGA takeover of the USA. At least 140 of Trump's own staff, including nearly half of his cabinet secretaries, have direct involvement with the project. But what is Project 2025? In its opening pages, it refers to itself as a unified effort by the conservative movement, a plan of action to go into effect the second that the next conservative president is sworn into office. And their goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained, and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state, to give Trump unfettered power to tear down America and rebuild a Christian nationalist dictatorship in its place.
Christians, get out and vote. Just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
But how will they accomplish?
Now, this is a man who said his favorite chapter of the Bible is 2 Corinthians. And why was he telling so hooked on Christians this election cycle? Christian nationalists. Let's
Push this. Well, they plan to stack Trump's staff and cabinet with MAGA loyalists, firing massive numbers of civil servants, and by consolidating executive power in the hands of Trump, making the Department of Justice and the FBI directly accountable to the president, allowing him to weaponize them, and it would remove their capacity to act independently.
Okay, we definitely see that. We definitely see that.
This would basically remove very essential checks and balances against presidential abuse of power.
What Project 2025 articulates is the idea that the president should be the one directing the activities of the Department of Justice, even if that means that the president will not be investigated or that the DOJ will be sent to attack the president's political enemies.
We will root.
We definitely see that as James Comey's trial starts today, after we see that 4547 made a mistake and was trying to DM her, talking about 30 people have been on my ass. Why isn't Comey, Letitia James, why haven't they been prosecuted? And then he deleted it. And then he came back and said, Pam Bondi's doing a fabulous job. Are we going to act as if she wasn't? We're going to get into that. As if she wasn't instructed in that fuck up DM that came out as a live social post to go after James Comey, and the next day they went after James Comey. Let's
out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country.
And by reinstating an executive order called Schedule F, the president would be able to replace any nonpartisan civil servants at will with loyalist cronies who will do his bidding and won't challenge him. And remember, Trump already stacked the Supreme Court with justices who've already demonstrated that their loyalty lies not with the American people or with the US Constitution, but with him and his agenda, ruling that the president is essentially above the law. In his last term, he demonstrated that he would fire anyone who dared to question his agenda.
You're fired. here. Get out of here.
And he viciously turned on any Republican who followed their conscience rather than the MAGA party line. The result? Almost all of them lost their re-election bids or opted to resign or retire in the face of impossible uphill re-election battles without Trump's endorsement. And the remaining Republicans in Congress learned to fall in line or they'd get the boot. Once Trump gains absolute power, the Project 2025 plan goes on to outline his next steps. And it calls for the largest deportation of immigrants in American history, which would tear millions of families apart. And it straight up states that they intend to arrest immigrants anywhere in the U.S.
Now, are we pretending like this didn't happen? They are looking for illegal immigrants, and this didn't happen in a Chicago apartment. That's this past weekend. This past weekend. This is what happened. They scaled down ropes into a 95% black apartment building in Chicago, with no warrants, no right to enter, nothing, and tore up where they live. Pointing guns at them, putting children in zip ties, whatever condition they found them in, didn't give them time to get dressed. Are we pretending like that's not happening right now? There is no reasoning for what is happening right now other than to fulfill the wishes of Project 2025. Not 2025, but to fulfill Project 2025.
Without warrant. I mean, this is straight up Gestapo level papers, please madness. Oh, and it also says that ICE will simply rely on the good judgment of officers in the field to avoid inappropriate situations. What could
rely on the judgment of the good officers in the field to avoid inappropriate situations. The inappropriate situation where they shot an American citizen 5 times, and then lied and said that she had a weapon, and then lied and said what city it even happened in, and then lied and said she drove herself to the hospital. Somebody who lied and said she hopped out of the car with a assault weapon, and they just shot her and let her go and drive herself to the hospital, and now come to find out none of that shit appears to be true. Okay, let's continue.
Possibly go wrong. Page 60 calls for the reversal of progress made in the areas of racial and gender equality. And this plan would be a massive attack on women's reproductive freedoms as well, calling for abortion surveillance, reversing FDA approval for and attempting to ban mifepristone. You know, the pill that most women take when they don't want to give birth and would rather just miscarry when their first trimester fetus is the size of a brainless peanut? Project 2025 attempts to restrict women's reproductive rights at a national level through multiple initiatives, including defunding Planned Parenthood, cutting federal funding to pro-choice states, eliminating funding for pro-choice women's healthcare programs globally, and establishing a pro-life task force. Okay, so they want to ban all abortions, but they're at least in favor of contraception, right? I mean, the best way to lower abortion rates is to expand comprehensive evidence-based sex education.
Wrong.
Page 477 calls for the outright abolition of any approved evidence-based sex education curriculum. But as teen pregnancy rates skyrocket, at least they're going to step in and support new mothers, right?
Wrong.
Page 489 demands the government prioritize married men and women over any other family type. And pages 284 and 451 advocate for stripping support for single mothers. Because, you know, Jesus hated widows and would totally want unwed mothers to suffer. Oh, and now that some states are starting to classify abortions as murder, you'll be happy to learn that they're also planning to expand the death penalty. I wish I was making this up. Now, if all this talk of authoritarianism and government surveillance has you as concerned as
I forget. I don't quote me. I think Texas is one of these states that classifies abortion as murder right now. I know it. I will Google it. Let me see what's
Zion. You just might want to start encrypting your internet traffic by using a virtual private network or VPN, because browsing the internet without a VPN is like sending postcards in the mail. Anyone can read it. Now picture sealing that postcard in an envelope. That's what a VPN does for your online data. Private internet access encrypts your connection and hides your IP address, shielding you from internet service providers, network administrators, and best of all, government surveillance. Internet privacy isn't just about secrecy, it's about protecting your completely free. So sign up today and take back trouble, well, Project 2025 aims to make IVF fertility treatments more restrictive, and even aims to outright ban life-saving stem cell research, because, you know, that little clump of cells that's left over from IVF is a soul in a petri dish, and every sperm is sacred. Project 2025 is dripping with Christian nationalist rhetoric, and repeatedly talks about Judeo-Christian values and restoring the family to one man and one woman. It paints members of the LGBT community as predators, calls for Trump to reinstate his ban on trans patriots serving in the military, and uses extreme fear-mongering against trans people by equating transgenderism with pornography that is invading our schools, before calling on the next conservative president to outlaw said pornography, imprisoning teachers and librarians over banned ideas. This crackdown on free speech is out.
And we know how that worked out in Oklahoma, where the superintendent who tried to put all of this in place in Oklahoma schools, and I think damn near every one of these things he got busted participating in, except trans. He was a whole mess, and he is now being investigated. Oklahoma is now investigating this. I had done many stories on him. Ryan Walters, the former let's see, the top school administrator in Oklahoma. Now, before we go any further, what states are currently? 4 states are considering legalization that would treat abortion as a murder crime. Indiana, Bill 1334 aims to modify Indiana's criminal code to include fertilized eggs and embryos as human beings, potentially making abortion homicide. South Dakota, a proposed bill would classify intentionally harming a fertilized egg or fetus as homicide, similar to Indiana's bill. Oklahoma lawmakers are also considering bills that would treat abortion as homicide, and South Carolina. Similar legislation is being discussed, although specific details are less clear. These proposals reflect a growing trend among some lawmakers to impose criminal charges on individuals seeking abortion, aligned with the argument that life begins at conception. So there's that. Now, we're not going to skip over. We're going to go back to this because
absolutely totalitarian in nature. Outright
we're he's getting into the discrimination and the DEI of this. But before we get into this, we heard him refer to Christian nationalists twice. So let me for those of you who are unaware of what all this Christian nationalist entails, let me share a little of this with you. This is from the Wall Street Journal. This is 12 days ago. The man leading Christian nationalism rise under 45-47. The man leading. Let's hear about Christian nationalism.
That's my short form definition of Christian nationalism.
Hold on.
America should stop making God angry. God is angry.
Are we clear that the reason why the United States left England, a lot of people left England was because they did not want to be told what religion they must honor? So he's saying that, hey, God has to be above the state because no state can resist without God. Who should allow people to practice any religion that they want above my personal religion? That would be a horrible thing. Isn't that what the United States was founded on? So we would not have to be about to any particular religion or religion at all? Okay, so if you don't know some of the founding facts of the United States. He don't want to turn into Dearborn, Michigan. Michigan has a lot of Muslims in Michigan. But strangely enough, these are 45, 47 supporters. He's not saying that he don't want to turn into that, but he wants to turn them into Christian nationalists. Too many Muslims. No, we cannot have that. So now the people in Dearborn, Michigan, they overwhelmingly voted for 45, 47, and now these are some people who have the nerves to have latent regrets. They don't even want to turn the nation into use specifically Dearborn, Michigan. Even now, this is even after they know that Dearborn, Michigan overwhelmingly voted for 45, 47. They still don't care. Be clear. This is after the election. He's talking about this.
Into the India-Pakistan border. You're just importing strife. And Michigan-Ohio border into the India.
Are we clear? They will repeal the right for women to have the vote. Y'all thought that they were just kidding when they wanted to take the vote away from women. This is exactly what they want to do. And this is what Christian nationalists represents. Remember how Charlie Kirk tried to hide away from being a Christian nationalist? I showed you that debate. He was debating the Bible with that young black guy who I think he said he was in college for engineering, I do believe. And he said, well, since you're a Christian nationalist, he said, I never said I was a Christian nationalist. He said, I'm a Christian and I'm a nationalist. And then the dude was like, yeah, a Christian nationalist. The same thing 45, 47 tried to do about, I don't know what Project 2025 is. They're all in on it. Why do you think that Charlie Kirk was so elevated?
And all these.
We were a democracy in 1950, a free and orderly society. Who was free and orderly in 1950? Was the free and orderly people the ones lynching or being lynched in the 1950s? Huh? Were the ones free and orderly the ones who had every opportunity in America, or were they the ones who restricted movement and opportunity and freedoms of black people in America? I'm just trying to figure out. Make America great again. Y'all thought that they were kidding about again going back. Anyway, let's continue to the 1950s and beyond.
These things that I'm.
As he didn't vote.
You were not a totalitarian hellhole because you were white. Because you held the ground for it to be a totalitarian hellhole for non-whites. Do you understand that? But something happened. Black people had the nerves to fight for their own civil rights. And thus, there goes the hellhole of the United States. And we got to take back the United States. All this bullshit propaganda is at the top of our government now. And for a fool to think that it is a good thing to have the National Guards in our streets under the leadership of Pete Hegseth, you have got to be ignorant or insane. People in the Pentagon don't practice religion. What if they practice a different religion? We have seen Pete Hegseth force the people in the military to bow their head in prayer under Christianity, a Christian prayer. So this has to be forced upon everybody. But we're not just going to say, it's just one religion. But God damn it, if you're going to survive in America, you're going to have to pay reverence to our religion.
The Pentagon
have to answer for what after his murder, personally. Exactly what? Propaganda. This administration is full of bullshit and propaganda and trying to control people who are not white. And if you are reveling in this administration putting the fucking military in your streets and you are not white, you have a real problem. If you are concentrating on bullshit at this time in the American history, you have a fucking problem. But hey, I ain't got no problem. Your critics are saying that you're saying to your male parishioners to knock your woman up. Because you are the head of the household. But all of this is lies, as we see 45, 47 say that, what did he say? You can't get with an argument, in an argument with your wife, and they are going to try to make it a crime or something to that effect, as saying, you can't get, not in an argument, he said. He didn't say an argument. He said it, you can't, I'll try to find what 45, 47 said, that you can't do with your partner unless people want to lock you up, trying to diminish domestic violence.
Leadership.
Some of it is evil, and some of it, all of it was evil. All of it was evil. Treating human beings as your animals. All of that was evil. And what made it more evil is that you were actually mating with the male and females of these humans that you wanted to treat as animals. I guess you can't officially call it mating with a man on a man, but you were actually having intercourse with both male and female of these human beings that you wanted to consider to be animals. But who was the animal then? If you wanted to consider them to be animals, and you were procreating with them and having intercourse with the male member of them, who was the animal? Who was the animal?
Other
government persuasion is what he's talking about. A persuasion via your government that directs the military. Let's keep it a buck. And the no, let's let me share where 45, 47 try to diminish a domestic violence. Here it is, and that is the exact name of this clip. 4547 appears to diminish reporting domestic abuse when speaking about DC crime statistics. Let me turn up the volume. And
the worst, the most violent city. Can you imagine our capital being the most violent? We went from one of the most, and some people say the worst, the most violent city. Can you imagine our capital being the most violent city? But it was really bad, into a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone city. There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%. I said, no. It's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. They'll do anything they can to find something.
Much lesser things, things that happen in the home. They'll do anything to find a crime. But I thought you were the one who was fighting crime. But now all of a sudden, if the crime is something that happens in the home, it's much lesser, and they are doing anything to find crime. Which one is it? Which is your argument? Let's continue.
If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. We went from
If a man has a little fight with the wife, they call it crime. And now I can't get my 100%. I stopped crying. Well, wouldn't the fight with the wife that are considered crime be something that you're fighting as well? No, 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 no. I don't even call that crime. If you're putting the National Guards on the streets of D.C. to fight crime, wouldn't you be fighting that crime too? But no, they're going to try to mess up my record by putting domestic violent crimes on there to say that I didn't stop 100% of the crimes in DC. Make that make sense. Okay. Okay. So I also want to share this with you. This is also in my description box. Uh, Christianity in a crisis. Okay, I want you to hear this a crazy woman introduce this crazy man. Let me share this with you. I think I have it at the right spot.
Drenched in religious imagery. And you had Franklin Graham getting up there, and instead of invoking one of the prophets or, asking God's blessing on this great nation, which is all very traditional at inaugurations, he looked around and sort of gestured broadly, meaning this inauguration, this guy, and said, "Look what the Lord has done." Okay, so it's like, and Trump.
So the preacher who prayed at the inauguration, this 2024 inauguration, looked around and said, "Look what the Lord has done." So now we're setting the stage that this is a godly administration. God has blessed us with this administration. Let's go forward.
Has been listening to these people who have been telling him that he was spared by the Almighty to do great things, that near assassination in Pennsylvania was God moving his head a fraction of an inch. Doesn't say why God didn't turn Corey Compatore's head, but I think that this is my theory, that Trump didn't have much use for God in the past because, all that love thy neighbor stuff would have gotten in his way. But now he thinks God himself.
Well, wouldn't all of God's teaching get in our way if we want to say that this is inconvenient, this gets in my way? So it's okay that he didn't have use for God in the past because it would get in his way. From what swindling people going bankrupt 6 or 7 times. He was such a business titan and mogul, so therefore God could not help him in his way. It seemed like he needed God to help him in his way to be more successful in the mogul that you guys want to pretend like he was. It seemed like he definitely needed God's help. But this is the excuse about why 45, 47, he wasn't godly because he didn't need it. This is a Christian, Christianity is in crisis. Principles first event. Talking about Christianity. Let's be clear. So they're trying to excuse him from cheating on his first, second, and whoever else wife, and try to let you believe that God put him in the White House. Look what God did. This bitch is crazy.
Theory that Trump didn't have much use for God in the past because, all that love thy neighbor stuff would have gotten in his way. But now he thinks God himself is MAGA. So, David, I'll start with you. Do What do you think of this theory?
You know, I think it's a very interesting theory because you also have to understand who really has his ear in the Christian movement right now. And who really has his ear is not actually the Franklin Graham types as much, although Franklin Graham obviously does to some extent. It's not the classic old school Southern Baptists, for example, or Presbyterians. It's part of this movement called the New Apostolic Reformation. It's a Pentecostal movement that is drenched in prophecy about Donald Trump, just drenched in it. And so, whereas you might have, say, at a Baptist or a Presbyterian convention, this sort of idea that, well, God is in control and God is sovereign, and it's sort of a general, taken as a general truism, with the Pentecostal prophecies around it, it's not a general God is in control. It is God has picked this person for this time. And by the way, because God has picked this person for this time, that means if you are opposing Trump, you are opposing God. You are on the side of Satan. So if you have Trump, who's already steeped in this friend-to-enemy dynamic anyway, I mean, right now the reality of American public policy, both at home and abroad, is if you're friends with Donald Trump, you're friends with the American government. If you're not friends with Donald Trump, you are not friends with the American government. And this is something that's deeply inculcated in him. And what message would be more inclined to sort of prick his ear in the spiritual sense than one that says, you are God's man. Everyone who's opposing you is opposing God's plan for America. And I'm glad you began.
Do you hear this bullshit? This hall is full of people who are taking in this bullshit.
And with that, because it really introduces a point I wanted to make. The level of fanaticism that we are now seeing in the American, like broader, it's disproportionately in Pentecostalism, but not exclusively in Pentecostalism. The level of fanaticism we are now seeing around Donald Trump is unlike anything that I have seen, including anything I've seen in the Trump era. It's just escalating, and it's escalating around these supernatural prophecies and this sort of sense of divine mission, divine protection.
Christian fanatics, or a lunacy, This is a great thing. All of this cloaked in Christianity. All of this cloaked in Christianity. All of this hate that it has been cloaked and approved under the guise of Christianity. White nationalists, Christian nationalists. There is no difference.
And divine sanction around the person of Donald Trump.
So, Russell, is there no pushback, or is there not significant pushback among Christians? Because this, I mean, I'm not a Christian, but it sure sounds like idolatry to me. What?
Well, I think the division that we have right now.
Russell, who is that? Who is that? Who was that saying all that crazy shit? None other than Russell Vogt, trying to appeal everything that is in this administration to God, when they know they wrote this whole plan up in Project 2025. So this link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. I have been warning you guys about Project 2025 and Russell Vogt. Let's get back to the discrimination that is written in Project 2025 before I leave. I cannot omit this. Let's get into it.
Over banned ideas. This crackdown on free speech is absolutely totalitarian in nature, outright prohibiting any school employee from even referring to a student by any name or pronoun that differs from the exact one that's printed on a student's birth certificate, even if the students ask them to. And it calls for the termination of anyone who even participates in a critical race theory or diversity, equality, and inclusion initiative. And it's not just the LGBT community that they see as a threat to the traditional family structure. Page 5 and 6 accuse social media platforms of fraying children's bonds with their parents parents and siblings, stating that federal policy cannot allow this industrial-scale child abuse to continue. And yet, oddly enough, it says nothing about Catholic priests. Now, the Heritage Foundation, the main organization behind this plan, knows that the better educated you are, the less likely you are to be religious or to support Christian nationalism / a theocratic government takeover, and the more likely you are to be open-minded and support a secular government and a pluralistic, tolerant society. So they've put measures in place to erode the education system in the US, including the dismantling of the Department of Education itself, stating federal education policy should be limited and ultimately the Federal Department of Education should be eliminated.
We should abolish the Department of Education.
The plan promotes voucher programs to fund private religious schools and unregulated homeschool programs with taxpayer funds, which have little to no government oversight and often perpetuate young earth creationism, flat earth nonsense, and evolution denial. And leveling up its
Now, I told you about the guy in Oklahoma who was sending Oklahoma school dollars to fund some online school that some Christian type school that dealt in being patriotic and all of this bullshit. Yes, they are doing that. That same director who left the Oklahoma school district to get a well-paying job after demanding Bibles be in the school. They teach out of the Bible. All of these strange right-wing things. They had a purity test that the new teachers would have to take to make sure that they didn't have some they were not some ideologues from California and New York and were going to corrupt the Oklahoma school students who are number 50 in education in Oklahoma. You would think that they would wanted to corrupt somebody to corrupt them with actual education. All of these barriers. Okay. I said that. I don't even know why I said that. I said that to say this shit is already going on in our school and in our school system. Why do you think that they want to? This guy had PragerU as one of the educators that they were going to educate the students in Oklahoma. You know, PragerU, the same PragerU who had a cartoon to explain slavery to young children as well. We brought the slaves to America. That's better than dying, isn't it? I showed you that PragerU explanation of slavery. So now the Oklahoma school system is having a whole investigation, and they're having to go back through the Oklahoma public school rules and guidelines to claw back all of this crazy shit that he were demanding of the Oklahoma school system. Because he got a job. It paid him as an individual well to make sure that he did nothing to improve the actual education of the children who were last in this country. It paid him personally great profits. That's okay. So this link is in my description box because there is let me see a little more.
Totalitarian rhetoric. It further states that any state, city, and counties, school boards, union bosses, principals, and teachers who simply disagree with this voucher proposal should be immediately cut off from federal funds. And in addition, free educational programs like NPR and PBS are to be stripped of their funding, because apparently their science and evidence-based education.
We know that's happened.
Programs didn't agree with extreme right-wing propaganda. And how can you indoctrinate an informed populace? Finally, student loan forgiveness programs / relief efforts are to be rolled back. So don't worry.
We know that's gone. Okay.
You can continue paying your student loans for the rest of your life. Yay! In keeping with Republican traditions, Project 2025 is steeped in climate change denial. On page 368, it aims to...
We know that he rolled back all Biden's initiative on climate control and what was it called? The Biden's it's not Clean Act. Biden had so much money built into alternative energy, and all of that has been clawed back. I showed you a engineer. I think he was in Pennsylvania, who worked as an electrician and made more money than he ever made in his life. And he sat around and voted for 45, 47. And now he is out of a job because what he did, he actually built all of these type of solar areas. He built all of these big solar banks, and he's wondering and he's upset that he's out of a job now as an electrician, getting paid more money than he ever imagined getting paid by just not going to college, going to a trade school and getting and becoming a licensed electrician. This is how stupid these people are. But oh well, let's continue.
Roll back the progress made towards cutting carbon emissions. Page 418 aims to slash green legislation protecting the environment. There are plans to cut funding for clean renewable alternative fuels, and even calls for a whole government unwinding of the progress that Biden made in combating climate change, referring to it as climate fanaticism. Then again, who needs to worry about a runaway greenhouse effect destroying the only planet that we have when you're 80 years old and Jesus is coming back any minute now?
Jesus is coming.
Yeah.
Which is why they're also disbanding the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. Is it just me, or does this feel a lot like when Trump dismissed the Obama administration's pandemic response team?
And we saw how good that worked when they disbanded NOAA when those floods happened in Texas. We saw how good that worked for them then. Okay.
Right before the COVID outbreak. Page 372 calls for reversing our internationally agreed on decades-long push for gradual nuclear disarmament by building back up a nuclear arsenal bigger and better than ever. Because returning to Cold War level nuclear dick measuring contests in an apocalyptic showdown of chicken is exactly what every American wants. Because what's better than being able to destroy the planet 100 times over? Being able to destroy the planet 1,000 times over. Who's ready for a game of duck and cover? Oh, and page 371 talks about how nuclear waste disposal should be privatized, because that doesn't sound like a disaster waiting to happen, but at least...
So we're going to have corporations, oh my God, in charge of getting rid of nuclear waste. Where do you think they will be getting rid of that waste? So... is there more I can take of this?
Giant corporations and billionaires will be able to celebrate all of this deregulation. I mean, did I mention that they're planning to bring back child labor? Somebody's got to work the coal mines.
Create 25 million jobs for our country over the next 10 years.
Or that they have plans to deregulate overtime pay rules and to implement steps that would massively cut Medicaid, stripping the poorest people in America of desperately needed medical care. Now, some of the statements...
Okay, so this is Project 25. We're living it right now. For the just a little. This is prior to him getting in office. These weirdos are relentless, wrecking the Matrix. What's crazy is on the superhero show. Boy, the evil corporation is the Void Corporation. Coincidence or was somebody trying to tell us something? Somebody was definitely trying to tell us something. So this link is in my description box. I have got to move on. I can't believe how late it is. I've been on here almost damn near 4 hours, and I am nowhere. I am nowhere near all of the information that I wanted to give you guys today and connect some of these things because of all of the shit that you're hearing from this administration, all of the shit that is put out here. Understand that it's all about the economy. It's all about the thing that they don't want to talk about. What about what is being done to this economy? So, why is this nation buying the Christian nationalist thing? Facts matters, not feelings. Oh, no back pay. Did you guys hear that 4547 says that he will not be giving back back pay to the furloughed workers when he was the one who actually wrote a law because the last time that there was a government shutdown for 35 days, it was in his first administration, and he wrote a law saying that all of the furloughed workers would be repaid. So let's see what he's saying about the workers who are furloughed right now during this government shutdown. If you are unaware, become aware.
Is it the White House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay?
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way.
Okay. Did you guys hear that? That some people deserve to be taken care of, and some people will take care of in a different way. The Democrats shut down and blah 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 blah. La 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 la. Yes, not the simple answer. Yes, everyone will be paid. It is the law. None of that.
Unsettling news for those who work for Uncle Sam. As you just heard, President Trump won't promise all furloughed federal workers back pay once the government shutdown ends. And while each side of the political aisle assigns blame to the other, those workers are caught in the middle. So can the president actually deny furloughed federal workers back pay? Let's verify. As a result of the current government shutdown, thousands of federal workers have been furloughed, in some cases even laid off. But President Trump and others are questioning whether those workers are entitled to back pay once the shutdown ends. So, can the government refuse to give furloughed workers back pay? Let's verify. Our sources are Congress.gov, the White House Office of Management, and congressional leaders. Budget Senator John Thune, House Speaker Mike Johnson, and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Following the last shutdown, President Trump signed the Government Employee Fair Treatment Act of 2019 into law, requiring back pay for federal employees after future shutdowns. However, a draft memo from the White House Office of Management and Budget says that the legislation that ends the current shutdown must include express language appropriating funds for back pay. Otherwise, such payments cannot be made. The memo
Who from where? The Office of Management and Budget. Russ Vogt tried to make a workaround, and all of this was already in worked up in the law. But you know what they did? They disappeared that section from the pages. Did you hear about that? That they totally took out that section. Let me. Let me let you finish.
Argues that the 2019 Act only creates conditions for Congress to authorize those payments. And that's put Congress on the spot.
The law is clear. Every single furloughed federal employee is entitled to back pay. Period. Full stop. The law is clear, and we will make sure that that law is followed.
There are legal analysts who think that that is not something that government should do.
My assumption is that furloughed workers will get back pay.
So, yes, we can confirm that the Government Employee Fair Treatment Act itself does guarantee back pay following the resolution of a government shutdown. However, ambiguities make it possible for the White House to find a loophole in this law to withhold back pay from some employees. If you have something you want us to verify, text us at 256.
Okay, so there you have it. Russell Vogt is trying to figure out a way to not pay back pay for furlough workers. I wish I could. Oh, I wish I could remember where did I see that earlier, where they actually deleted that section under. As if it was never there. You know, they served it as if it never happened. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see if I can find that. Is it? Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. I know where it is. Let's review them taking it out. Let me see. It's on Couch Politics. That's where I saw it. Let me show that to you. Um, because we definitely need to discuss this. Here we go. Let me share this with you, where they took the whole passage out of the government paperwork. Here we go. I'm just here to give you the information. Here we go. It happened on Abby Phillips' show, and I got this off of Couch Politics. I'm going to drop the link right here in the chat for you. Here we go.
Of course, we got Team Trump there. Let's get into the segment and we'll talk about it.
For 1 week, there's been absolutely no urgency in Washington to reopen the government. No talks, no progress. The House is not even in session. But now they may be starting to feel the heat. Delays are spreading at America's biggest airports, from Nashville to Vegas to Newark, New Jersey. Air traffic controllers are calling out sick because they're not getting paid. And the FAA warns that there aren't enough of them. In fact, a pilot who's trying to land at Burbank Airport learned of his unmanned tower during his descent.
Just getting a headset on. You said everything's closed for our clearances? The clearance is closed, ground's closed, local's closed. The tower is closed due to staffing. So you just contact SoCal on the 800 number in the green book for your clearance. All right.
The shortages are coming as the White House appears to be backing off the president's threat of mass firings. But that isn't stopping him from threatening the back pay of thousands of those furloughed workers.
The House's position that furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay.
I would say it depends on who we're talking about. I can tell you this, the Democrats have put a lot of people in great risk and jeopardy, but it really depends on who you're talking about. But for the most part, we're going to take care of our people. There are some people that really don't deserve to be taken care of, and we'll take care of them in a different way.
Now, if that wasn't clear, one official says that there is a draft of a White House memo suggesting that furloughed workers don't need to be paid for not working. Now, that is a sudden change, and it may not even be legal. Just before the shutdown, the White House's own frequently asked questions page on their website clearly said that the law people losing their jobs. Is Trump appearing gleeful and also perhaps vindictive in this moment?
No. Far more murders.
Furloughed workers should be paid for their back pay.
In a different way.
Now, if that wasn't clear, one official says that there is a draft of a White House memo suggesting that furloughed workers don't need to be paid for not working. Now, that is a sudden change, and it may not even be legal. Just before the shutdown,
That draft, what that was suggested by who? Say it with me, class. Russell vote has been inserted. However, if you look here, updated on September 30th of this year, they said that all furloughed workers will be paid. But then, let's see what happened on September, I think it's 2nd or September 3rd. All of this highlighted a section. I wish I could read it. The government Employees Fair Treatment Act of 2019. I can't read it. It's too small. I can't read it. But this is the 2019 rule that says that additional guidelines for agencies on implementing public law some 116. I don't know. Furloughed and let me see. Let me see if I can read this. I cannot read that. It's so blurry. I don't think she's going to read it out loud either.
The White House's own frequently asked questions page on their website clearly said that the law ensures back pay. And now that section has suddenly disappeared. That page was edited on
October 3rd, all of that section that says that all further people will be paid has disappeared as if it was never there. And then they come out with this mealy mouth way for Russell Vogt to decide who he is or is not going to pay. If you don't know that, I just want to make sure that you were aware of that. I thank you, Abby Phillips, for covering that story. And go over there and check out this segment of Couch Politics. I just dropped the link in my description box. It was a good one, but I didn't have that on my menu today because I just want you to understand that all of this is deflecting from the economy. This administration is doing whatever Russell Vogt and Stephen Miller tells them to do. So let's get into the economic side of what is going on while they are trying to have you look this way and look that way, and not wanting to pay the workers, not wanting to give health care, not even want to converse. I told you I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday that Mike Johnson has suspended the Senate for another week, and he actually banged the gavel and then amended the Senate real quick. No back pay. It's about the failing economy. I have. Let me go back here. Hold on one second. I have two things under. It's about the failing economy. Let me share this with you. The economy is giga F. Uh, uh, let's check this one out. I think he would meant MAGA.
We are
fucked.
in for a historic downturn. So we'll talk about that. We also have the ICE thugs that are committing crimes all across this country. They've now gone lower than they've Holyfield, man. So definitely check out that.
This may be something new.
But the hits keep coming, bro. The evidence keep. They've now gone lower than they've ever gone because they've assaulted an 84-year-old married couple. I'm not kidding about this. We'll also get to Pam Bondi. Cost you nothing. That link, of course, out tremendously. So thank you very much. If you
Let's
have
talk about the economy.
And also that interview, sign up for subs.
This is his intro.
So let's start with this. As you all know, we're in the midst of a government shutdown right now. Well, Russ Vought issued a new memo saying that furloughed workers are not entitled to back pay. They are not entitled to back pay. In other words, in previous shutdowns, after the shutdown was over, the government workers would still get their checks because, you know, they have rent to pay, they have mortgages to pay, they have the light bill to pay, et cetera, et cetera. They got to pay for groceries. Well, now, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, who also was one of the primary authors of Project 2025, which is the detailed right-wing plan to destroy this country from within, now he's saying, fuck those workers. I don't give a fuck about them. Over 1 million government workers telling them to fucking kick rocks. So Mike Johnson, on his website, it says, oh no, they are entitled to back pay. In fact, there was a law that was passed in 2019 that guarantees.
Didn't we just cover that? I just covered that with you. This is what's going on in your government.
Me is giga-fucked. So let me give you some more. Take a look at this. This is a chart that was in Axios the other day. average U.S. electricity price over the years. This, guys, is a disaster. This is.
Haven't I been talking to you about electricity prices? I have been talking to you about electricity prices. And I'm going to talk to you about BlackRock and how this is about to tear your electricity prices out of the water. Now, that link is in my description box. This link wasn't, but we're going to talk about BlackRock and your electricity prices. Stay tuned.
Devastating. And by the way, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. Why? Because we have all these massive AI data centers going up all over the place. Those take a tremendous.
We've talked about all of that, and I gave you links and played the information for you to be informed about
this amount of energy, and your energy bill is going to skyrocket because of AI. So that's one thing. The other thing is Trump killed all the massive investments that were done into green and renewable technology. We had Joe Biden doing a lot of investing in green and renewable technology, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs, and that would, of course, lower.
We've talked about that. Hey, listen, I understand that some ignorance in some people will not allow them to get information from Black women or Black people at large. I've been giving you this information for months.
For energy prices, Trump killed all of that. So not good, man. Really, really not good what we're looking at here. All right, let me give you some more. Mike Johnson, while talking about the shutdown, came out and told a brazen lie about how, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. Republicans are the party of protecting your health care, bro. What do you mean? So listen to this.
So they created a red herring. A red herring is a distraction. They decided that they would pick a fight on health care. But let me look right into the camera and tell you very clearly. Republicans are the ones concerned about health care. Republicans are the party working around the clock every day.
So what's your health care plan? What is the health care plan that the Republicans have to replace Obamacare, to replace the increase that the subsidies being allowed to disappear? What is your plan since it's the Republicans? We'll get back to you. You don't have a plan. This is your government. This is your government.
To fix health care. It's not talking points for us. We've done it. A
When?
big part of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut, was to fix health care.
Guys.
Fix it how? One big part of it was to fix healthcare as we're looking at between 13 and 17 million people losing their health care. And then on top of that, we're looking at over 4 to 7 million more people losing their Obamacare. The bill is making sure that people on Medicaid, between 13 and 17 million people on Medicaid, and additionally, between 4 and 7 million people who are on the Affordable Care Act will be losing their health insurance. So how are the Republicans, how did they fix that? That's how they fix that. Additionally, with the Medicaid cuts, over $500 billion is going to be taken from Medicare as well.
They cut like $800 billion from Medicaid, kicked 17 million people off Medicaid in that big bullshit bill. And now he's bragging like, bro, we're protecting healthcare. You have done the exact opposite, and now premiums for a lot of people, if Democrats don't get their way, premiums for a lot of people are going to double or triple. In fact, I got some numbers for you in a little bit on that. But take a look at this. Ready? This is with the Obamacare subsidies, which is what Democrats are fighting to keep, right? $164 a month. And this is without what the Republicans want. $350 a month. Do you think a working class family can afford that? Do you think they can afford that? For you to basically double what they're...
That's low. I've seen some family of four go up to $4,000 a month. I think they were paying like $600, and they went up to like something like he has more. Let's see some more.
Bill is, I think not. I think not. All right, another example. Midas Touch says, letting the healthcare tax credits expire would devastate American families, and we're making that crystal clear by giving you the data. We've built graphics showing how much costs would rise in every GOP district. Let's start with Mike Johnson's district. So here's that graphic. Ready? In 2025, a couple earning $80,800 a year, which, by the way, is a lot for Mike Johnson's district.
That's a lot for Louisiana, because a lot of them ain't making nowhere near that amount. That's crazy amount of money for a family to be for somebody to be making in Louisiana. So let that sink in.
They would pay $541 per month. Okay? Now, if you do that without the Obamacare subsidies, boom, it skyrockets to $2,180 per month, an increase of $19,661 per year. That's a 302% increase. And by the way, they have this listed. Look at this. They got a tweet thread here, which goes through all of the districts of all of the Republicans. So this is, guys, this is war is being declared on the American people. That's what this is. Trump and the Republicans have declared war on the American people. All right, more. Trump continues to lie about the economy. Chapter 7 bankruptcies are up 15% from 2024. Credit card delinquencies spiked to great financial crisis levels. Consumer confidence is in steady decline. There are more unemployed than job openings since 2021. Look at this. This was in Fortune magazine here. 70% of Gen Z are so anxious about money that they can't sleep. They're dealing with it by bed rotting and watching TV instead of budgeting. So as Melanie Diorigo points out here, there's no universal health care, AI is taking jobs, housing is unaffordable, college is unaffordable, student loan, credit card, rent, and auto loan delinquencies are up, sub-living wage pay, and grocery prices are up. These are all things that are fixable, but this is what the Republicans want. This is their agenda.
But your government is spending money. You know who is getting paid during this government shutdown? ICE and all of these at the Defense Department. All of these people are still going to be paid. This is where they're spending the money. Don't think that the government shut down. Now you have Pam Bimbo had the nerve to sit up in that hearing yesterday and act as if ICE was not getting paid. When it's already been said that ICE will continue to get paid during the shutdown. But she lied. Listen, I'm so glad that they took her statements under oath yesterday. I am so glad.
This is what they believe in. All they want to do is crack down on your freedoms and serve the billionaires. That's their goal. That's their job. That's why they exist. They are the corporate cuckery party. That's what they are. All right, more.
Now, how many times do you hear 45, 47, oh, prices have not gone up, prices have gone down? He won't even address the fact that prices have gone up, much less address how he's going to take down the prices. He just continues to say that prices have not gone up.
Nearly 70% of Americans believe the economy is headed in the wrong direction, according to a new Fannie Mae survey. 70%, y'all. 70%. 10% of the U.S. population now owns 93% of the stock market wealth. Holy cow. And I like this quote here. This was in this Guardian piece. Quote, and even amid all the economic instability, the stock market has only continued to grow. What we've witnessed is a total decoupling from your average person's economic reality and the stock market.
It's going to continue to grow because it's made to get the rich richer. It's not about the working class anymore. It is supposed to continue to grow.
Basically, the entire stock market is being propped up by this colossal AI bubble. I actually gave you the numbers on that the other day, and it's astonishing the percentage of the stock market that's attributable to this massive AI bubble. In other words, most sectors of the economy are already in a recession. That's a fact. Most states in this country are already in a recession.
Already.
But it's being masked over by this AI nonsense. All right, more. CBS News says foreclosures are surging as U.S. homeowners grapple with rising costs. Foreclosures surging. Unusual Whale says patient deaths increased in the emergency rooms of hospitals that were bought by private equity firms per Harvard University. Well, guess what, y'all? Guess what?
Okay, I did a story, I think it was last week or the week before last, about how these private equity firms are buying up these hospitals. They're not buying up these hospitals because they want to give you great care. They are buying up these hospitals because they want to get your health care and insurance dollars. You know, kind of like United Healthcare was only worried about their profits and what they had for the shareholders, as they denied a doctor recommendation and treating for you, the patient.
Coming to a hospital near you, because with Trump's big bullshit bill, minimum 300 rural hospitals will shut down, but it could be as high as like 740 rural hospitals shutting down. Stop and think about that. So if you're lucky to have any healthcare near you, it's probably going to be one bought by private equity. And they simply do not give a fuck about patient care, not in the slightest. So as Evan says here, never seen a clearer argument for socialized healthcare. That's exactly right. AI and automation could eliminate nearly 100 million jobs in the U.S. over the next decade, according to a Senate report. Stop and think about that. AI and automation could eliminate nearly 100 million jobs over the next...
Well, shit. I guess they're trying to equal things out. You're not going to have no job. You're not going to be getting any money. You may as well just get sick and die. I'm pretty sure there is going to be some type of pandemic, endemic, or something that comes right around the corner, and take care of all of the unproductive people in our society. You don't think it's going to happen? You don't think it can happen? But some of you people are happy to see the National Guard in your cities, as if you are some blue bed white bitch. Let me continue.
Next decade. Bro, a decade is nothing, dog. A decade is nothing. A decade ago from right now was 2015. That feels like yesterday to me. Now, I know I'm ancient. I'm old as fuck. I'm 37. But that was not that long ago. And now you're telling me by 2035, we could be looking at a scenario where 100 million jobs are gonzo? What do you think happens? We already have income and wealth inequality worse than the Gilded Age. That's already the case. What do you think happens when you take away, like, the only lifeline that people have? Working a job, which, by the way, they're underemployed, they're underpaid, but at least they have a job. You take away the one thing that they have. How does that end? Breaking, the U.S. dollar has roughly lost over 10% of its value this year alone.
Gold was shit. The gold price was 2,000 and around $2,600. Now, an ounce of gold is over $4,000. Because why? Because the dollar is being devalued. I have already told you guys that the United States is a failing nation. Nobody wants to collect or trade in the United States dollar. Nobody. I told you that all of these BRIC nations that you never hear about in the for-profit media, these are the people who is buying up gold to trade with one another, because they do not want the United States dollars. These are the people who are not investing in the stock markets. These are the people who are not even buying U.S. bonds because they feel that they are trash. We're in trouble in this country.
I wonder what happened this year. What changed recently? Oh, that's right. It was Donald Trump getting back into office. So as you all know, his trade war that he waged on the entire world, including our top allies, that leads all of them to look at us and say, hey man, go fuck yourself. Why are you doing this to us? We're supposed to be your friends. We have a trade deal. Why don't you abide by the trade deal? And Trump goes, I don't care. I'm going to do what I want. And then all these other countries now are going, all right, well, fuck the U.S. Now we got to work with somebody else, work with China, work around the United States of America. And so because of that, people are dropping the dollar and they're moving to gold. Gold is now the flight to safety.
I didn't even have, I just hit this. I haven't even seen this video. I just saw it in one of my mentions, and the title made me go over there. I just told you all of this, and I have been telling you guys all of this. Let's continue.
And so the dollar lost 10% of its value this year. This was just published the other day in CNBC. The wealth of the top 1% reaches a record $52 trillion. $52 trillion. MC Squared says, even the ruling class understands this is not sustainable. We are barreling towards a powder keg moment and the French Revolution Part 2. It's hard to disagree with that. If I'm being honest with you, it is hard to disagree with that. And then finally, I wanted to bring this up. So this was in Truth Out. This was from March. But Bernie was talking here about a new RAND study that was released. And they said the following. The top 1% has sapped $79 trillion in wealth from the bottom 90% since 1975. Think about those numbers. It's almost impossible.
Think about those numbers. Think about those numbers as people are unengaged, sharing bullshit that is being propaganda about things that is going to negatively affect them. And they don't even see it. Think about it. I'm just giving you the information. I don't give a fuck what you do with it. You know, it is what it is. The facts are right here. These are the facts. Let me go on. I think this. Here we are. Another thing about our economy, the economy of the United States. Here we are. Uh, 45, 47, and MAGA fall apart as shutdown breaks them.
You open up your phone, your news feed, your social media.
Let him go!
If you guys didn't see they were able not really fight ICE off. ICE was unable to get them. He really struggled hard himself. Let me see. I didn't want to talk about that. I've already talked about that. We talked about them going in the apartment buildings. This is what I wanted to talk about. There was something I wanted to share in this. I think we're right here.
$155 billion. Those are dollars, those 1%ers, even bigger tax cuts. Isn't that nice of them?
And no Democrat on Capitol Hill is trying to change that law.
In fact, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation, which is a nonpartisan nonprofit, immigrants contribute to the economy through their role in the workforce and the tax payments that they make. Research shows that they actually subsidize healthcare for U.S.-born people and stabilize our Medicare and Social Security. That would be the same Social Security that MAGA Republicans are looting right now to give the wealthiest Americans, those 1%ers, even bigger tax cuts. Isn't that nice of them? And the American Immigration Council states that in 2022...
And see, people act like they don't know why we're going broke. To give these billionaires tax cuts. And they tell you that the safety systems that you like Social Security that you paid into it is going to be insolvent because of immigrants. Because people need to get up off their butts and work. I told you that Social Security is they're thinking about making it harder for people to even get Social Security disability benefits. They're going to take age out of it, and hopefully that will help them deny more people Social Security disabled benefits. They also are going to be looking at who you are living with. Say if you have Down syndromes and you're an adult with Down syndromes who could possibly be making $970 some dollars a month. And you have to permanently live with your parents. Instead of giving you more money, so understanding that you got to pay your parents need some money. Your parents are not rich people. Let's say your parents are poor people themselves and are on food stamps. Instead of giving you more money because your parents are your caregiver and they are poor themselves, no, they're going to give you up to $300 less. This is what they're trying to do for disabled people on Social Security, people that they are sure that have to. What is that going to do to a lot of people? That's going to a lot of people who gratefully have some parent or some family members that'll take them in because hey, we can all help each other, and out of your little check, you can pay me $300 a month or something that'll help with the bills, this, that, and the other. No, they're going to cut it because the one that needs your help paying something on the bills because you're disabled is getting food stamps. Now they're going to cut your check. And they're going to cut your check because you have a place to stay with that family member. So what's that going to do? That's going to let that family member rent that room out to somebody else. That's going to make that family member say, hey, I can't afford to have somebody staying here for free. Now, where is this disabled person going to go with their little $977 a month? They're not going to be able to go to a nursing home because goddamn, the nursing home is already going to be turning out people who don't have enough money to pay. And goddamn it, $977 is not going to pay for you to stay up in a nursing home. And they want to blame everything on illegals and the poor as they continue this disgusting wealth gap for the rich. Let's continue.
Immigrants paid $21.5 billion in state and federal taxes with a spending power of nearly $255 billion. Those are dollars that are spent in our local and federal economies, boosting the towns and cities that we live in, shopping in our grocery stores, putting money into our communities. Yet most of them do not qualify for any benefits. And that's because it's against federal law. All right. On rare occasions, an undocumented citizen will receive medical care benefits in this country. And that's in an emergent situation, in a car accident. You can't turn someone away if they're hurt. Like, what kind of psychopath are you? And if you think about it, it's better for the rest of us. Let's say somebody has an infectious disease. They have COVID or they have measles, which is exploding thanks to RFK Jr. And they show up at a hospital, they need treatment. You want people like that to get treatment. Because if they don't, now they're in the community and they're spreading their disease or illness to the rest of us. They're not contributing. That the Trump regime is a lawless one. They will fire Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys the minute that USA doesn't follow the Führer's orders. We've seen this already happening here where I live in Virginia. We're seeing it happen inside the FBI as these career FBI agents, the most experienced, the ones who are keeping our country the safest, are being purged out of the agency because they are not following what Führer Trump wants. And even some of the judges that Trump installed are now fair game for the MAGA threat. Trump-appointed Judge Karen Immergut just blocked his order to deploy National Guard troops to Portland, although now he's trying to do a runaround and use California National Guard troops, which...
And now this is his own appointed judge. And guess who comes out and says something crazy about his own appointed judge? None other than Stephen Miller.
Governor Gavin Newsom is now suing him for. But now vampire in chief Stephen Miller is calling Judge Immergut an insurrectionist. I mean, that is just rich.
An insurrectionist. Yet, do they ever call the January 6 people who tried to block the certification of the election that? No, they don't. They call them patriots. They even asked Pam Bimbo, was there some type of process being set up to have some type of fund to pay these insurrectionists? And she played dumb. I don't know if she was playing, but she gave a dumb answer as if she didn't know. So we know that they paid the whatever the woman who actually tried to go into the chambers once the window was broke into the interchambers where the police and the senators were. They paid her family, I believe, $5 million, and they are burying her in Arlington National Cemetery. Let that sink in. Uh, Legal insurrection. The president is the commander in chief of the armed forces, not a Oregon judge. Portland and Oregon law enforcement, at the direction of local leaders, have refused to aid ICE officers facing relentless terrorist assault and threats to life. Where, bitch? Where? Uh, yeah. Now, anything that he says, we are supposed to take seriously because it's coming out of his mouth. And that's why they get in court and have nothing to back up their claims. Just like they told you that a woman got out of her car with a assault rifle, and none of that was written in the court complaint against the woman because they're liars. Okay, uh, I I've had enough. It's about the economy. Let's get back to the economy. Oh my God, this is a lot. Let me see what else I would like to share with you about the economy of it all, real quick. Hold on. Let me see what this is. Okay, so 4547 came out in that clown meeting with these lying influencers, and said that he's made it a 1 year penalty for inciting riots. If you didn't know that, let me share that with you real quick. And he was also falling asleep at this meeting. He's just reading what's in front of him.
For inciting riots. Said this. We've made it 1 year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it from not from the freedom of speech, which
Oh, so now they're saying that burning a flag, we took it away from freedom of speech. I was wondering what the fuck are you talking about? You took away from freedom of speech. So now he's saying if you burn a flag, you are inciting a riot. So therefore, that's why when that loser came up and showed his burnt up flag. Well, maybe you know who it was. Yeah, I know exactly who it was. Well, maybe we can get Pam Bundy on this. Uh, we took it away from freedom of speech. You can't take it away from freedom of speech because it's freedom of speech. Stupid. We took burning flags away from freedom of speech. When you said that people couldn't burn flags, you never said a goddamn thing about freedom of speech because you were too stupid and your DOJ was too stupid to know that burning a flag is freedom of speech. And it was not until then that you knew that it was freedom of speech. So how the fuck you sitting up here talking about you took it away from free speech and now we're putting it under inciting a riot? This is the fucking idiocy that is sitting in the Oval Office right now. Oh my God.
Felt strongly about, but never passed the courts.
Quote, we took the freedom of speech away. This comes after Trump has signed an executive order trying to mandate a year in prison for burning the flag, which is not only constitutionally protected speech, thanks to the U.S. Supreme Court, but also not in Donald Trump's power to do. But the illegality of his move aside, it's also a major slap in the face to his own voters. Remember, this is the guy who just months ago promised this at his own inauguration.
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
And yet now that...
Fuck off, Dick. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was there. Do I have any more people? Nobody's coming. Leonard is it's fucking diabolical for real. Okay, so let me get back on track. I didn't got I hate when I get off track like that. Let me get back on track with the economy. That's where we were. Were we on the economy? Okay. Let me get back on track with the economy. Here we go. The economy. Here we go. Now, uh, let's uh, let's see a little of the bimbo's oversight. Let's see a little bit of the bimbo's oversight. Let me share this with you. I don't think that we need to. The link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. If you did not see Pam Bimbo lie and try to have little zingers and little comebacks to the senators who were questioning her because she refused to answer questions and a whole bunch of foolishness, a whole bunch of ignorance was on display at this hearing. It was really pathetic. Leonard, you're the only one who's responding. Leonard, did you see this oversight hearing? Hey, Sandy, did you a clown? Thank you. Yes, Sandy, a whole clown show. It was just, I watched it all the way through myself. I'm going to show you two clips. That will sum it up. The link is in my description box as well. I will show you the her. I'm not going to show you her opening. I'm going to show you Dick Durbin. He was the ranking member on this committee. I'm going to show you his questioning, and I'm going to show you Adam Schiff, because Adam Schiff, I may show you three. Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff basically summed up all of the questions that she refused to answer. Now, she refused to answer any conversation. Oh, and they got in her ass about that $50,000 that was taken from the border czar, Tom Coleman. And they asked, did he pay taxes on that? Did the FBI get that money back, that $50,000? What happened to that $50,000? Oh, that was pretty good. Watching her try to have righteous indignation when she should have had shame. She's too stupid to know to know when she's shameful. Let's get on uh, Durbin.
I look forward to hearing about your success in that regard. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chairman Grassley, for holding this oversight hearing. Welcome, Attorney General Bondi. I'm glad that we are following this committee's long-standing tradition of regular oversight hearings with the Attorney General, the Director of the FBI, and the Secretary of Homeland Security. These hearings have never been more important as President Trump turns the full force of the federal government on Chicago and other American cities. The assault on the city I am proud to represent is just one example of how President Trump and Attorney General Bondi shut down justice at the Department of Justice.
So, she's sitting up there looking smug with a bunch of personal attacks for him. Now, I want you to notice that she tried to go overboard to let him know that I am not even paying attention to anything that you're saying, the unprofessionalism of it all.
Even before the president's party, controlling the White House, Senate, and House of Representatives, shut down the government. The Attorney General has systematically weaponized our nation's leading law enforcement agency to protect President Trump and his allies and attack his opponents and, sadly, the American people. You have purged hundreds of senior career officials since you first appeared before us. These men and women had dedicated their careers to protecting the American people. As a result, the department has lost literally thousands of years of law enforcement expertise. To be specific, you disbanded the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force and the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, despite the growing threat of foreign election interference and the drastic rise in cryptocurrency crimes. You forced out almost 75% of the civil...
Of course she did. Who is getting richer the fastest in the United States off of crypto coin? Do you think that she was going to have somebody overseeing the illegal shit that is going on with crypto? Of course she suspended them and disbanded that.
Rights divisions, career attorneys, while hate crimes are on the rise. You fired more than 100 immigration judges while the immigration
airport. The way Navarro was treated is, I look forward to hearing about.
Case backlog is more than 3 million. You cut the public integrity section from 30 prosecutors to 2 while political corruption skyrockets. During your confirmation hearing, I asked you about your many potential conflicts of interest as a former lobbyist. You responded under oath, quote, "You will consult with career ethics officials within the department and make the appropriate decision," end of quote. But the Justice Department then removed those career ethics officials and put in their place inexperienced political appointees beholden to President and you. And you've effectively shut down the Office of Professional Responsibility, which investigates misconduct by Department of Justice attorneys. Now, with these ethical guardrails out of the way, corruption has run rampant at the Department of Justice. Although you've been a registered foreign agent for Qatar, you did not recuse yourself from signing off on President Trump's solicitation of a free jet from the royal family, even though this gift was clearly illegal. Connections to Attorney General Bondi seem to yield more favorable outcomes for defendants. At least 2 long-running federal prosecutions were abruptly dropped after the defendants hired your brother. It's no surprise that Ed Martin, the failed U.S. attorney nominee you appointed as senior official, said, quote, "No MAGA left behind." Our nation's top law enforcement agency has become a shield for the president and his political allies when they engage in misconduct. Last year, President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, was allegedly recorded accepting a $50,000 bag of cash in exchange for promising immigration enforcement-related contracts. Under your leadership, the investigation into Mr. Homan was dropped. After President Trump pardoned nearly 1,600 January 6 insurrectionists, including more than 600 charged with assaulting or impeding law enforcement, the Department of Justice is arguing in court that these pardons provide immunity for wholly unrelated crimes in multiple cases. Jared Weiss was filmed on January 6th, encouraging his fellow rioters to attack the Metropolitan Police Department officers, and he said, "F them, kill them." What happened to Mr. Weiss? He's been hired by you as a senior advisor.
He works in the DOJ.
In February, you said the Epstein client list was, quote, "sitting on my desk right now for review." 8 months later, you still haven't produced these files, and a credible whistleblower told my office that FBI agents were directed to flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned. The Department of Justice ordered the dismissal of corruption charges against the former New York City Mayor Eric Adams in a corrupt backroom deal to secure his cooperation with the president's immigration agenda. Acting U.S. Attorney Daniel Sassoon A Republican appointed by President Trump resigned in protest. Acting U.S. Attorney for the Eric Siebert, a Republican appointed by President Trump, was forced to resign because he didn't believe there was sufficient evidence to indict New York Attorney General Letitia Adams or former FBI Director James Comey. In his place, President Trump installed his former personal attorney, someone with no prosecutorial experience, to indict Director Comey, which she did. She joins a network of unqualified MAGA loyalists masquerading as federal prosecutors, like Alina Habba, who said she would use her position to, quote, turn New Jersey red, close quote, and Sigil Chattah, who once said that a black political opponent was, quote, should be hanging from an effing crane, end of quote. The president and
Now, this is the first time in history that I heard about that. That's who's working in high levels at the Department of Justice. I had never heard about this. Should be hanging from a train quote. And I don't know where this person is working, but I'm gonna have to figure this one out. I forgot to check on that, but I don't know why I was astonished. But how come you heard nothing about this? Nothing. Have you guys heard about that? I never heard anything about that.
ordered the dismissal of corruption charges against the former New York City Mayor Eric Adams in a corrupt backroom deal to secure his cooperation with the president's immigration agenda. Acting U.S. Attorney Daniel Sassoon, a Republican appointed by President Trump, resigned in protest. Acting U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Eric Siebert, a Republican appointed by President Trump, was forced to resign because he didn't believe there was sufficient evidence to indict New York Attorney General Letitia Adams or former FBI Director James Comey. In his place, President Trump installed his former personal attorney, someone with no prosecutorial experience, to indict Director Comey, which she did. She joins a network of unqualified MAGA loyalists masquerading as federal prosecutors, like Alina Habba, who said she would use her position to, quote, turn New Jersey red, close quote, and Sigil Chattah, who once said that a black political opponent was, quote, should be hanging from an effing crane, end of quote. The president and attorney general attempted to bypass the Senate to install these unqualified extremists. Where do you find these people? Courts have ruled that both Ms. Habba and Ms. Chattah are serving in their roles illegally, jeopardizing countless prosecutions by your office. Why? And that's just one example of how the Department of Justice is making America less safe. Attorney General Bondi shut down the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force, OSADEF, which has dismantled thousands of criminal organizations. And you diverted thousands of FBI, DEA, and ATF agents and DOJ prosecutors from their critical missions to carry out the president's mass deportation agenda. Attorney General Bondi, not surprisingly, federal drug prosecutions have dropped to the lowest level in decades. Let me repeat that. Federal prosecutions for drug crimes have dropped to the lowest level in decades on your watch. Department.
They are so concerned about drugs coming to the United States that they are unilaterally striking fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela with the excuse that they are so afraid of drugs coming to the United States. But you hear all the actual drug arrests in the United States are at an all-time low under this administration. Make it make sense.
The Justice has also unilaterally terminated 373 grants that provide critical funding to state and local law enforcement to the tune of $500 million. The 2026
$500 million clawed away from police. But they want you to believe that the police are not doing enough about violent crime, so they must put the military on the streets. Is it for immigration or is it for crime? It's a little bit of both, depending on what second you ask why the military is on our street. They're concerned. You have a concerned administration.
Trump budget would slash the high-intensity drug trafficking areas program known as IDA by more than a third, from $300 million to $196 million. Instead of taking common-sense steps that have proven to help reduce crime, Attorney General, you're focusing on helping President Trump play strongman on television. He has illegally deployed troops to Chicago and other American citizens and has threatened to send more. The Justice Department defends this dubious legal basis for these deployments and diverts DOJ personnel and their components to assist in these efforts. These deployments basically target Democratic-run cities. and Democratic leaders, ignoring many Republican-led areas of our country with even higher crime rates, and making clear that this is for political theater, not public safety. One particular chaotic raid in Chicago Tuesday last week, aided by the FBI and ATF, which you supervise. In the middle of the night, federal agents pulled women and children out of their beds, crashed down the doors to their homes, destroyed their apartments, zip-tied children and others, and detained immigrants and U.S. citizens alike for hours in vans. When one witness complained about the treatment of the small children, an agent laughed at her and said, "F them kids." On Friday, a federal judge appointed by President Trump.
He didn't say F them kids. He said fuck them kids.
Held that deploying the National Guard in Portland is illegal. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller accused her of, quote, legal insurrection, close quote. At a time of rising threats to federal judges, this kind of language is inexcusable. Last week, the President and Secretary Hegseth summoned senior military officials to a political pep rally at Quantico, where the President said he wanted to use American cities as, quote, training grounds for our military. Training grounds for our military. To fight the, quote, enemy within. Chicago is not the enemy. Our fellow Americans are not the enemy. It is abhorrent for the President, who is supposed to represent all Americans, regardless of political party, to describe anyone who disagrees with him in this manner. To my Republican colleagues who claim the previous administration weaponized the Department of Justice, President Biden retained President Trump's FBI Director Christopher Wray, who President Trump then fired. President Biden never directed the Attorney General to prosecute his political opponents. President Biden never fired his own political appointees for refusing to prosecute his targets. What has taken place since January 20th, 2025 would make even President Nixon recoil. This is your legacy, Attorney General Bondi. In 8 short months, you have fundamentally transformed the Justice Department and left an enormous stain in American history. It will take decades to recover. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Would you please rise so I can give you a swear?
Now, they swore this bitch in. They actually swore this bitch in. That's what I wanted you to hear. His opening remarks. I don't want to hear Grassley's bullshit question. Let's go to Durbin questioning her. And I want you to look at that fucking fat face Lindsey Graham, acting like this is some comedy show. When she say the first ignorant answer out of her mouth, not answering a direct question, becoming with some bullshit that is that Lindsey Graham's find so entertaining. Let's get to it.
Hamill, when can you tell me that will be done?
We will notify you, Chairman Grassley. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Watch it,
Madam Attorney
Lindsey.
General, let me ask you this question. Were you
Watch Lindsey Graham and Comey act like her stupidity is something to be rewarded.
consulted by the White House before they deployed National Guard troops to cities in the United States?
I am not going to discuss any internal conversations with the White House.
You won't even say whether you talked to the White House about this?
I am not going to discuss any internal conversations with the White House with you, Ranking Member.
I noticed that. What's the secret? Why do you want to keep this secret? The American people don't know the rationale behind the deployment of National Guard troops in my state. The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you luck.
Actually, the law enforcement officers are being paid. So under oath, she's lying.
Love Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
I've been on this committee for more than 20 years.
That's a non-answer answer. He said, for what reason are they being sent there? Now, look at him. He's like, he wants to, well, anyway.
That's the kind of testimony you expect from this administration. A simple question as to whether or not they had a legal rationale for deploying National Guard troops becomes grounds for a personal attack. I think it's a legitimate question. It's my responsibility. She refuses to answer as to whether she had any conversation with the White House about deploying national troops to my state. That's an indication, I'm afraid, where we are politically in this place. Let me ask you another question. I want to, if you will, hold on a second. Make sure I got the right page of facts here. You testified under oath when you last before this committee that before your appointment to Attorney General, you had served as a representative of some sort for the royal family of Qatar.
Look at them chucking it up. Chuck it up.
There was an issue that came before you in May when President Trump accepted a $400 million luxury jet from the royal family of Qatar for temporary use as Air Force One before it's permanently gifted to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation. The Constitution unequivocally bestows on Congress the power to control whether any officer of the United States, including the President, may accept a gift, quote, from any king, prince, or foreign state, end of quote. And this gift clearly violates the statutory regime enacted by Congress. You've refused to answer a letter I sent to you 5 months ago, asking the legal rationale you relied on to advise President Trump to accept this unprecedented gift from your former legal client. Can you make a promise today that you will disclose that?
Disclose what, ranking member?
I assume there was a letter or some sort of statement from your office to the White House to advise them that you felt it was permissible?
First, to address my role with Qatar, as I addressed with you during my confirmation hearing, I disclosed it in my SJQ. In private practice, I worked for Qatar for anti-human trafficking for the World Cup. That was my only involvement, and I made that very clear, and I'm very proud of everything I've done with anti-human trafficking. Obviously, in preparing any advice for the president on a jet or anything else, we consult with the Office of Legal Counsel. The confidentiality applies to their input as well. And Chairman, if you would approve and vote to approve, as Chairman Grassley said, excuse me, ranking member, as Chairman Grassley said, my employees, we would answer your letters a lot faster, yet you're stalling them at every stop. And to go back to your previous question, your city has a murder rate 5 times higher than New York's. 571 homicides last year. If you were serious about protecting your people, you would be asking this administration for help. You're saying that we're coming into your state and your city. We're there to help make America safe and Illinois safe, whether or not you want to.
I believe cutting federal grant programs to law enforcement in my state and across the nation does not make us any safer, and you've done just that. You've supplanted that decision by sending in National Guard troops to California and other places. That is a situation where the governors have not asked for that help. If you truly wanted to do this on a bipartisan
But he was talking about Cutter, bitch.
basis, you wouldn't defy a governor, you would work with them. I'm prepared to do that. I'm prepared to work with this administration. But cutting these grants to law enforcement does not make us any stronger as a nation or give us the tools we need to reduce crime in Chicago. Now, I'd just like to ask you, when it came to this Cutter situation, did you consult with the ethics office in the Department of Justice before making your decision on this gift of a jet?
Chairman, I didn't gift a jet to anyone. My Office of Legal Counsel provides confidential advice to the president, to the White House, period. And you're conflating two issues. Cutting grants, I was very clear about what grants we've cut and what grants we haven't, only 7%. And if you have a grant in Illinois that you think that I've cut that is not that is protecting law enforcement officers or your people, you personally call me and I will work with you to turn that grant back on. I think many of the Democrats here can tell you, I have worked with them to turn grants back on. There's an appeal process. Tell me a specific grant that I have turned off in Illinois that would help law enforcement, and I will work with you. But you have not done that.
Did you take a look?
The National Guard.
Notice how she keeps doing a non-answer about that Cutter jet. All of this about and back to your previous question and all of this bullshit. This is who this is the has the what is she has the highest policing power in our country. This bimbo.
Is on the way right now as we speak. Oh, by the way, so is Director Patel and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. You're sitting here grilling me, and they're on their way to Chicago to keep your state safe.
Madam Attorney General, it's my job to grill you. Investigation of your agency is part of my responsibility and this committee. You may not like the experience, but others have weathered the storm and answered questions in a respectful manner.
Can you tell me the grants,
Yes.
ranking member, please?
Take a look at the president's budget on HIDA grants.
There she goes again about the grant. So I think we need to move on.
Already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files.
That's what he just said. You said you had it sitting on your desk waiting to review. So how are you correcting him by repeating exactly what he just said to you?
And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see
him saying, you said you had the client list on your desk waiting to review. What difference does it make that do you not understand that I said I didn't review it yet? Yes, we understand what he said. He said that you said you had it on your desk waiting to review.
Our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo. You also didn't let me respond to the HIDTA question. The budget transfers $196 million for high-intensity drug trafficking areas to the Office of Justice Programs, OJP. The Justice Department will continue.
She took the money and she added it to another program, and now she's pretending like, oh, well, the money is still there. Bullshit. Now, let me. Oh, I think this one is worthy as well. They talk about the money that the $50,000.
Senator, I would be more concerned if I were you when you talk about corruption and money that when you.
Yes.
Senator, as Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recently stated, the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you going to hold a separate hearing on your whistleblower account of the...
Hold on. Here we go.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Bondi, good morning.
Good morning.
What became of the $50,000 in cash that the FBI paid to Mr. Homan in a paper bag, evidently?
Now, you're the lead prosecutor in our country, and you don't know this off of the top of your head. No, you have to read a statement because you're under oath. And I don't give a fuck how many statements she read to be careful. What happened to 8 or 9 of these attorneys who were carrying 4547's water about the election being robbed and stolen? They lost their law license and they're no longer able to practice. So she thinks that she's doing something. You're looking stupid. You're looking like you're a liar. That's what you're looking like, to go through these pages to find the exact words that you were told to say when this question came up.
Senator, as Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recently stated, the investigation of Mr. Homan was subjected to a full review by the FBI, agents, and DOJ prosecutors. They found no credible evidence of any wrongdoing.
And that was not my question. My question was, what became of the $50,000 in cash that the FBI delivered, evidently in a paper bag, to Mr. Homan?
Senator, I'd look at your facts.
Are you saying that they did not deliver $50,000 in cash to Mr. Homan?
Senator, as recently stated, the investigation of Mr. Homan was subjected to a full review by the FBI agents, by Department of Justice prosecutors. They found no evidence of wrongdoing.
That's a different question. What became of the $50,000? Did the FBI get it back?
Mr. Whitehouse, excuse me, Senator Whitehouse, you're welcome to talk to the FBI.
The report to you, can't you answer this question?
Senator Whitehouse, you're welcome to discuss this with Director Patel.
Now, the FBI and Kash Patel are under her, and that's who they report to. But she don't have no answer for that. Let's continue.
Did Homan keep the $50,000?
As Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche recently stated, the investigation of Mr. Homan
I can see I'm not going to get a straight answer from you to a very simple
by
question.
the FBI agents and the DOJ. They found no credible evidence of wrongdoing. You know, you're very concerned about money and people taking money, and you rail against dark money. Yet you work with dark money groups all the time, Senator Whitehouse.
Everybody in the United States capital of the presidency, they all work in dark money. The dark money that they work with is called what do they call them? Super PACs. That's dark money, bitch.
Did you know whether or not in that investigation they looked at whether the 2024 $50,000 payment to Mr. Homan was declared by him on his tax returns?
Senator, I would be more concerned if I were you when you talk about corruption and money that
See, no, what is this shit? I hate that they don't do like the women in Congress do, reclaiming my time and let her pontificate on this dumb shit. If I were you, I would be more concerned about what is this shit. They don't know how to reclaim their time and shut this bitch up.
when you pushed for legislation that would subsidize your wife's company.
The questions here are actually pretty specific. So having you respond with completely irrelevant far-right internet talking points really is not very helpful here. I'd like, Mr. Chairman, you generally like to have us be able to get answers to know, and we'll follow up with the QFR. And to the extent Patel wants to answer, that would be great as well. What happened to the $50,000? Did Homan keep it? Did the FBI get it back? If he kept it, did he put it on his tax returns? Pretty simple questions. Homan was the same guy who said there was a deal with Eric Adams. He said, if Adams doesn't come through, I'll be back. I'll be in his office, up his butt, saying, where the hell is the agreement we came to? Which brings us to the OPR investigation of prosecutorial misconduct by Emil Bovee, because he was also involved in that transaction. What became of the OPR investigation of...
Now watch this bitch. Watch this shit. Watch this shit.
Prosecutorial misconduct by Emil Bovee.
Yeah, Senator Whitehouse, to correct you for one moment, that would be the Honorable Judge Emil J. Bovee III to you.
Not at the time.
No, it won't be the Honorable nobody to me, because he was, yes, an attorney at the DOJ when the shit he did was that he's asking about. He was not the Honorable so and so baby, what is this? Bovee the third to him. You stupid bitch. Ugh.
Time of this, he was an employee of the Department of Justice. And what became of the OPR investigation?
It's all pending
Oops.
litigation,
Misconduct.
Senator. I can't discuss pending litigation nor personnel matters.
OPR customarily publicly says when there's an investigation, and at the end of it, they provide a summary. Why can't you say what?
So it was a long session of that. I have to let my favorite Hawaiian senator get her questions in. She is, I love the unbotheredness of her and the, how she just.
The U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia
Would not refer to the defendant by his biological name. Would not refer to the defendant by his biological name. Referred to him by the pronouns, and was concerned about the treatment that this individual would get regarding a sex change while in prison. And we are appealing that sentence. I immediately said we are appealing that sentence.
Thank you.
But my prosecutors did an incredible job on that case.
And the judge wanted to put him in a women's prison.
Before Senator.
Not going to happen, excuse me.
Okay, so they're talking about trans issues, about the person that was convicted of standing outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house, allegedly to unalive him, whatever. Now it's a trans moment.
Sorry, Chairman. That's not going to happen in the Bureau of Prisons now.
Before Senator Ronald, without objection, I'd like to introduce 3 FBI 1023 forms into the record. The first 1023 form I made public last Congress. This is the one that Director Patel said his predecessors did fully investigate. The second and third 1023 forms relate to the first in that they reference potential Biden family criminal conduct. Senator Johnson and I made these 2 public, and we simply want to know whether the government has investigated what it found, and if not, why not? Senator Ronald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, FISA Section 702 will expire in 6 months. In response to my questions for the record, at your confirmation hearing, you said that the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was forced out. The U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was forced.
Any statutory reforms to FISA have incorporate safeguards. They have to incorporate safeguards to protect our civil liberties. The Department of Justice looks forward to working with you to discuss anything regarding 702.
Appreciate
I believe
that.
my staff, and Senator, I also want to thank you for this hearing. Your staff met with my staff, and I greatly appreciate that.
Okay, that was. Let's get all the pleasantries out of the way. They were talking about FISA uh, time running out. Now you finna get your ass whooped.
Thank you. We're going to be working on 702, so I appreciate the openness to further amending 702. At your confirmation hearing, you assured me that it is the Department of Justice's decision to determine what cases will be prosecuted. Last month, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was forced out. President Trump then posted the message behind me asking about prosecuting James Comey. You then appointed a new U.S. attorney who, within days, secured an indictment against James Comey. That social media post behind me saying, "What about Comey?" was directed to Pam. Are you the Pam that the president was referring to?
I'm sure I was.
So it's very clear to me that when the president posts something like that, that he considers the DOJ to be his law firm and you his lawyer. And in fact, very shortly after the post to you, Comey gets indicted. Last year, President Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, was videotaped taking a bag with $50,000 in cash from undercover FBI agents after suggesting he could help with government contracts. Sounds like a bribe. 2 weeks ago, DOJ officials reportedly shut down the bribery investigation into Mr. Homan. Ms. Bondi, did you approve closing the Homan investigation, bribery investigation?
Senator Hirono, as I stated earlier, the Department of Justice and the FBI conducted a thorough review, and they found no credible evidence of any wrongdoing. You were also on video outside the White House protesting with a group called CASA, where Antifa members were. Does that mean you're a member of Antifa?
You know, I simply asked the question as to whether or not you approve the shutting down of the investigation, Mr. Holman. I have to assume that you did because the FBI reports to you. But the American people would look at the situation where this person is taking a $50,000 in cash, no less, and you testified today that a thorough investigation was done. Now, I have to assume, I conclude, that since no wrongdoing was determined, that in answer to Senator Whitehouse's question, he kept the money. He kept the money, and I hope that he put that on his tax returns as income. Next question. Over 1,200 rioters were convicted of charges related to January 6th. President Trump has since pardoned nearly all of them. As if that weren't enough, last month there were reports that a lawyer for the January 6th rioters met with senior DOJ officials about setting up a compensation fund like the one that Congress set up after 9/11 to compensate these rioters. Ms. Bondi, is anyone at DOJ considering setting up a compensation fund for January 6th rioters? Yes or no?
Senator, I have had no meetings or discussions about a fund.
So would you support such a fund? Would you okay such a fund?
Senator, you can send me the information on the fund, and I'd be happy to look at it.
No, but do you think that's a good idea to, this is what I'm getting at. Because to actually set up a fund and to have people talking with your senior people at DOJ, political people, about creating a fund, and you won't let us know what you think about that, that's pretty unbelievable. On January 30th of this year, the Trump DOJ's Antitrust Division sued to block the merger of two tech companies. Then, well-connected lobbyists met with your political deputies who overruled the career staff and approved the merger. So there's a settlement on that. And separately, DOJ sued Ticketmaster last year for monopolizing concert tickets and forcing consumers to pay outrageous fees. Ticketmaster has hired the exact same lobbyists who met with senior DOJ political people regarding the merger of the two tech companies. So my question is, Ms. Bondi, have lobbyists met with your political deputies about the Ticketmaster case?
Senator Hirono, as I stated earlier, I am not going to discuss anything that is ongoing. Gail Slater runs the antitrust office,
I would say
and Gail Slater, if I can...
You didn't say nothing about you not going to address anything that is ongoing. You didn't know. You don't have an answer to that question. That you guys are allowing these.
Gail Slater is doing an incredible.
These big companies to make these mergers for profit. By hook or by hook. What's in the deal for you? What is in the deal for this administration? Let's continue.
incredible job running my antitrust unit.
It's highly likely, Ms. Bondi, that the same lobbyists who met with your people basically got rid of the antitrust case.
Senator, I don't think a lot of people
I
like
would
that
say
you were out
they're probably
protesting with
meeting you
Antifa.
right now. Next question. You have fired dozens of career prosecutors because they worked on cases involving President Trump or January 6 rioters. For example, one career federal prosecutor who secured over 100 convictions in Florida. He also spent time in D.C. prosecuting January 6 cases. He received an outstanding review only 2 days before you signed a memo firing him. The memo cited no reason for his firing. Are you firing career prosecutors solely because they worked on cases like January 6th that the president doesn't like?
Senator Hirono, I am not going
Yes
to talk
or no?
about personnel matters with you.
Well, we all know that hundreds of career prosecutors have left the DOJ, and literally hundreds, we're told. And
Yeah,
you know,
Senator,
you've
are you
lost- the
familiar with the one
DOJ
that threw a
has
sandwich
lost-
at an ICE officer? Are you a Homeland Security officer?
Here is the
Are you familiar
reason.
with the one who went out on her lunch break and was
Ms. Bondi,
making obscene gestures?
would you say that DOJ losing these career prosecutors and the thousands of hours of experience they have prosecuting criminals, that is not a reassuring situation?
Senator, many employees took the fork in the road and resigned. DOJ is hiring committed prosecutors who will actually come into the office and work.
But not qualified ones. Not qualified one. Committed to towing the line. That's what you're hiring.
And not work remotely
I
and
think we all
prosecute
know
violent
that-
criminals around the country and terrorists. And
When
I'm
you-
very proud
when you
of the
fire-
work all of our prosecutors.
I'm running out of
are
time, so I think you should stop with your continuous interruptions, in my opinion. Mr. Chairman, I just want to close by saying that what was once the Department of Justice has become the Department of Revenge and Corruption. Rather than pursuing cases without fear or favor, this DOJ seeks to favor the president's friends and instill fear in his alleged enemies. If you're a friend of the president, this corrupt DOJ will bend over backwards to help you, just like it dropped the bribery investigation of Tom Homan, like it's considering paying money to January 6 rioters, and like it has put antitrust enforcement decisions in the hands of well-connected lobbyists. But if you're on the wrong side of this president, you will face the wrath of DOJ, no matter what the facts, law, or justice support. James Comey is indicted days after the president's social media directive. Experienced career prosecutors are fired just because they were assigned to work on January 6 cases. Blue states are sued to get highly sensitive private voter data, whereas red states are left alone. The double standard is clear, and the American people are waking up to the corruption and favoritism and the lawlessness at the DOJ. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond, Chairman?
Yes.
May I respond?
Yes, you may respond.
She didn't ask a question, and he's going to let her respond anyway.
And then Senator Kennedy.
Thank you. The double standard is crystal clear, Senator Hirono, crystal clear, because you didn't complain for 4 years when President Trump was being targeted by Jack Smith, by the last Justice Department. But the American people spoke loud and clear when they overwhelmingly elected him. The two-tier system of justice is over.
Senator Kennedy.
Girl, bye. Okay. Let me sum this all up. This was a interesting one too. But no, we're gonna sum it all up with Adam Schiff. I think I like this old guy too. He says, he said, I noticed that you are coming with personal attacks, but can you save my personal attack until after I get done asking questions? I thought that was quite funny. Now, let's get to Adam Schiff. Here we go.
Get on. But I see 3.5 years from now, if we don't address the systemic problems, that what we've basically done is given a governor and mayor and city councilman a pass on failing to protect their people. I was formerly Speaker of the House in North Carolina. If I thought I had to have the president deploy troops to keep North Carolina safe, I would have considered myself a failure as a state leader.
And they don't consider themselves a failure because they know they don't need that. So get the fuck out of here, you fucking asshole.
And so I just hope we strike the
You
balance.
should consider yourself a failure because the government is shut down and you are not even working with the other side as the ranking member. You should consider yourself a failure because you guys want to pretend like this is all about a immigrants getting health care and a clean resolution and all that bullshit as the senator in South Carolina, so many of your people are going to be thrown off of health care. You don't know how to feel like a failure because if you knew how to feel like a failure, you'd be feeling like one now, bitch.
So that we're not fixing a problem temporarily, only to come back maybe even worse than the problem we're fixing the moment this president who's committed to local safety leaves. And that's something that we have to talk about. So we're leaving something behind. And I'm going to yield back. Thank you.
Senator Tillis. Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General Bondi, at your confirmation hearing in January, made a clear commitment you would not politicize your position. We are here today, your first oversight hearing 9 months into your tenure, at a time when hundreds of career prosecutors have quit because they were required to take unethical actions at odds with that promise, or feared that they would have to take such actions if they remained on the job. When over 1,000 former federal prosecutors have sounded the alarm about the unprecedented degree to which the powers of DOJ are being abused to go after the president's enemies. I approach this hearing with a heavy heart. As a former federal prosecutor myself, I served in a department that, whether it was under a Democratic or Republican president, would never use the office to go after the president's enemies or to hide the corruption of his friends. But today, the Justice Department has been used to cover up the possible corruption of the mayor of New York, or of a high-level administration official taking $50,000 reportedly in cash in a bag, or a child sex predator who befriended the president and some of his cabinet members. And instead of preventing partisan weaponization, your department has engaged in a brazenly political prosecution at the president's explicit direction. The department has become President Trump's personal sword and shield to go after his ever-growing list of political enemies and to protect himself, his allies, and associates. My questions therefore focus on these two themes: hiding the corrupt acts of his friends and prioritizing the political prosecution of his enemies. So let me start with the shocking allegations of bribery and pay to play. 2 weeks ago, 4 major media outlets reported that Tom Homan, the president's top deportation official working in the White House, took $50,000 in cash in a bag from undercover FBI agents in September 2024, just over a year ago. According to these reports, Homan indicated he would facilitate securing contracts in exchange for money once he was in office in a future Trump administration. Reportedly, this exchange was caught on tape. Rather than pursue this investigation without fear or favor, the department and the FBI under your leadership or that of your predecessor before you confirmed quietly shut it down. Once news broke, your deputy and FBI director issued a joint public statement confirming that the Trump administration closed the investigation. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt denied Homan took the $50,000, telling a reporter, quote, "Mr. Homan never took the $50,000 that you're referring to, so you should get your facts straight." So today I hope you can help us get our facts straight. Was that true, what the White House press secretary said when she denied Homan took the money? Did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, as I stated earlier, I was not in office. I was not confirmed when that was handled.
So does that mean
Deputy Attorney General Blanche and Director Patel said that there was no evidence that Tom Homan committed a crime. Yet now you're putting his picture up to slander him.
No, I'm putting his picture up showing an interview he gave with, I think, Fox, in which he was asked explicitly about these allegations that he took a $50,000 bribe, and he refused to answer. He said he didn't answer the question whether he took the money, so I'm asking you the question, did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, I answered that question multiple times, and frankly, you know...
Well, I don't think, with respect, I don't think you did, but in case I just didn't hear you, what is the answer? Did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, that happened prior to my confirmation as Attorney General.
Do you know,
I said that.
Do you know sitting here whether
All
he
I
took the
know
money?
is that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Patel said there was no case. And Caroline Leavitt is one of the most trustworthy human beings I know.
So
and,
was she,
Senator Schiff,
was she
if
right?
you worked for me, you would have been fired because you were censured by Congress for lying with your
we can stipulate to, you can stipulate to all your personal attacks on the Democratic members of the committee.
Personal attacks. You've been attacking my FBI director. You've been attacking my office. You've been attacking.
But what we're interested in,
borders are.
what we're interested in is the answer to these oversight questions.
You want your
you were asked by my colleague. You were asked by my colleague.
Attacking good people.
A regular order, Madam Chair, so I can ask a question. You were asked by my colleague from Vermont whether you will support providing a video or audio tape, if it exists, of Mr. Holman taking $50,000 in bribe money from the FBI, will you support a request by this committee to provide that tape or tapes to the committee? Yes or no?
Senator Schiff, you can talk to Director Patel about that.
Well, I'm talking to you about it. You're the Attorney General. This will be your decision. Will you
You
support?
don't have to tell me what is my decision and
Well,
what is
then-
not
then-
my decision.
then-
I
and
said
you- and
you
you
can
don't
talk
have
to
to-
Director
you don't
Patel.
have to try to-
You think
you
you've
don't
got a
have to-
gotcha with Tom Homan, our
Excuse me,
borders are,
excuse me, you
who's
don't have-
been out there
excuse me.
fighting for our country
Madam
since
Chair,
Donald Trump took office.
I'm trying to ask you a question. Regular order, please. And you don't have to defer to the FBI director to pass the buck. So I'm asking you, will you support a request so that the committee, or indeed I believe the American people, should be able to see that video or audio tape? Will you support that request?
Will you apologize to Donald Trump
So
for
I
trying
guess
to
I guess
impeach
the answer
him
is you won't support that
after
request.
you now know that
So
Joe
let me-
Biden
let
tried
me
to cover up
do
Hunter
this.
Biden's involvement with
Excuse
Ukraine?
me. Let me do this because I think it's valuable that the American people get a sense of what you've refused to answer today. So these are just some of the questions you refused to answer, or have answered with personal attacks on members of this committee. You were asked whether you consulted with career ethics lawyers, as you promised you would do during your nomination hearing, when you approved the president receiving a $400 million gift from the Qataris. You refused to answer that question. You were asked who or what role you may have played, or who played the role in asking that Trump's name be flagged in any of the Epstein documents gathered by the FBI. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman kept the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Holman paid taxes on the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did career prosecutors find insufficient evidence to charge James Comey? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, how are military strikes on these boats in the Caribbean legal? And you refused to even answer that question. You were
have a
asked,
law degree,
excuse
Senator
me,
Schiff?
excuse me. You were asked, did you discuss indicting James Comey with the president? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did you approve the firing of antitrust lawyers who disagreed with the Hewlett-Packard merger? You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you support a restoration fund for violent insurrections to attack the Capitol on January 6th. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you were firing career professionals, career prosecutors, just because they worked on January 6th investigations. You refused to answer that question. You were asked by my California colleague whether you believe government officials, like immigration officials, have to abide by court orders. You wouldn't even answer that question. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing.
Oversight?
Excuse me, you can attack me after my time is over.
You've attacked all of us, including President Trump, for your entire
You can attack me later,
career.
and I know you've got plenty of canned attacks. We've heard them all day to day.
Canned attacks on you?
This is supposed
No
to be.
one needs a canned attack on you.
Regular order, Madam Chair. I'm trying to speak. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing of the Justice Department. And it comes in the wake of an indictment called for by the president of one of his enemies. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing, and it comes in the wake of revelations that a top administration official took $50,000 in a bag, and this department made that investigation go away. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing when dozens of prosecutors have been fired simply because they worked on cases investigating the former president. This is, and now
What
the
about
current
the
president.
fires in California?
And
Do you
this
care
is
about that,
supposed to
Senator
be,
Schiff?
this is, excuse me, this is supposed to be an oversight hearing in which members of Congress can get serious answers to serious questions about
Are the riots in LA serious?
About the cover-up of corruption, about the...
What about the fires in California? My volume was off. What about the fires in California? We're supposed to be getting serious. Are the riots in California? What riots, bitch? What riots do you speak of, stupid? I'm glad she's trying to get him off of her ass, talking about fires and riots in California. What about she's from New York? I'm from Florida. What about all the crime in Florida? What about all of the housing? All of the people in Florida who are losing their houses under this administration. What about all the houses are for sale in Florida under this administration? What about all the insurance companies that are leaving Florida under this administration, and people are paying more for house insurance than they are their houses themselves, and people are walking away from Florida? What about that, bitch? That makes talking about that in this instance makes as much sense as you are making about talking about fires in California that are no longer burning, or riots in California that are not happening. You stupid cunt.
Prosecution of the president's enemies. And when will it be that the members of this committee on a bipartisan basis demand answers to those questions and refuse to accept
Clearly you're a
personal,
failure because you don't understand when someone can and cannot answer a question.
Personal slander as an answer to those questions?
Personal slander?
With
Will you
that, Madam Chair,
apologize to Donald
I yield
Trump
back.
for slandering him? Personal slander.
Senator Brett.
May I ask unanimous consent, Madam Chair, to introduce into the record the statement of 1,000 former Justice Department officials who warned that the Comey indictment is a democracy-threatening abuse of power. May I also request unanimous consent for the introduction to the record of 282 former career officials at the Justice Department raising an alarm who were voluntarily or involuntarily forced to leave the department because of improper actions taken by the Department of Justice. May I introduce with unanimous consent the Justice Department manual that talks about when initiating and declining charges are subject to impermissible considerations. And finally, Madam Chair, may I introduce the letter from Michael Ben-Ari, a career counterterrorism prosecutor, DOJ, a letter he nailed to his door, which concludes by urging officials to do the right thing for the right reasons, to follow the facts and the law, and raises the alarm that the decision to remove experienced career officials from U.S. attorneys' offices, the FBI, and critical parts of DOJ undermines our country's abilities to counter terrorist organizations, malign nation-state actors, and countless others that seek to harm our nation and its citizens. And he believes that the priority is prosecuting the president's enemies rather than protecting the country. May I have unanimous consent to enter these into the record?
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Brett.
Senator Moody, may I clarify one thing he entered in the record? I just want to say that I believe he entered a letter by 200 and something former employees. Well, I believe the spokesperson for that letter was also the spokesperson for Jack Smith.
Senator Brett.
Okay, and what?
Thank you, Madam Chair. General.
Okay, and what? What that mean? What that mean? What that supposed to mean? Okay, so sinkholes. What about all those sinkholes? Oh, sinkholes. What about the people home still needing repair from hurricanes? Exactly, Ms. Douglas. This is who is in charge of the Department of Justice. That one right there, who is making sure the rich get whatever they want. All of these contracts that Holman is getting and giving to his rich buddies who can grease his palm. I have a little short about Holman. I didn't add it, but I thought that it was interesting since he was being talked about. I think you guys may be interested in how Holman is profiting off of the government. Now, the last time I talked about Holman, when the story first broke, I told you that Holman was said to be worth $10 million. Holman worked in 47's first administration as well. And then he went on to do what they do, consulting and things like that. And his worth increased exponentially after that. So let's get into this.
Senator, I'd look at your facts.
Pamela Joe tried to do that dance with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse to avoid having to answer the question, what happened to the $50,000 that was given to Tom Homan in that Kava bag by undercover FBI agents who were posing as business executives that Homan promised to hook up with government contracts when he made it back into the Trump administration? I guess we'll never know if we trust Kash Patel and Pamela Joe to give us the answers. But look, the reason why I wanted to play that for you is I had the chance to sit down with a fantastic reporter from ProPublica who has his own bombshell reporting about Tom Homan, that Homan has not extricated himself from pre-existing relationships with vendors and other people that are running companies that are bidding for and trying to get contracts with DHS right now to build those insane, horrific detention facilities that Trump is using for his draconian immigration policies. Take a listen. And joining me now from one of my absolute favorites, as you all know, here at the Katie Fang News Channel, is Avi Asher Shapiro with some incredible investigative journalism concerning the quote border czar Tom Homan. Avi, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And don't you ever wonder why are these detention facilities still being built? If you don't wonder, you may want to wonder why these detention facilities are still being built, why these contracts are still being paid for, and they're getting all of this shit ready. Who they getting all of these beds ready for? When I just reported about how all of these detainees, I don't know where they're flying into. I don't know if I'm pretty sure if they want to get the detainees out of the country, they would be flying them out of the country. All of the detainees in Chicago, they are putting them on bus to the O'Hare Airport. So, who are all these beds for that Home and Palm is getting greased to give government contracts to? Surely, it's not the common man. It's the rich man looking to enrich himself. Now, what is the nature and the way that the man usually tried to enrich? And we talked about it earlier. We talked about slavery earlier.
So, Avi, I have mentioned to you that I'm a huge fan of the work that you are doing at ProPublica. I do think you are all truly doing the Lord's work. And when it comes to exposing what I think is pay to play or, the corruption, which has now become a hallmark of the Trump administration, ProPublica is always tip the spear. Let's talk about your recent reporting. You have a byline with your colleagues, Jeff Ernsthausen and Micah Rosenberg concerning Tom Homan, who, as we know, was in the headlines concerning the receipt of $50,000 cash in a kava bag. I will note, Pamela Jo Bondi, one of my favorite targets, was questioned today by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and others. Literally, Senator Whitehouse asked, what happened to the $50,000 cash that was delivered to Tom Homan, to which Bondi punted and said, talk to Kash Patel. We all know Kash Patel is very busy with his challenge coins and not kind of doing this work, but you refuse to answer, which is why your reporting obviously so important. So for those that have yet to be able to read this amazing piece, get everybody caught up to speed on what y'all discovered.
Yeah, so again, thanks for having me, Katie. Tom Homan's time in the private sector and his business connections have been a question of much scrutiny for a while now. After he left government the first time around, he took some consulting jobs with companies that had business before DHS, the Department of Homeland Security. And some of that had been known. He was a consultant with Geo Group, which is a private prison company. And, that was kind of happening pretty much, in plain sight. But what our reporting shows is that, his business ties to the industries that are seeking work before DHS are much richer and deeper than had previously, been shown. And that matters because there's about $45 billion going out from the federal government to private contractors for the detention of immigrants in this country, which is a policy that, Tom Homan is one of the key architects of. So we have a whole constellation of business interests that have links to Tom Homan that are trying to get a chunk of that money. And some of those business ties, like Geo Group, I mentioned, were known, but others were not known, including a business relationship he has with a man named Charlie Soule, who is a key consultant in this industry now, which is trying to help companies get work building detention camps. So our story sort of goes behind the scenes a bit in this kind of complicated world of government contractors who see this $45 billion number, see dollar signs, and they're trying to figure out how to get a chunk of it for themselves. And a lot of them, getting close to Tom Homan is part of their business strategy.
Yeah, Avi, it didn't escape my notice. A couple of minutes ago, you used the adjective richer and deeper. Let's talk about the richer part for Tom Homan, because I do think this is incredibly relevant. In 2017, according to your investigation, Homan declared assets totaling a maximum of just $250,000 on his ethics disclosures. Fast forward to 2025, his net worth grew to between $3 million to $9 million, and this is sourced by you to the disclosure documents that have been required to be filed. It's interesting because, Avi, when Tom Homan left Trump term 1.0 and went into the private sector, it's okay, right, for him to do private consulting work and to make money off of it. And let's be frank, right? A lot of people leave government positions in a change of administration, and they do consulting and lobbying work, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, in particular, former, high-level officials at ICE are sought after consultants in this world. The ICE spends a lot of money on everything from sort of like IT to tracking migrants, ankle bracelets, building detention camps. So it's big business, and knowing who the power players are and how to navigate the system is valuable. And there's an industry of people going through the revolving door. And there's nothing technically wrong with that, but there are rules. There are ethics rules and there are corruption rules that are supposed to guard against conflicts of interest, encroaching on what is supposed to be a procurement process, which is the taxpayer getting the best bang for their buck when we spend money. So, as you said, we compared Tom Homan's disclosure from when he went into government, the first time to this time, and these disclosures are complicated, and we don't have we can't say his net worth was this versus that, but we have sort of ranges, and his net worth climbed to as much as $9 million in his time in the private sector, just a couple of years. And what he was doing was in part consulting for these companies that are doing business in front of DHS, which means when he goes back into the Trump administration to be the border czar, he has to keep those what they're called covered relationships at arm's distance for a while. And he promised to do that. He said that he would recuse himself from contracting conversations and decision making and matters involving contracting. But what our reporting shows is that at least at some moments, he has been involved in those conversations. We've obtained records, records that show that Tom Homan has been in discussion with industry, the very industry that he was a major consultant for, and who are seeking a chunk of this $45 billion for detention. And when we spoke to, top ethics lawyers, former officials who were both in Republican and Democratic administrations about whether that's kosher, they said that's not what, you can't be in those conversations if you recuse yourself. So, there's serious questions about whether Tom Homan has lived up to his promise to recuse himself from contracting, what he promised when he went into the administration. A second thing I think, which is an important thing, which we discovered as well, is that Tom Homan has a top advisor in the border czar's office, a man named Mark Hall. And Mark Hall was also paid by consultants in this space who are looking to help companies get money from DHS. And Mark Hall is definitely not recused himself from his activities now that he's in the border czar's office. In fact, we were able to show that Mark Hall is actually visiting privately with companies that are pitching DHS on detention camps as recently as August.
Okay, so I dropped the link in the chat. Go over there and check out Katie Fang and understand what the border czar is really up to. Now, let me. I think I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to leave it at that. I'm gonna. Yes, that the link is above. I've been on here for so long. I need to let my dogs out. But let me. I talked to you guys about this earlier. I want you guys to understand Stephen Miller getting caught in the middle of giving up the whole game. Stephen Miller actually was on CNN, and he said that 4547. He said the 4547 is a plenary authority, which refers to the full and complete authority granted to a government body, allowing it to legislate on any matter within its jurisdiction without limitation. These powers are crucial to the context of the state governments as they enable states and exercises broad legislative control and e- govern effectively within their own territories, uh, are reflecting the principles of federalism that the let me see that let me see that delineate delineates state and federal responsibilities. Delineates. Okay, so this is what he said. He said that the government actually has that power, but the president actually has that power, but in fact, the president does not have that power. No, the president of the United States does not have plenary powers, as those are the powers that are held in absolute unlimited terms. The president's powers are explicitly defined by the Constitution and are subject to limitations and checks by other branches of government, including congressional authorization and Senate advise and consent, and the judicial review. So I want to play you where Stephen Miller obviously gets someone in his ear who tells him, "Hey, shut up, stupid! You're not supposed to tell them that." If you caught the earlier part of my show, I kind of reviewed what this project 2025 entails and what this government has been doing. The thoughts of Russell Vogt, the Russell Vogt visiting these right wing. Stages, these Christian rights stages, what Christian rights represent. All of this stuff is intertwined into Project 2025. Understand that Russell Vogt and both Stephen Millers are architects of Project 2025, but I want you to see him freeze after he says that the government has what is it? Planetary authority. And then he stops himself. And CNN totally took this clip, cut him saying that, and went to commercial, came back, and said, "Oh, okay, we back. We had technical difficulties." You're going to see that there is absolutely no technical difficulties. Let's get into this.
Would note the administration won. The administration filed an appeal this morning with the Ninth Circuit. I would note the administration won an identical case in the Ninth Circuit just a few months ago with respect to the federalizing of the California National Guard. Under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the president has plenary authority.
Stephen? Stephen? Hey, Stephen, can you hear me?
Yeah, he hear you.
It seemed, Stephen, I apologize. It seems like we're having a technical.
That there is the first time you've ever heard Stephen Miller shut the f up while he's saying something, but he froze and made me wondered, is this a Mitch McConnell moment? Is this an elderly moment when this guy is only, what, 39 years old? Did he freeze up and did his brain break? Actually, what happened was, as you guys heard right before he froze, Stephen Miller accidentally said something even his loose-lipped, loudmouth, racist ass probably shouldn't have said. And someone in his ear said, "Stephen, shut the f up." He said the president has plenary authority. You guys know what that is? Plenary powers refer to the full, complete authority granted to a governing body, allowing it to legislate on any matter within its jurisdiction without limitations. There's bases behind something like that. Here it is. These powers are crucial in the context of state governments, as they enable states to exercise broad legislative control and govern effectively within their own territories, reflecting the principle of federalism that delineates state and federal responsibilities. But Stephen Miller said Donald Trump has plenary authority to do what he wants, and this is
which means that he can override the states. What happened to all of these right-wing people talking about states' rights? What happened to all of this states' rights? He saying, "I rule all the lands in all the states. If I rule the world, I love it, baby." Okay, that's what he's saying. That he rules all of the states as well. Let's continue.
When he's talking about him sending armed military into American cities that he already said should be used as training grounds to kill American citizens so that, the rest of his authoritarian regime can take over this country. In case you were wondering, since we saw that these things do exist in some aspects, I also looked up whether or not the president of the United States has plenary powers. Authority, like Stephen Miller said before he got shushed. By the way, no, the president does not have those powers, as those powers are held in absolute and unlimited terms. So we know why Stephen Miller said it, because that's how he thinks. The president's powers are explicitly defined by the Constitution and are subject to limitations and checks by other branches of government, including congressional authorization, the Senate's advice and consent, and also judicial review. All those things that this administration has been running over, like with tanks, but really fast. Because as we saw, the anchor there on CNN was confused as to what was going on. That whole time, Stephen Miller's sitting there frozen, not knowing what to say. There's a pit in his stomach. He's like, damn it, did I just give up the whole game? By the way, they've been giving up the whole game for a long time. It's just a matter of whether or not they say the very loudest part of it that they're supposed to keep inside their brains and as a part of the rest of their plans before people go, wait a second, plenary authority, is that what he said? So there's a couple folks that watched this whole thing live, and I wondered how they came back around to it, or what is it they gave as the reason behind it, or if he continued just talking. This one poster over on Threads said, it is real, because people wondered if this is some kind of AI. They said, I watched it live. They cut the commercial, came back, and continued the interview citing, quote, technical issues. But it's clear Miller showed his cards with that plenary authority, and someone told him to shut his trap. Someone else responded to that also and pointed out that CNN posted that interview minus this bombshell over on YouTube, like it never happened. So I looked into that. I did notice. So CNN, I went up on their page, and what they didn't posted was I saw the time point of when he froze up and was told to shut up. The point that they played of that entire interview was like 10 and a half minutes, was from a couple minutes after that. So maybe they took that break, came back, restarted the rest of that interview, and continued on through and never posted that original part. It's got to be up somewhere, but officially with that, liberal rag of CNN, as MAGA would call it, they don't seem to really want to show that part. Again, it's 2025, so everybody can find it. It's really easy to get to. In fact, it's
okay, so you just saw that. Ms. Douglas, I'm glad you brought up Oklahoma. You remind me, I have been doing stories on Ryan Walters ever since I heard about his foolishness buying those Trump Bibles and saying that every public classroom had to have a Trump Bible. Now, Oklahoma begins full-scale investigation into psycho former state school superintendent. I have been following his foolishness. I don't know if I'm pretty sure you have to know this. Here we go.
Site scratched a lot of things that happened under Ryan Walters. Just this morning, the department had gone from the website.
Ryan Walters, I talked about it the other day, is out at the Department of Education in Oklahoma as the superintendent, the State Department of Instruction, or whatever they call it. And they're learning now, well, one, it's like they have to go and scrub all of the policies from the website and from being in action in the state. And as part of that review, they're also finding out all kinds of things about $150,000 salary here for a guy who's only showed up to work 4 times, and $50,000 in bonuses for this guy who lives in Texas. All kinds of serious implications for Ryan Walters legally are coming down the pike. But let's start with the erasure of the website, because when Ryan Walters took office, he tried to implement a white Christian nationalist worldview into the education standards of the state of Oklahoma, which is already number 50 out of 50.
I would be remiss if I didn't tell you the last thing that he did the day before he resigned. He made an announcement that there will have to be a Turning Points USA branch in every public high school in Oklahoma. Public high school.
Good. And any parent who has any concern for the education of their children should be outraged that this is the guy who ran roughshod over the state's education system, putting in PragerU lessons into elementary schools, PragerU lessons that said, yeah, slavery's bad, but it's not as bad as being murdered. Yeah. Buying Donald Trump Bibles, the God Bless the USA Bible with Donald Trump's inaugural addresses and all the other, his signature, buying those to put them into classrooms. There's all kinds of nonsense that they're having to reverse right now. And it's turning out to be more of a task than they thought. Watch this from WFOR, local Oklahoma City.
Remiss if I didn't remind you that he wanted to definitely not teach Black history, but he wanted to teach that the 2020 election was stolen in our schools, in y'all.
Purge, this attempt to reverse the damage that has been done, the weird tests for teachers who come from out of state to teach in the state of Oklahoma. They need to take an America First kind of a test. All of this, they're having to reverse it. And in the course of that, they're realizing, oh shit, there was a lot more damage done here than we thought. So much so that the Republican Attorney General, Republican officials, keep in mind, Oklahoma isn't even like Texas, where there's a pretty good split of Democrats and Republicans. Oklahoma and Idaho, there's a few states that are very Republican, that are overwhelmingly Republican. And even in this overwhelmingly Republican state of Oklahoma, they are starting an investigation that I believe is going to portend bad things for Mr. Ryan Walters and the mismanagement and the abuse of his position, paying people vast sums of money, pilfering the education system in the state of Oklahoma. Here, same network, same affiliate, talking about this on a separate day.
Now, one of the people who he was paying out of the Oklahoma school budget lived in Texas and showed up at 4 meetings. I don't know if it was virtual or in person. Let that sink in. As your school system is the last in the country, the worst.
Investigation.
Busy first day without Ryan Walters in charge of the Oklahoma State Department of Education. Here at the Oliver Hodge building, we actually saw folks coming out of this building carrying stuff from their offices, loading it into their cars here in the parking lot this morning. Still, though, a lot's uncertain about who will remain on staff whenever somebody new finally comes in and takes over. And while we didn't see him Wednesday, a top Oklahoma State Department of Education official told me Ryan Walters' chief policy advisor Matt Langston is out too. The official telling me Langston will not be returning to the department. It's not clear right now if he's still on the state payroll. We told you Langston draws a $150,000 a year salary from the state while also getting more than $40,000 in taxpayer-funded bonus payments. That's despite the fact he lives and works out of Texas full-time, where he runs his own political consulting firm.
His connections and people that the superintendent has brought on board are all political folks. They're all work on campaigns from Florida to Washington, D.C.
And public records we told you Oklahoma Watch uncovered showed he's only used his badge to get into the Department of Education building 4 times the first half of this year.
He is a ghost employee. He's not showing up to work, but he's getting a check from the state of Oklahoma.
Another controversial top advisor we can confirm has not left the department is Chief of Staff Matt Mueller, who was at the office Wednesday. Is Matt Mueller in today?
They're in today. They're in a meeting right now.
Off camera, I tried asking Mueller if he plans to resign. He did not respond. We first told you OSDE hired Mueller, a Florida-based political consultant, back in February, the state paying him nearly $50,000 in his first month on the job alone.
It's a huge waste, and we know it's a huge waste.
And State Senator Mary Boren says it all may be more than just wasteful.
If they were taking money to do a job that they weren't doing, that violates state law.
We also heard from numerous current Republican and Democratic state lawmakers Wednesday, who all told us Mueller and Langston need to be at the top of the list of staff following Ryan Walters to the exit.
I think our new interim state superintendent is going to have to quickly restore order after this storm that we've been through collectively as a state.
Meanwhile, another bipartisan group of lawmakers I heard from Wednesday told me they want a full forensic audit examining Walters' tenure leading the Department of Education. And late Wednesday afternoon, Attorney General Gentner Drummond called on State Auditor Cindy Byrd to do just that, announcing, given the former superintendent's well-established history of mishandling tax dollars combined with new and ongoing allegations of misspending, I am now ordering an investigative audit of the Oklahoma State Department of Education.
We just need to make sure that whatever has happened before us and the fiscal mismanagement is appropriately attributed to the prior administration so that this new administration can have a fresh start.
So above all else, what this signals to me is
Okay. I just wanted to inform you guys of that because I had caught that. And so I just wanted to give you an update on Ryan Walters and his misdeeds and what it has caused Oklahoma school students. I'm going to... Okay. How about this? How about we do this? Because I just said I have to... Here, let me share this with you guys. Speaking of your students, I would be remiss if I did not share this with you as well. I really, I just really want you guys to have the information. Another way that your students are being targeted is right here.
And basically cradle to grave.
Here we go.
It's going to make your kids smarter. And
we're talking about tech in schools. So More Perfect Union did a piece about the objective that they wanted to sell you on tech in school, helping your student achieve, and you will not believe the outcome and the deterioration of education since tech has been in school, and what it has also done to the mental status of children. Some of you guys may know, some of you guys may not know. Let's check out this piece by More Perfect Union and what tech in schools has uh, come to actually due to the students who use tech in school.
For decades, the world's biggest tech companies have been selling a vision of the future directly to American schools,
We've got this device or this program or this app.
The future is digital.
where their products are supposed to bring education into the 21st century.
It's an incredible value proposition for schools.
It's going to make your kids smarter and make your teachers happier and streamline all your processes and so on.
But underneath the hype is a disturbing trend. Take a look at this graph. On the test known as the nation's report card, scores have been declining since 2012. Around the same time, tech companies began selling personal devices to American classrooms at scale.
This is a massive, uncontrolled experiment.
Kids are learning less, their thinking is far more shallow.
There have been some winners in all of this. Companies like Google have seen enormous success getting their products in front of a young audience with a lifetime of buying ahead of them.
Even if you got this Chromebook free now, you're a customer for life.
Why did we allow schools to become Silicon Valley profit centers?
We talked to teachers, parents, and experts about how the tech industry invaded American schools, what their real motivations are, and the impact on students. Because now big tech has launched a new push to disrupt education again using the same playbook. And this time, the technology is even more untested.
My name is Kirsta Bowman. I teach band, music technology, and choir. I'm teaching band, and kids are each supposed to have an instrument like a trumpet or a clarinet or a flute. And I look up and I have a trumpet player with their Chromebook open. They're trying to hack Roblox. And then I have a flute player trying to watch a K-pop drama on her Chromebook. If I put them away, kids will come in, where's the Chromebooks? Where's the Chromebooks?
In 2011, Google launched a new product with a lot of hype.
When you run Chrome OS on notebooks, you end up with a very different, unique experience. We call those Chromebooks.
At first, the Chromebook was kind of a flop. By design, it had fewer features than a regular laptop, limited to what you could do on Google Chrome. Early reviews panned it, and sales weren't great. But Google did have one advantage with the Chromebook.
Chromebooks are very inexpensive.
By the end of 2011, some Chromebook models were selling for as little as $300, much cheaper than other laptops on the market. Google started marketing these cheaper alternatives to schools and teachers.
We hope, this model will help more schools take the leap.
This Chromebook has everything a teacher could need.
They knew to go to teachers and get teachers and then their districts to serve as ambassadors.
It just took our walls and blew them away. These machines can go anywhere. We have now just gone citywide, statewide. It gives us the power of the entire Google team. It's almost like Google is part of our team now.
By 2016, Chromebooks made up more than half of the 13 million devices purchased by US schools. But the Chromebook was only one part of the push to get more tech into schools that has completely reshaped the classroom, and not necessarily for the better. To understand why, we need to go beyond the marketing pitch and look at the industry's real motivations.
It includes the companies that are providing the technologies, and it also includes investors that influence what the companies do.
The industry is known as EdTech. Over the past 2 decades, EdTech has exploded as an industry. It includes everything from the devices that kids learn on to what they're learning, how teachers give quizzes and plan lessons, and so on. Google is one example of that.
It provides the Google Workspace for Education and Google Classroom, and then all of the other services like YouTube and Search.
The EdTech market in the US has more than tripled since 2012, and it's expected to grow by more than $100 billion in the next 10 years. One big reason for the growth is how tech companies seized the opportunity when COVID shut down classrooms.
The tech industry, particularly Google and Microsoft, really presented tech as the solution for schools, to the exclusion of other options like outdoor learning.
Chromebook sales worldwide more than doubled during the pandemic, mostly because of how many schools were buying the devices. But the devices have stuck around.
It was successfully translated into a new normal, because now it's assumed that schools will be using a lot of technology.
They're expected to do all of this work on their computers. They're expected to type essays. They're expected to submit work on Google Classroom through surveys, through forms.
Even with enormous growth in Chromebook sales and fees Google makes from Chromebooks used in schools, the company is making most of its money elsewhere, mainly from Google search and advertising. So why is Google so interested in education?
You've got this captive audience of children. If they are growing up in school, getting used to a Google environment, that's very likely what they're going to use later when they get out of school.
There's also something else that's valuable in schools.
They collect a lot of data from children in schools.
That's a tremendous amount of data that's super valuable and basically cradle to grave, be mined and tracked.
Google has said it doesn't store student data or target kids with advertising. But just this year, the company paid a $30 million settlement with parents who claim that YouTube collected data of kids under the age of 13. They also settled another lawsuit alleging they collected and stored students' biometric data. And they're facing more legal action.
A group of California parents say Google uses student data to create intimately detailed profiles on school-aged children and then uses that profile to market products and services.
Just being made to use this at school every day without understanding what it's taking from you, that is its own type of harm.
It's clear what Google and other ed tech companies are getting from kids: a stable market, valuable data, and potential customers for life. But there are reasons to be concerned about what our kids are getting in return.
We've had data for over 60 years, over half a century, on what happens when tech goes into schools. Unfortunately, it's been bad for 60 years. My name is Dr. Jared Cooney Horvath, and I am a neuroscientist who focuses on human learning, memory, and attention.
A test called the Program for International Student Assessment has found that scores have declined globally in reading, math, and science for more than a decade.
You always see declines in scores when kids use tech more. And the more countries invest in tech, the faster those scores start to go down.
And in the US, fewer than 30% of 8th graders last year were proficient in reading and math.
If you ever see a teacher who's been in a classroom for over 20 years, they will flat out tell you kids are learning less, memory's down, attention's down, general IQ's down. The only thing up is ability to process visual scenes. But we know our biology hasn't changed, so realistically you can't say that their attention is worse.
There's a scientific explanation for this.
Multitasking is hands down the worst thing you can do for learning and memory and attention. Once we get onto a screen, it's like, let me open this tab, let me scroll this, let me just check this.
The average attention span on screens has plummeted from 2.5 minutes in 2003 to just 44 seconds in recent years.
They've trained themselves for thousands of hours a year to use this tool in one way, rapid jumping. Now we say time to think, 6 minutes into it, they go right back to rapid jumping. It's a pure training thing. This is why schools have always been so highly focused. We have 50 minutes where you're in a quiet classroom, we got a book, we got a teacher, we got a board.
I understand with them closing down the Department of Education, they expect that there's going to be a lot of online learning. We know with the Project 2025 and Project Esther, there is going to be a lot of this Christian nationalist learning. Get ready for it. That's what it is requiring. So if you didn't watch the earlier part of my video about Project 2025, if you didn't watch the Christian nationalist part of my video, if you're not familiar with Project Esther, why do you think they're shutting the doors on the Department of Education? Because this is how they expect to educate the children of the future. And it's not about being intelligent. It is about ideologies. So the link is in my description box. Let me double check and make sure I think this is in my description box. If not, I'm going to, hey, you're back, Miss Douglas. I'm going to put it right here in the chat. This link, because I definitely want you guys to finish this. And I appreciate all of you who came out to get a little news with me on today. And let me see. Let me drop it. Okay, here we go. Me too, Ronnie Q. And people thought I was crazy and told me I didn't know what I was talking about until they started seeing those electricity bills going up. I just looked at the. I just looked at they dumbass. I think that's what you're saying. Listen, I did a series of things about these data centers charging up your utility bills and your water bills, which is another utilities, your water bill and your electricity bill, because they are using that for themselves. These billionaire companies are leeching in, and they're being divided into the cost that you use for electricity. So while we're
That
talking
video was
about
about how they invest in stocks.
I also talked to you about BlackRock. Now, guess what? The new thing that BlackRock is getting themselves into. Since you brought this up, Miss Douglas, I have to share this with you. This is also in my description box. The newest thing that BlackRock is getting into, they may as well. I mean, they see all the other private companies getting into it, and they are one of the largest hedge fund companies. So hey, get money. Nobody, no senators, no governor, no congressman is talking about how the one percenters are just killing the regular American citizens with electricity bills. So let's get it.
This power plant is at the center of a battle between finance giants and the American people over who controls the basic necessities of everyday life. Almost exactly a year ago, we made a video about BlackRock. And remember how last time I was like, calm down guys, they don't own the whole world, it depends on how you define own, blah blah blah. Well okay, that video was about how they invest in stocks. But what if I told you there's a whole other side to this story where they're getting a lot closer to controlling some of the most critical parts of our everyday lives? Just 12 days after we released that video, BlackRock acquired Global Infrastructure Partners. And since that deal, they've been a lot more involved in infrastructure. You might have heard stuff like how they bought the Panama Canal. But now there's another deal you might not have heard about. They're trying to buy Minnesota Power, a company that owns this power plant and provides power to 150,000 people. This is a type of investment in what they like to call real assets, which is finance code for literally anything tangible. Basically everything we need to survive, like housing, infrastructure, and the land those things are built on. This is a test case for companies like BlackRock expanding into industries that we use every day. Things like water, hospitals, and electricity. And if they haven't already, they could be coming to your town soon. So why is BlackRock trying to change course, and what will it mean if they succeed?
Last summer, I scattered my wife's ashes on the South Quashaway River. I don't want BlackRock to own it.
So, BlackRock bought Global Infrastructure Partners, which is a big investment fund that itself buys up things like water and waste systems, transportation companies, and even large shares of entire airports. If you've flown in or out of London, congratulations, you're probably a customer of GIP. So BlackRock owns Global Infrastructure Partners, which is trying to buy Elite, which owns Minnesota Power, which owns infrastructure like power plants, dams, and the land they're on. But since people need power, it's not that easy, even for BlackRock, and there's a somewhat democratic process involved. This is State Senator Jen McEwen, who represents many of the people who would be affected by the buyout.
Wisely and correctly, we have a Public Utilities Commission, at the very least, to try to provide some regulatory oversight for these entities that have this monopoly over providing this essential service.
Usually when private equity and asset managers buy stuff, they just do it behind closed doors. But because people would literally die without power, it's considered a critical service, and therefore a regulated monopoly under Minnesota law.
BlackRock doesn't necessarily have the same amount of reporting responsibilities as a publicly traded corporation. We've had a lack of transparency already regarding our rates and the quality of services in our community in Superior, that ability to access that data would be decreased by the purchase, which would be a huge problem.
The community has made it clear that they oppose the deal, and a judge has already recommended against it. But it doesn't end there. The final approval is going to come from the Public Utility Commission, a board made up of just 5 people appointed by the governor. This could have huge implications for anyone who uses basic utilities like electricity or water, i.e. the things that keep us from freezing to death in the woods. Because if they realize it's profitable, nothing will stop them. I didn't want to just sit around at my desk, so I came out here to Duluth to talk to some community members and leaders and hear what they had to say about the buyout. I went on a hike with longtime Minnesota Power employee and customer Bob Tammet.
I should have asked you if you want a walking stick. I got an extra walking stick. At your age, you don't need a walking stick. So I helped install the power lines that haul electricity from this powerhouse to my kitchen. This dam, the land we're standing on right here, it'll all go to the control of BlackRock.
Bob took us on a hike in the Boundary Waters to see some of the infrastructure that would be sold. He's been canoeing out here for decades. But power plants, lines, and dams aren't all that GIP and by extension BlackRock would get in the deal.
What concerns me about BlackRock purchasing Minnesota Power is that Minnesota Power owns a large amount of land where we're parked right now. They own a lot of real estate. Some of that real estate has minerals. So if BlackRock acquires ownership of those minerals, will they develop those minerals for the long-term benefit of northern Minnesota, or will they develop those minerals for the short-term profit of BlackRock?
Back in Duluth, people were pretty concerned about their communities and bills.
We depend on Minnesota Power for our regional economy, for our heat, for our transportation, and indeed for our clean water. We need this company to continue to make long-term investments in our community, but that's not what this acquisition is about.
There's a utility called the Upper Peninsula Power Company, or UPCO. This was acquired by a private equity firm in 2014.
UPCO customers have seen a spike in their rates many say they can't afford.
After the private equity firm took it over, shortly thereafter, they raised the bills. A couple of years later, bills went up again. Then that private equity firm sold it to a different private equity firm. Once the new private equity owners were in control, they raised bills again. Since 2014, UPCO, being owned by private equity, has seen 4 bill hikes.
There's nothing stopping BlackRock from doing the same thing in Minnesota, and in addition to bill hikes, it could even trample existing laws.
Well, today, Governor Walz signed a bill that requires utility companies provide 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040.
But after the deal goes through, we don't know if BlackRock will follow those laws. Their size and capital imbue them with the power to basically ignore this kind of thing. To them, the fees are chump change, and who do you think is more powerful, the Minnesota State Legislature or BlackRock?
There's no requirement that they pursue this clean energy vision. We're going into this
strategy. They're looking to fully own or majority own entire infrastructure systems by taking those companies off the public stock market altogether. And while BlackRock's just been dipping their toes into real assets, and it's still a relatively small slice of their giant portfolio, there have been some big players in this game for a while now. Brookfield is the biggest owner of real assets, and real assets are the bread and butter of BlackRock's doppelganger, Blackstone. Even though Blackstone is overall smaller, they're actually much more efficient at generating returns for their investors. So of course BlackRock is now looking for their piece of the pie. Here are the totally not frightening categories of things these asset managers are trying to get as much control of and profit out of as possible. Water, farmland, housing, transportation, schools and hospitals, and energy and telecommunications, including data centers. So that makes the list really all the things I, for one, wouldn't last very long without. I don't know about you, but I personally love food, housing, electricity, and water, and want affordable access to it. Check out this house. It has lines bringing in electricity and phone and internet. It has pipes bringing water in and out. Roads bring in food, and tenants pay rent. BlackRock wants a cut of all of those things.
In addition to potentially raising customers' bills, they might be looking for ways to cut costs. This could look like reduction in the job force. It could look at like reduction in operation and maintenance.
If you don't have enough people to do it,
There are some brown or and black ICE agents. This one agent, he was almost in tears because they were telling him, shame, shame. And if you sign on ICE, you get a $40,000 sign up bonus, and you also get a student loan forgiveness in Portland when they were ICE were after they had came out and fucked with the people who were not encroaching on their building, hadn't gone over the blue line, and they were walking back in, and somebody said, "Oh, I can, I bet none of you guys are using that student loan forgiveness that they gave to sign up for ICE. You guys don't look like the intelligent type." I thought that was quite funny. It is alleged that a lot of them are the from the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and all of these people who were rioting on January 6th. Though I have heard those allegations, they are allowed to cover their faces. So, there's that. So, Miss Douglas, you must be behind in the chat because she's talking about ICE. All right, guys, I appreciate you coming out. Please give me a like, a share, and subscribe to the channel, and tell a friend. And all of the people who may be catching me on the replay, I definitely appreciate your support as well. And I appreciate the support of those who come by and check me out. I hope you guys have a wonderful remainder of your night. And that's it for me. I gotta go. All right. Bye bye.